If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hassan, Hassan. I swear to God, I'll please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hassan, Hassan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hassan, Hassan. Get it, Hassan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one Stunlock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hassan, Hassan. I'm probably in the chat right now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's sunny but cold out here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. That was Hospilled by Cam Kardashian. That's been stuck in my head. That's my Spotify rap, folks. That's my Spotify rap. Straight up, that's my Spotify rap. The Hassan intro music is the Spotify rap for me. Anyway, we're live and alive. It's 64 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. And let me tell you, this is a Saturday. This is Saturday, December the 2nd. We are now into the month of December. Remember, month of December. Someone made this, and I think it might be disrespectful. I need your input. I may be dead, but Hasanabi is live. That's not disrespectful at all. It's factually accurate. I have no issues with this. Anyway, it's Saturday. It's fun day. It's almost 2024. Big year. I like you switching your sunglasses to your regular glasses, like how Mr. Rogers would come in and change from his sneaks into his comfy house shoes. Yeah. Kissinger is dead, and I'm alive. And let me tell you, we are not going to be doing the Fortnite event or whatever the fuck's going on Twitch. That's like what's popping right now is the Fortnite event. I think I woke up this morning and I was like looking at Twitch like what's popping, what's happening, and it's like I saw the Fortnite event. I was like, what the fuck? But you are a Fortnite streamer. That's true. Day6 are reminding us on to bring back Kaya Cam. Oh, keep reminding me, but it's not happening. Fallout TV show trailer came out today. That's exciting. We're going to be looking at that, obviously. Let me tell you, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in the world of Hassan Piker. And last night, I spent some time with the family once again. Figured out what's wrong with my mom. She has like a meniscus tear. and a baker cyst and the like. She's having a hard time walking around. She needs a walker, but overall, it's gonna be all right. She's gonna be all right, and it happens. Anyway, but we were hanging out. We were hanging out, and I decided, because I've been watching Rome, and I started watching with my brother, which is a big mistake when you start watching a fucking show. You start watching a show, and then you start watching with your family, but then you want to keep watching when your family's not ready, right? When they're not around to watch, you want to keep watching. And it's like, well, what am I going to do? Wait? Fuck no. So I watch, right? And then he gets mad at me. He's like, well, I can't believe you watched it without me. Like, you're on season 2 already. I'm on season 1, episode 8. I'm like, dog, I'm sorry. You're not here. You know what I mean? You're not staying with me that frequently, so I can't do anything. Gonna be honest, you were in the wrong in this one. Okay, to be fair to me, it's an old TV show. It's an old TV show, and it was the show that I started watching specifically so I didn't have to watch like something with everybody else. Like it was gonna be my show. You know what I mean? Like I started watching it, and then they were there while I started watching it, and they got invested in it. And it's like, at that point, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, One Dime's video on the Cultural Revolution came out, and he wants me to watch it, I believe. So we could dive into that. It's an hour-long documentary about the Cultural Revolution. A lot of people will say, not Fun Day, by the way, not Fun Day. But I mean, like, Fun Day just means no news, okay? That's what that means. Anyway, dumbass song, My Ears Bled Sorry. That's not a bad song at all. You're wrong. But yeah. There's a new GDF on Henry Kissinger as well. And of course, I will be gaming later too. It's just, tell us straight, is Alan Wake just not fun for you? No, it is fun for me. The funny thing is, Alan Wake is fun for me. What is this? I got a shout out from the Deprogram Boys at 1:30. What did they say?
You want to talk about anything Latin America involved, you can call. Oh, I didn't have time to talk about my collective, but it's all right. It's all right.
I didn't have time to talk about the fourth military junta that ruled.
Yeah.
But yeah, aside from this though, please everybody do check out Historia Publica. Do check out Ian Neves' work. It is absolutely fantastic. All the links will be in the description and information boxes. Please, Ian, shout out anything you'd like. Let people know where they can find you, where they can watch.
Oh, it's the Toyota Wars
stuff.
Yeah, I wish I could talk about this more, because we in Brazil, as we observed, people like Hakim, people like I have to give credit to Hassan Abi too, because he inspired me in his format. We in Brazil decided not only to create a Marxist-inspired content in the internet, but we decided to found a collective, a Marxist-Leninist collective, to do it in an organized form. That's why we can have a 50,000 member Discord, because we have a collective that is organized.
This is a Historia Publica official. He's, I think, talking about Brazil on this episode of the
that is centralized, that has militancy, which can make this type of thing possible. João Carvalho, which is I believe the next Brazilian guest, is part of this movement, is part of our collective, and we.
The gym to fascism pipeline from natural hypertrophy. What the fuck is this? I do love the gym to fascism pipeline. I am very familiar with the PHF, Popular House on Abbey Front. Yeah, no, this is they did a what? Dr. Ofer Kosov talk, didn't watch. Okay, I said no news. That doesn't mean I'm gonna listen to one of my guests on a stream go on a podcast or go on a show for 48 minutes.
People must understand.
And talk on a Zoom call for 48 minutes about Israel. What the hell? I mean, this is long too. My king, you're too ADHD coded to have a pure fun day. Yeah. Can you instead talk about good lat workouts? Yeah, I mean, I do good lat workouts. Are you going to play Lethal Company tomorrow with Ray, Lud, Todd, and the rest? Yeah, I'm planning on doing that. Problem is, like, it's later, so I would be starting my stream much later than I normally do. But I'll figure it out. What's up with Socialist Markiplier? Is this guy socialist? I don't know. He has a Ko-fi, so he might be. Anyway, all right, let's blast off. Let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Saturday. Reacts galore. Don't come. Does have a One Piece poster in the back, so I don't know. Anti-lifting sentiments, fitness elitism, most replayed masculinity crisis, culture war. Dude, I can't watch a 50-minute video like this, man. I want to, but I don't know if I can do this. Like, in a lot of these instances, when I watch videos like this, I have to just like scroll through it. Like, no B-roll too. A lot of y'all would just like lose your mind. Some of you send stuff in here. Like, conceptually, this is something that I'm truly interested in, right? The Gym to Fascism pipeline is 100% a concept that I'm interested in. It's a concept that I've talked about briefly, okay? But we're not going to sit here for 50 minutes and watch something without any B-roll in it too. It's just like, I'm sure the video is very thoughtful and very good. Yeah, it's just too, maybe for a first introduction on the topic. No, it's not my first introduction onto the topic. I'm very familiar with the topic. I live it. I live this topic in my daily life. I am a gym bro, or rather a person who has been a gym bro for most of his fucking adult life at this point. I'm very familiar with this topic. It's a topic that I hold near and dear to my heart. It's one that actually is very frustrating to me as well. I do not like the fact that there are a lot of fucking alt-right narratives within the lifting community, because self-improvement is something that I hold near and dear to my heart. I think self-improvement is important. I think self-improvement is good. I think self-improvement is one of the most important things you can do. It's something that I preach all the time. Problem is, a lot of the self-improvement Andes also kind of revolve or have a worldview that revolves around like bootstrapping, you know? Incredibly bootstrapping mentalities that people have. There are, of course, wonderful gym influencers that we know as well. Why are all the links getting clapped? What's happening? Why are the links getting clapped in the fucking... What's going on? What is happening? Is the Fossabot out of control? What the fuck? Is there like a major filter or something? I think there might be like an actual filter. Stop spamming shit. Fans $3,000 most luxurious train. Didn't we literally watch this? I feel like I watched this already. There's some incel stuff in there too, like that they got buff, but they still have horrible personalities, so they still don't get laid. I think, well, who are my favored lifting personalities? Obviously, Jeff Nippard is the GOAT. He is number one on there. He is my favorite. Big time Hasanabi head. Brilliant guy. Very smart. Very yacked out of his goddamn mind. You know, I've had some of the Fitfluencers on here as well. I think, is he 260 though? He is not 260, I don't think. I feel like Tate just fucked shit up so much, especially in that community. Irreparable damage? No. The Gymbro community, the Gymbro Fitfluencer community's like right-wing perspective predates Andrew Tate. Okay? It's a way before Andrew Tate. Like, that's not by years, decades. If anything, Joe Rogan probably had more of an impact solidifying right-wing attitudes, but Andrew Tate is straight up just he was just a farmer. Like he jumped on the right-wing train, not because he genuinely was right-wing or anything, but I think mostly because he wanted to take advantage of an already popular phenomena in that community. But having said that, what was I talking about? Overall, I think the reason why there is a lot of right-wing sentiment within the gym community, within like self-improvement, is because it lends itself so perfectly to like individualism and bootstrapping, like hyper-capitalism, bootstrapping mentality. It's not the masculinity focus. I think masculinity plays a role too. Masculinity certainly plays a role in it. Like the presentation of masculinity plays a role in it. But I don't know. I think insecurity plays a role in it as well, for sure. It's just very shitty. It just sucks because I myself am a gym bro who works out every fucking day, pretty much. And I think that it's really important. I want everyone to work out. So, no, quiet. That was crazy. Have you done any of Jeff's programs in the past? No. I saw the vid that talked about the, Jim Bro to Fascist Pipeline, and it was okay, but it was really reductionist about the left and its ideology. Here it is if you want. I mean, I think that liberalism certainly plays a role in this too. I think that if your broad focus is always like systemic issues, like, I mean, I talk about self-improvement all the time. And in the process of my commentary on self-improvement, you still have people in the chat who will say, well, what about all the social and all of the material conditions that make it much harder for me? And in my opinion, there is certainly an interesting comparison to be made about how incels will regularly talk about like societal hurdles and how that stops them from getting laid. Feminism, women, like getting bodily autonomy, things of that nature, which is fake, versus the interest that leftists have about constantly pointing to material conditions when it comes to operating within the boundaries of their own success within their own bodies, which is real. Material conditions are obviously not the same as like feminism causing you to not get pussy. Obviously poverty, like being able to get yourself out of the treacherous grip of poverty is a little bit different than, women don't like me because I'm a dork who's deeply insecure and entitled. Okay. However, having said all of that, I think it's still important. that it's a mixture of both. I think that like your material conditions will set you back, but you should not allow your material conditions to be the sole singular reason as to why you can't achieve anything. You always should be able to work beyond them, no matter what. Like you're always on a personal journey. You can't be like, oh, I'm like, due to my material conditions, I am not going to be able to learn things. You know what I mean? You don't say that. And that's just another form of improvement. Okay. Having said that, I'm going to run this Prime Video ad for The Boys Season 4 2024. I'm excited to watch it. I think like the last season wasn't that good. I'm going to go grab my coffee outside. Hold on. I got myself and my mom coffee, and I got to grab it real quick.
Rome, Greece, all democracies fail because people are fucking stupid. But if you crush the masses, who builds your monuments? Who tongues your taint? The people will tear it apart themselves. You just gotta nudge them a little. Then you get to swoop in, be the one saving it.
Like Caesar.
Like Caesar.
Don't worry, if there's hell below.
Oh, hell.
Who wants their balls crushed?
Your team. What's your code name again?
The Boys.
Oof. Who came up with that shit?
I don't know where this is going to go. I truly don't know where this show is going to go. On Amazon Prime? Okay, got it. I just mean like, how are they going to keep milking it? I mean, I feel like there's a universe out there. I know that Gen V came out. Gen V was supposed to also... Gen V also was like... it's a collaborative project. It plays alongside this.
Greece, all democracies fail because people are fucking stupid.
I feel like it's kind of fucked up that they made the AOC character. I mean, they tailored the character from the comic books that's a bad character overall be AOC. They're using the real world as source material. They can technically milk it to no end. Evil AOC is kind of cool. I take it you've also watched the Fallout teaser? I have not yet, but I am very excited to watch the Fallout teaser, actually.
I know that I've lived a relatively comfortable life.
Stop! Lucy!
Now that's a fucking universe, baby. Fallout, oh my god, this is a goddamn universe right here.
You need to go home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. I do not think you would be willing to do what it takes to survive up here. If you insist on staying, Then you will have to adapt.
The studio behind The Boys and free 2-day shipping. If Amazon wasn't such a fucking monstrous corporation, that would be a funny ass line, but it's just like, Also, but this does look cool.
Tomorrow, so they say,
Yeah, it'll be like ultra violent for sure.
a bright new sun will suddenly break through. But
I mean, this is, for me, this was like, when I found out Walter Goggins is in this as a fucking ghoul bounty hunter, I was like, oh, that's it. It's over. It's over. There's no way you could fuck this up. Come on, dude. He is the GOAT. He is so good. He's so fucking good, dude.
unless I see it with you.
I grabbed a moldy one.
Oh my God. And also, yo, before I forget, motherfucking Twin Peaks Andy over here too. That's crazy. Kyle MacLachlan. It looks like a YouTube series, Smosh type shit. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not in the business of getting sad before something comes out. I don't know the background though. Is it based off of which Fallout is it based off of? Like, what is it based off of? House of Dragon teaser next, please. That I don't care about as much. It's 4. I've never played the games, but I'm watching the show purely based on the hyper-realistic portrayal of bombs hitting cities, nuclear bombs hitting cities. Yeah. Fallout is great. It's a great story. Apparently, it will take things out of New Vegas in 4, but it'll be an original story. If it takes things out of New Vegas, it's probably one of the best. It's one of the best stories to take things out of. But yeah, there's a really good unofficial Fallout series made by fans on YouTube, by the way. What? This is 12 years ago, man. That's crazy.
And return the slave known as Scarlet to her respective owners in New Vegas. Should you encounter the ghoul?
Chatters will literally be like, dude, oh my God, this Amazon Prime Studio show fucking is ass cheeks and it looks fucking fake and shitty and cheap. And then we'll be like, here, watch this YouTube fan-made content from 12 years ago.
Okay, wait. What if we give you the additional bonus to not kill us?
That sounds pretty good. Would you just shoot him, please?
Is that Steven Crowder? Is that Steven Crowder?
Okay, wait.
Oh, it's not.
Good. Would you just shoot him?
Like when he goes, that sounds pretty good. Like right here, I'm like, that's Steven Crowder.
Pretty good. Would you just shoot him, please?
I don't set the world on
That's so funny. They like CGI was not even.
I just want to start a flame.
What the hell was that? You guys missed.
Sounds dangerous.
We probably should have shot them when they went for their weapons.
That's what we opened with. That was our thing.
This is from 2010, man. Like, they're doing their fucking best, okay? I'm surprised they haven't said the N-word yet. All right? Chill out. It's just like, this is a YouTube video from 2010, okay? Yeah, F-slur incoming, okay? Straight up. I saw the Mad Max spin-off trailer yesterday. It looks fine. I don't know. There's something weird about the way that it's stylized that I don't understand fully. But the channel was awesome. They taught at home SFX for film. I saw the Yu Yu Hakusho trailer. That just looks straight up like a Japanese live action rendition. Japanese live action and Western live action renditions of anime are very different. Yu Yu Hakusho straight up looks like a Japanese live action rendition. So, but with what, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. New Godzilla movie is supposed to be amazing.
I just bought this in.
I heard that too. I don't really care. You guys want to know something fun? Fun fact about Hassan Hasanabe Piker that you might not have known. I have never in my entire life watched a full like King Kong or Godzilla movie. I do not know anything about King Kong. I do not know anything about Godzilla. I have not watched a single fucking one of the movies in the franchise. I got no dog in the fight. I got no stake. Check my logs right now for Godzilla. Watch Godzilla -1 with Murad. It's got leftism and aeronautical engineering. Pog. What? Look
In one
into
of the
American
Captain-
propaganda. The U.S. government's not-so-secret propaganda
In American
department.
films, there's a sequence that satirizes World War II era propaganda. Captain America becomes the face of an American propaganda campaign. During this sequence, he's in a pro-American stage show with dancing girls. He punches Hitler. He appears on propaganda posters. The whole 9 yards. It pokes fun at World War II era propaganda in a self-aware, over-the-top sort of way. It's a joke. The movie says, isn't it crazy that this is a real thing? It makes us laugh and wonder how people didn't just see right through.
I mean, I can't shit on World War II propaganda too hard, because despite the fact that, you know, you had the Japanese Empire, Imperial Japan, not good at all. World War II propaganda greatly, for Japan at least, ended up playing a formative role in the mass development of what we know as anime. So
through this blatant propaganda. And in doing so, the movie plays a really clever trick on the audience. It tells us that
is this AI art? What is this? What's happening here? What's like? Why is it?
Plays.
Well, what's up with the language?
And produced by the Department of Defense. Movies and TV shows.
Shin Godzilla is good. It's a satire about Japanese political bureaucracy, made by the creator of Evangelion. All right, let's watch Stalker 2 trailer as well. Made in Ukraine. Why did they? Oh man. I feel like that's partially because they're like, you know, we're Ukrainian, obviously, you know, help us. Okay. But also, I think part of the reason why they fucking say that is to separate themselves from being Russian. Like, they literally don't want the product to be fucking tainted with the Russian stink.
You asked me about my good luck charm. Remember? It's an empty shell.
Decided to play soldier with me? Dmitri and I were just discussing a certain puzzle we found in the zone.
No, this is literally, it's also a flex making the game while getting invaded. No, I think Stalker originally is a Russian product. It's a Russian. Am I crazy? Wasn't Stalker originally a literal fucking? It's a Russian movie. It's a Russian. I mean, it's a Russian novel, and you're thinking of Metro. Oh, you know what? I might be fucking it up. I might be thinking of Metro. Yeah. Which is like almost identical to this, right? Whereas it's like, what do you call it? No, it's not Metro. It wasn't Metro. What was it? I thought Stalker was Russian. It's a book called Roadside Picnic, but I think the Strogatsky brothers might not have been Russian. Stalker is the Russian movie, is a USSR movie. I thought Stalker was also a Russian game as well. And I thought they were like, they fled the Ukraine or something. I don't know where I made this shit up in my mind. Like the devs just like went to Ukraine and are making it in Ukraine. No, Metro is in Moscow. Metro Stalker is in Chernobyl. One of the devs spoke about the war and the game and what the game now means to Ukraine when they premiered this trailer a few days ago. Stalker's dev studio has always been Ukraine based. Oh, okay, I was wrong about that. I was thinking, yeah, I mean, Stalker, the Russian movie, is the Soviet science fiction art film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky with a screenplay written by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, loosely based on their 1972 novel Roadside Picnic. Stalker, while not directly Russian, takes a lot from Russian Picnic. Anyway, whatever. I mean, the joke I was going to make is it's to separate themselves, despite like all of the Russian aesthetics. It's to separate themselves from Russia for a Western audience is the joke I was going to make. That's the reason why they're like, this is made in Ukraine. Like, I know everybody looks Russian from your perspective because you don't know anything and you think they're all, you know, everyone is Russian, but this is different.
But we can't quite seem to get all the pieces to fit. Maybe you can figure it out.
It reminded me that we used to be puppets.
I took just one awkward step, and my whole world plunged into darkness. I'm sorry, Strider.
The average Westoid can't tell a Russian apart from a Ukrainian. I literally, there's no shot I would be able to. Bro, if you use that alphabet, like I'm not, for me, it's like the same person. Get mad at me all day, every day. There's 0% chance I would be able to tell a difference between a Ukrainian person and a Russian person, or a even a Polish person. You know what I mean? Fucking half of those countries, half of the former Soviet nations. I mean, you get mad at me for saying it, but I'm recognizing that I'm stupid. I'm recognizing that I'm stupid, okay? And I'm telling you that it is my stupidity. But yeah, which, for the record, if it wasn't for language, the same goes for Armenians, Turks, and religion, obviously. Armenians, Turks, and Greeks as well. That's a Turkic take. No, literally, it's true. It's true. It's also being like, wow, I can't believe you don't know the difference between someone from Taiwan, a Taiwanese person, and a Chinese person. Like, well, okay. Okay, man. Sure. How the fuck am I supposed to figure this shit out?
The perceived fields were turned off. Suddenly, the voice of Monolith was gone. I felt as if I was awakening from a years-long coma. Through the...
For the record, before people get mad at me, I didn't say like Korean and Japanese person. I said Taiwanese and Chinese person. So, you know, that wasn't me being racist.
Scope. We saw the body of an unknown soldier fall.
We had a simple choice. Sit back and just wait for another super emission.
Oh my God, they got Lex Fridman in this? That's crazy. Lex Fridman / also the Russian assassin who killed the ambassador in Turkey. Is that Zelensky? No, he doesn't look like Zelensky.
Take a chance and get control of the anomalous energy.
This looks bomb, dude. This looks fire as fuck.
Didn't choose that path, unlike you.
It's the least scary game out there. You would love it. Okay, shut up. Have you played the Metro series? I played it a little bit. Yo, this fan art is so good. I did. I saw it this morning. Yeah, it's beautiful. Played 5 minutes, got scared, and quit. I do not simply quit scary games, okay? Contrary to popular opinion, I don't quit scary games. That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing that I do. I don't know what you're talking about. We watched the Fallout series trailer. Please watch the latest deprogrammed podcast with Historia Publica. I will not be watching that on stream. Subnautica, I gave it my fucking full-throated support, dude. Y'all are crazy. I played it all the way to the end.
You and President
then I didn't
Nixon
finish it.
conceived of the bombing of Cambodia. You did it in order to interdict.
Come on. We have been bombing with drones and all kinds of weapons every guerrilla unit that we were opposing. It's been the same in every administration of either party.
The consequences in Cambodia were particular.
Come on now.
No. We're particular.
He has such a good voice.
It's a
Not Henry
program you're
Kissinger.
doing because I'm going to be 100 years old.
Right.
And you're picking a topic of something that happened 60 years ago. You have to know that it was a necessary.
Bro said bygones, dude. He said let bygones be bygones. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, sure. I personally almost single-handedly facilitated a genocide on a neutral country that kickstarted events that actually led to a much larger genocide in my wake. But we blow up everybody. And also, it was a long time ago. Stop living in the past. I'm 100 years old. Come on, dog. What the fuck?
Necessary step. Now the younger generation feels that if they can raise their emotions, they don't have to think. If they think, they won't ask that question.
On March 18th, 1969, during the Vietnam War, the U.S. secretly began what would become a long and relentless bombing campaign in neighboring Cambodia. Had there been an international criminal tribunal for Cambodia, prosecutors would have had a field day with U.S. President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor and later Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. Establishing genocidal intent with these two would be a cakewalk. On December 9th, 1970, Nixon would phone Kissinger to discuss the ongoing bombing of Cambodia. You see, Operation Menu, as it was called, was only an escalation of the bombing. Up to this point, close...
I want to end the stream, and I probably will if you guys fucking keep complaining about my YouTube video selections being like, oh, fun day. Like, straight up. I don't want to hear complaints, please. I told you from the start, it simply means we're not going to fucking do news coverage. That's what it means, okay? Please. Fun day doesn't mean you come into the chat and fucking complain about whatever YouTube video I choose to watch.
To 500,000 tons of bombs had already been dropped on Cambodia. 5 minutes after getting off of the call, Kissinger called General Alexander Haig to relay the new orders from the president. He wants a massive bombing campaign in Cambodia. He doesn't want to hear anything. It's an order. It's to be done. Anything that flies on anything that moves. You got that? On December 29th, 2023, Henry Alfred Kissinger died in his home in Kent, Connecticut, at the age of 100. His death has been met with an outpouring of sympathy and affection from major American news outlets, which may be even more troubling than his legacy. The Washington Post, along with a lengthy obituary, published a short piece on his, quote, carpet bombing of Cambodia. In it, the authors write, Ben Kiernan, a historian at Yale University and a leading scholar of the U.S. legacy in Cambodia, has estimated that around 500,000 tons of U.S. bombs were dropped on Cambodia. Interestingly enough, this figure is from a paper that Kiernan wrote in 1989 called The American Bombardment of Kampuchea, where he cites a figure of 540,000 tons. However, either unbeknownst to the editorial staff at the Washington Post or insidiously omitted, Ben Kiernan actually wrote another lesser-known article published in the Canadian Walrus magazine, in collaboration with Owen Taylor at the University of Oxford. This article was reporting,
I wasn't complaining. Sandra Day O'Connor died at 93 and she's a more positive person to talk about. I'm not doing that. I wasn't complaining. I just haven't seen you cover the first female SCOTUS justice.
that in 2000, upon a state visit to Vietnam, President Bill Clinton announced that he would release extensive Air Force data on all American bombings during the Vietnam War from the years 1964 to 1975. The still incomplete database reveals that from October 4th, 1965 to August 15th, 1973, the United States dropped far more ordnance on Cambodia than was previously believed. 2,756,941 tons worth. To put 2,756,941 tons into perspective, the Allies dropped just over 2 million tons of bombs during all of World War II. Cambodia may be the most heavily bombed country in history. Moreover, the two announced, the data released by Clinton shows the total payload dropped during these years to be nearly 5 times greater than the generally accepted figure. Nick Turse, author of Kill Anything That Moves, The Real American War in Vietnam, has clearly been prepared to write Kissinger's obit for years. Turse can appropriately be called America's leading expert, if not a foremost expert worldwide, on American war crimes during the Vietnam War. His book is probably the only one of its kind, solely dedicated to chronologizing these crimes in detail. Kissinger helped to prolong the Vietnam War and expand the conflict into neutral Cambodia, facilitated genocides in Cambodia, East Timor, and Bangladesh, accelerated civil wars in southern Africa, and supported coups and death squads throughout Latin America. He had the blood of at least 3 million people on his hands, according to his biographer Greg Grandin. He quotes Reed Brody, who worked on the Pinochet case in the UK. Few people have had a hand in as much death and destruction, as much human suffering in so many places around the world as Henry Kissinger. Kissinger was born in Germany. Born in the
reason why I like talking about Henry Kissinger regularly is because it's like the one guy that even liberals know is bad, except for that one fucking random liberal, the what is his name? He's like the election Twitter Destiny fan who was posting about like how he personally didn't know about Henry Kissinger and therefore no one must know. Except for that fucking one guy, most people know who the fuck Henry Kissinger is, right? This is perhaps the most unintentionally revealing thing anybody's ever said on this website. This fucking guy, I had no idea who Henry Kissinger was before today, to be honest, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for most people currently giving strong opinions about him. It's like the guy that everyone knows. The reason why I like talking about Henry Kissinger is because he is unironically, like the singular evil that every single person knows is bad. So even liberals will say he's bad, but like his legacy is not all that different from the rest of the American foreign policy apparatus. Like they've done a truly unimaginable amount of evil. You became really sad lately. You on drugs? Are you proud of yourself lately? You became really sad lately. Are you on drugs? Yeah, I wonder if I'm really sad for reasons that I've been, openly mentioning over and over again, which is the fact that I've been covering so much death and destruction nonstop for the past 2 months. Anyway, for most people, especially like boomers and stuff and millennials, like older millennials and shit, like Henry Kissinger is the one guy that everyone's allowed to get mad at. I mean, even Joe Brandon, who I guess had his own personal differences of opinion with Henry Kissinger, laid out like the worst obituary you can get for a person. It was short. It was brief. It was mostly talking about how Brandon and Henry Kissinger had beef, which is ironic because Joseph Robinette Brandon eulogized a fucking white supremacist Dixiecrat. Like, and not that long ago, too. It's not like he eulogized them in like the 70s, okay? Strom Thurmond, Brandon Strom Thurmond eulogy is like not that long ago. Here, let's see when he did it. At the funeral, Joe Biden once spoke at Strom Thurmond's memorial service. How do people feel about that now? When was it? Nearly 20 years ago. Okay, I mean, still, it's not fucking in 1970. It's in 2003. You know what I mean? We at that point, we were well aware, not a good guy. Not a good guy. It's still entirely too recent for Brandon to fucking eulogize a white supremacist. So it wasn't that long ago. I know, I'm a fucking boomer. Shut up. God damn it. I forget that like half a chat probably was a semen at that point. Regardless, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because he straight up, a guy who, despite the fact that he had eulogized Strom Thurmond and spoke at his memorial service, like even he didn't have such nice things to say about Henry Kissinger, despite the fact that his foreign policy is relatively aligned with Henry Kissinger's foreign policy, because American foreign policy is bipartisan. The reason why I like to talk about Henry Kissinger is because he is a very popular figure and a sole evil, like a singular evil that many liberals understand is like a bad guy, even though what he did was no different than all of the foreign policy apparatus decisions that predate him and came after him as well, with some exceptions. Okay? Oh, that's right. Talking about shit happening even when you are 90% in the wrong. Still proud? What? I'm totally wrong 90% of the time? You have to be on crack cocaine if you think that I'm totally wrong 90% of the time. What? Are you on drugs? What's happening? Are you the one on drugs? Maybe you should be on drugs. Lithium specifically. You're schizo posting in the chat. Like you? Okay, thanks, chatter. All right, come back with like something clever and interesting if you want me to respond to your trolling. This is a super low effort. Anyway, but the reason why I like talking about Henry Kissinger, like I said, is because it's like permissible to shit on him. It's permissible to shit on him. Most people who are at least like relatively knowledgeable, he is the guy that everyone fucking says is bad. And I think it's a good way to open up that conversation to a much broader audience to be like, oh, if you don't like Henry Kissinger, well, let me tell you about American foreign policy, right? That's what it is.
The Bavarian town of Fürth in 1923.
A good entry point.
He was actually born Heinz. At 15, his family escaped the Holocaust, although at least 13 of their relatives would perish in concentration camps. In the U.S., he became Henry. Henry was withdrawn and bookish. In 1943, he was drafted into the army and went on to lead raids in Gestapo houses, earning himself a Bronze Star. He attended Harvard University, where he wrote a lengthy doctoral dissertation called A World Restored, about European diplomacy following the fall of Napoleon. From Harvard, he was placed in an elite study group at the Council on Foreign Relations studying nuclear policy.
He's also like the perfect representation of just like Harvard not being this supposed liberal institution that everybody fucking champions. and instead a hotbed of some of the worst minds, some of the most evil minds and their evil designs. Okay? Yeah, the Ivy League to war criminal pipeline. Certainly, I wouldn't say it began with Henry Kissinger, but definitely was solidified.
His work, Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy, gave him cachet at Harvard and in foreign policy circles. He naturally became a consultant to the Kennedy and later the Johnson administrations.
Naturally.
In 1968, he was offered a job in the Nixon administration. To his admirers, he was the brilliant architect of Pax Americana, the chess grandmaster. To his detractors, and even some friends and former employees, he was vain, conspiratorial, arrogant, and short-tempered.
Yeah, he was a relentless ass kisser who would not be able to do a fraction of the fucking political machinations that he wanted to do for any other country. Okay, talk to me when you're a brilliant fucking networker, when you are I don't know, not in the United States of America, but like any other fucking country. Okay, the Filipino Henry Kissinger doesn't make it out the goddamn little leagues. Okay, like motherfuckers act like yeah. Like, can you imagine doing this for North Korea? Like, you don't do anything at that point. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what your mentality is. You're doing it for America. Of course, you're gonna be able to fucking get away with whatever kind of wheeling and dealing you want to do. Huh.
A man capable of praising a top aide as indispensable while ordering the FBI to illegally tap his home phones to see if he was leaking to the press. He was lauded for foreign policy successes. As the impresario of Nixon's...
Yeah, the only people who can fucking applaud Henry Kissinger, who are allowed to, despite the fact that he was a warmongering monster, awful piece of shit, war criminal, all that good stuff, is the Chinese. Okay? If you're Chinese, then, you know, whatever. You can have that one. But other than that, it's just ridiculous.
Historic opening to China, and as the theoretician of détente with the Soviet Union.
Also, Henry Kissinger, the first 30 seconds of this video has a 9/11 joke. What is this? What? Why would I fucking... Just because there's a 9/11 joke, dude.
Dr. Kissinger earned much of the credit for seismic policy shifts that redirected the course of world affairs. With his German accent, incisive wit, owlish looks, and zest for socializing in Hollywood and dating movie stars, he was instantly recognized all over the world.
If God thinks Kissinger's bad, why'd he let him live to 100? Dude, there is no God. There is no fucking justice in this world. There is no karma, okay? Henry Kissinger dying at the age of 100 and, like, after having a long life of having sex with a super hot wife and a bunch of fucking Hollywood celebrities before then even, proves this point while literally doing a shit ton of war crimes, okay? That's it. There is no fucking karmic justice. There's nothing good that happens in the world. Do not rest your hopes on some sort of karmic punishment coming for those who do awful things. Dick Cheney is still very much alive as well and has a fat cock. So think about those two things whenever you are like, oh, well, what if there is some sort of karma? No, there isn't. Okay? This motherfucker literally piped it up. And also his wife, super fucking hot. Literally straight up GILF status, even to this goddamn day at the age of like 89. So don't give me that shit at all. His much taller wife. Yeah. Only things that are fucking certain in this life is that evil never dies. They never get punished. And the top of the hour ad break comes and goes. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. In which case you won't see the top of the hour ad break and you'll think it doesn't even exist. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
In stark contrast to most of his understated predecessors. Foreign policy expert Alfred W. McCoy of the University of Wisconsin-Madison has long been unimpressed by his record, writing in 2017, Henry Kissinger was as inept as he was ruthless, extending the Vietnam War by 7 bloody years to mask his diplomatic failure, turning East Timor over to Indonesia for decades of slaughter until its inevitable independence, cratering U.S. credibility in Latin America by backing a murderous military dictatorship in Chile, and mismanaging Moscow in ways that helped extend the Cold War by 15 years. Kissinger's career, as international law specialist Richard Falk observed, has been marked by his extraordinary capacity to be repeatedly wrong about almost every major foreign policy decision made by the U.S. government over the course of the last half-century. It appears Kissinger's record in Bangladesh was too grave for the New York Times to ignore, as the Washington Post did. Perhaps the most egregious episode came in the signals to Pakistan that it was free to deal with Bengalis in East Pakistan as it saw fit. Indeed, when Pakistan's U.S.-backed military was waging a genocidal war in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, in 1971, he and Nixon not only ignored pleas from the American consulate in East Pakistan to stop the massacre, but they approved weapon shipments to Pakistan, including the apparent illegal transfer of 10 fighter bombers from Jordan. The human cost was horrific. At least 300,000 people were killed in East Pakistan, and 10 million refugees were driven into India. They also add East Timor to his list of dastardly deeds, a country the Washington Post did not even name a single time. He and President Ford approved Indonesia's invasion of East Timor in December 1975. Leading to a disastrous 24-year occupation by a U.S.-backed military. Declassified documents released in 2001 by the National Security Archive indicate that Ford and Mr. Kissinger knew of the invasion plans months in advance and were aware that the use of American arms would violate U.S. law. "I know what the law is," he said. They reported that more than 100,000 East Timorese were killed or starved to death. What they don't say is that that is a conservative estimate. And
Dude, also, like, East Timor, only a continuation of what happened in Indonesia even before Henry Kissinger, which is why I think it's important to talk about from the framework of, like, how absolutely devastating American foreign policy on Indonesia has been. Like, 3 million people suspected of being communist. 3 million people absolutely fucking destroyed, getting pulled out of their homes, being tortured, being murdered, just unimaginable amounts of evil directed by the United States of America. Make no mistake, okay? Straight up giving lists of suspected communist targets to the fascist militias, the fascist military junta that took over the country out of the reasonable fears that communism might become too powerful of a force in the country. Only a mere part of the coalition government at the time. But that was too much. And it was done before Henry Kissinger. And it was done with one simple goal in mind: to show the rest of the world that, yes, if you are a striver, a right-wing striver, and you want to fucking gain prominence and you want to gain control over your own country, well, if there's any communist forces in your country and you want to fucking eviscerate them, we will give you all the tools, we will give you all the guns, we will train you, we will help you. Okay? Always.
And the number could be as high as 180,000, or up to a quarter of the entire population. They also don't mention that, according to the UN's Truth Commission set up after the Indonesian withdrawal, that mass starvation was used as a weapon of war. Of course, one has to mention the notorious Operation Condor, unmentioned by the New York Times or the Washington Post, but like I said, Nick Turse was prepared. "You did a great service to the West in overthrowing Allende," Kissinger later told General Augusto Pinochet, the leader of the military junta that went on to kill thousands of Chileans. In Argentina, Kissinger gave another green light, this time to a terror campaign of torture, forced disappearances, and murder by a military junta that overthrew President Isabel Perón. During a June 1976 meeting, Kissinger told the junta's foreign minister, "If there are things that have to be done, you should do them quickly." The so-called dirty war that followed would claim the lives of an estimated 30,000 Argentine civilians.
3,000 of which were straight up Jewish, by the way. The largest pogrom since World War II was not actually, or the largest like anti-Semitic attack, the largest number of Jewish people being killed or vanished was not actually October 7. October 7 death count is 1,200. Okay? The largest one was in Argentina.
Terse reminds us that.
But hey, it's okay. Javier Milei, didn't he? Javier Milei is the greatest defender of Israel, so it's fine. Even though he literally apparently has like former Nazis or neo-Nazis in his cabinet. But it's okay. It's fine. Guys, it's okay. He's America. He is Netflix turned into a vampire. Wait, what? The fuck is that? Yeah. They should have asked Jewish prisoners about their supposed plans to take over Patagonia. Did Javier Milei actually say he's going to convert to Judaism too, or is that like a meme? Because I saw that and I was like, it seemed like one of those things that's just like no shot. But Javier Milei is like such a fucking. I don't believe that. I don't believe that that's real. Because like it seems to be one of those things where it's just like so fucking stupid. But then it's like Javier Milei, so I can't put it past him. He is like a meme candidate, or not a candidate. He's the meme leader.
Kissinger stoked a war in Angola and prolonged apartheid in South Africa. In the Middle East, he sold out the Kurds in Iraq. After Washington, Kissinger became wealthy through founding a consulting firm, Kissinger Associates. Terse writes, the firm leveraged Kissinger's reputation and contacts to help huge multinational corporations, banks, and financial institutions, including American Express, Anheuser-Busch, Coca-Cola, Heinz, Fiat, Volvo, Ericsson, and Daewoo, broker deals with governments. The New York Times put it like so. When Disney sought to navigate the Chinese leadership to build a...
Wait, is that for real? Be for fucking real, dog. He headed straight to the tomb of famous Orthodox Jewish rabbi in Queens, donning a kippah in all-black outfit. He visited Menachem Mendel Schneerson's grave to pay respects. Did we do the Mao one-dime video already? No, we will do it, though. I'll box Hasanabi for fun. Dude is huge. I know his dumbass out, though. What's going on, man? This Saturday, we got, like, we got all the schizos in the chat today. It's just, like, all the people who are just, like, this is especially be curious. Oh, wait. Is this the rabbi who's supposed to be the Messiah? The Messiah guy? Is this the one who, like where they say he's not dead actually? Wait, let me see. I've seen photos of him in New York before, so if I see a photo of him, I can tell you if it is him or not. I don't think this is him. Judaism's most impactful rabbi. Meet Lubavitcher Rebbe, Judaism's most impactful rabbi. Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson became the leader of the Chabad Lubavitch in 1951. He created a global phenomenon that would change Judaism forever. Chabad Lubavitch is one part of the greater revival movement called Hasidic Judaism, which developed in the 18th century and began to spread across Europe, with each Hasidic court following their own religious leader. Rebbe, scholar, engineer, and a visionary leader, the Lubavitcher Rebbe created a blueprint for how to spread a love for Judaism with his guidance and emissaries, or shluchim, have built Jewish infrastructure across the globe, ensuring that Jews will. Oh yeah, I think this is the guy. His followers still like his followers are the ones that like go up to people that they suspect of being Jews to be like, and try to get them back into the faith, right? Like his goal is to reconvert like Reform Jews or whatever. Isn't this the guy? Not entirely. No. Are you Jewish? No, I am not. Anyway, according to the source, the Argentinian leader took part in a Judaic worship service in the country's capital of Buenos Aires, where he received blessings from a rabbi. Bro, it doesn't fucking, it doesn't, you don't convert to Judaism like by getting blessings from a rabbi. You know, there's like a hella fucking hard shit that you have to go, you have to read books and shit. It is the only religion that is like super strict and very difficult to become a part of. It's a very long process, and it's not that easy. Bro, you can't even be considered full Jewish unless your mother is Jewish. You know what I mean? Like you have to, like it's a matrilineal bloodline. So like if your father is Jewish and your mother is not, you technically aren't full-blown Jewish. No, you can convert. It's just very hard, and you will get rejected. It's the only religion that doesn't. That's not true. Wait, what? What do you mean that's not true? Patrilineal Jews are accepted in more liberal sects. It's only Orthodoxy that rejects patrilineal Jews overall. I mean, it is true. It's like it's a matrilineal bloodline. I mean, you can still be culturally Jewish. You can be accepted by Reform Jews, which is like, especially in America, is like the majority. But as far as like not having any Jewish bloodline and like being and getting converted into Judaism, you have to do a shit ton. How the fuck did we get here? Oh, we were talking about the dirty wars. Okay, let's continue.
The $5.5 billion park in Shanghai, Mr. Kissinger got the call. Kissinger also continued to write policy recommendations and articles, and advised every single president from Nixon onwards. Indeed, current Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said upon Kissinger's death that he had sought counsel from the former diplomatic chief many times, including most recently about a month ago. Those who may be dismayed at how long Kissinger was able to live may have some solace in the fact that a mind that could unleash such hideous man-made horrors onto untold millions of people throughout the world, and do so without hesitation or apology, will never speak or advise another sitting U.S. official for the rest of time. And we can all breathe a deep sigh of relief for that.
Except it came too late. Way too late. Far too fucking late. Hey, at least now that Kissinger has created the world's second most powerful gender neutral bathroom, U.S. policy might get better. No, his policies. I need to reiterate this quite a bit. Policies are not unique to him. They're not like individual at all. That's why Spencer Ackerman said he is not unique but exemplary of U.S. foreign policy. Like he is. That's why I like using him as an entry point, as a launch off point to talk about all matter of different things. And it's not realpolitik either. It's not. I don't even consider what he. It's a school of political thought now. Like realpolitik, like as far as Mersheimer goes, for example, I'm fairly certain that Mersheimer would have a shit ton of disagreements, and I know that he had a shit ton of disagreements with Kissinger. He didn't innovate anything. I would not say he's the architect of the military-industrial complex at all. Absolutely not. This is why I use the Indonesian example when I talk about how little Henry Kissinger deviated from American exceptionalism. He's just simply the one guy that everybody knows is bad because there's like a human face to all the violence. You know what I mean? And he never, ever, ever would have been able to achieve anything if he wasn't working inside of the American military machine. Indecipherable politics that are incredibly self-serving only work when you are the guy that is on the American empire throne. He's the face of the wars America doesn't like. No, I mean, America loves all the wars.
The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, typically just referred to as the Chinese Cultural Revolution, is one of the most politically contentious events of the 20th century. It took place 17 years after the creation of the People's Republic of China, which was officially established in 1949 after the communists achieved victory over the KMT nationalists in the Chinese Civil War, who then fled to the island of Taiwan. The Chinese Cultural Revolution did not officially begin until 1966, and it officially lasted until 1976. While the Cultural Revolution technically lasted about 10 years, most scholars agree that it really only lasted about 2 years, as its mass phase, known as the Radical Period, only lasted between 1966 to 1968. From there, it basically devolved into a period of factional warfare, resembling a civil war, when it was finally put down by the People's Liberation Army, the PLA. The Cultural Revolution is an extremely bewildering period of history that is deeply misunderstood, and almost all videos about it on YouTube are very poorly researched and very oversimplified. The purpose of this video is to explain what the Cultural Revolution actually was, how it unraveled, what Mao's intentions were with it, and what lessons can be learned from it, what was awful about it, and what was good about it. So watch until the end of the video to get the full picture. This is a story of a revolution within a revolution, an unprecedented event that handed an enormous amount of power to the masses and led a plurality of short-lived egalitarian organizations and fascinating experiments in communist projects. The story is also, however, a tragedy of mass hysteria, mob violence, psychological trauma, self-sabotage, cannibalization, paranoia, resentment, and leftist infighting like you have never seen before. It is an extremely contradictory event, characterized simultaneously by anti-authoritarianism and authoritarianism, freedom of speech and self-censorship, creativity and destruction, naive utopianism and cynical opportunism, hyper-politicization and, surprisingly, depoliticization.
This video is, above all, the fascinating story of what is a deeply misunderstood period of history that presents us with many crucial lessons, sobering lessons. This is the story of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. This video documentary was originally inspired by an essay on the Cultural Revolution that I wrote and recently published in a book titled Underground Theory. This book features some very famous authors such as Slavoj Žižek, and some small up-and-coming underground authors, like myself. Though this video documentary is quite different from the essay and is made to be much more accessible to a broader audience. If you want to support my work in other ways, you can always become a patron, where you can get access to exclusive content and help make it possible for One Dime to become a full-time project so that I can upload high-quality videos more often.
How do I pin this?
Shortly after Mao's death in 1976 and the prosecution of the Gang of Four, Mao's loyalists, the post-Mao CPC, headed by Deng Xiaoping, set an official verdict on the Cultural Revolution as a, quote, 10-year catastrophe, responsible for, quote, the most severe setbacks and heaviest losses suffered by the party, the state, and the people since the founding of the People's Republic. The CPC has enforced this official narrative and foreclosed any inquiry or discourse regarding alternative interpretations of it, through vigorous state censorship on the subject, along with a dissemination of state-sanctioned propaganda. Of course, the ruling elite of the CPC and China's new ruling class have a vested financial and political interest in doing this. Yet the Communist Party of China still proclaims to be socialist and avoids condemning Mao directly, still co-opting Mao Zedong iconography, and largely portraying Mao as a national hero who just made a few mistakes. This is all part of their effort to restore the legitimacy of the party state, which was greatly damaged by the mass rebellions of the Cultural Revolution. This is why Chinese state authorities have prohibited the publishing of books on the Cultural Revolution that depict it in ways that are not approved by party departments. Although clearly one-sided, the official Chinese state narrative of the Cultural Revolution being a time of anarchic chaos is comparatively more accurate and less convoluted than most Western narratives of the Cultural Revolution, which insist on depicting it as totalitarian to fit the general anti-communist theme of painting all communist experiments with one broad brush. The dominant Western account of the Chinese Cultural Revolution generally goes as follows. After the failure of the infamous Great Leap Forward, Mao lost a lot of political legitimacy within the CPC. The Great Leap Forward was an ambitious plan that attempted to industrialize the productive forces of China while simultaneously building egalitarian social relations that ended in a catastrophic famine leading to the starvation of millions. Reported numbers of this famine claimed by many Western scholars tends to be greatly exaggerated, and there are many multifaceted reasons for why this famine occurred.
But also, don't forget that when this happens in under Mao's regime, it's directly the fault of communism, greatly transcends beyond him, directly the fault of the economic structure. I mean, it is his fault for sure. But also, dog, I ain't ever listening to Soviet agriculturalists again. There were some L's that Soviet agriculturalists took, partially as a consequence of a lack of technological improvement. The only other problem is that, like, famine also was quite regular in areas like this in general. It's just that something to always remember is that we are now in this universe where we have the technological improvements. We also have an abundance of food, and yet famine still persists in many other parts of the world. And the thing to always remember is that everyone that dies to famine or famine-related diseases in 2023 and 2022 and 2021 did not get their money up and instead got their funny up. They took an L. That was absolutely not a consequence of unequal exchange with the third world, the global south, but instead a consequence of them not working hard enough, okay? That was not the design. That is not the design of capitalism. Constantly extracting all of the labor and the natural resources of the third world without giving them anything back in return. That is a consequence of those guys not working hard enough, okay? I just need you to understand, do not blame capitalism for the famines. Do not blame capitalism for the famines, even though we have an abundance. We have an abundance now. We've completely eviscerated these issues, these problems with scientific achievements and all that. But now it's just they're not bootstrapping hard enough.
It was nonetheless
You're starting to sound like a Maoist third
a
worlder.
significant
I mean,
failure.
I'm not. I
And
don't
Mao had a
think
lot of
I am, but-
responsibility for this because he was the one who really pushed for this policy despite it not being very popular among a lot of the people in his party. So after the failure of the Great Leap Forward, Mao was able to keep his symbolic status as the party chairman, but he withdrew from the head of state in favor of Liu Shaoqi, veteran leader of the Communist Underground during the Chinese Civil War. But he supported more moderate mixed economy policies in the transition, which Mao opposed. Even though Mao's real political power was significantly reduced, Mao was still symbolically the top guy. This was due to his massive public prestige. To give you an idea as to just how much prestige Mao had in China at the time, he was basically like Lenin or Che Guevara if they never died. Mao had the legendary status as the founder of the People's Republic of China, and the great leader who fought against the Japanese and the nationalists. He had been both a military strategist and an intellectual theoretician. Not so good with economics though. But he had very little actual political power in terms of decision-making, as daily administration was now in the hands of President Liu Shaoqi and the party Secretary General Deng Xiaoping, who were seen as more competent managers of the economy. Mao was supposed to be consulted on major decisions, but his ideas were no longer usually followed, and he complained that he felt, quote, like a corpse at a funeral. From here, most Western historical accounts of the Cultural Revolution assert that Mao began plotting a Machiavellian strategy to restore absolute power, and many argue that Mao's motives behind this were provoked by events that occurred in the Soviet Union. Mao's paranoia allegedly started with Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech, which denounced Stalin's crimes and the cult of personality after his death. Mao was afraid that the same thing would happen to his legacy, and he became even more paranoid about 10 years after when Nikita Khrushchev was later displaced by Brezhnev in a soft coup. And this culminated in the Sino-Soviet split, which occurred for a wide variety of reasons, but it was presented as a conflict over revisionism. The accusation was that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union under Khrushchev abandoned class struggle. From here, most popular narratives suggest that Mao used revisionism and the paranoia that capitalism would be restored as excuses to mobilize his supporters, aka the Red Guards, against his political rivals so that he could ascend back to power. As is often the case with many historical narratives, these narratives contain a kernel of truth. However, they don't tell you the full story, and they end up portraying a quite inaccurate picture of the Cultural Revolution, which tries to pin everything on Mao's personality and not the masses themselves. Such one-dimensional narratives, often believed by both the right and the left, completely ignore the agency of the masses themselves in advancing the most remarkable achievements of the Cultural Revolution, as well as its most destructive elements. Before uncovering the true story of how the Cultural Revolution began, how it transpired, and its aftermath, it is helpful to first highlight some overlooked aspects of Communist China under Mao before the Cultural Revolution, and how it differed from the USSR under Stalin. Already well before the Cultural Revolution, what became known as Mao Zedong thought was already a notable deviation from Soviet-style Marxism-Leninism. Attempts to put Mao Zedong thought in practice would eventually become known as Maoism. Mao Zedong encouraged people to never forget class struggle, and placed a greater emphasis on the masses taking the leading role in the transformation towards communism. Mao also placed a far greater emphasis on the peasantry, which had been long neglected throughout Chinese history. Mao stressed that peasants, workers, students, and party leaders must all learn from each other. He believed that the party must learn from the masses so that they would not become out of touch with them. The method of putting this into practice would become known as the mass line, in which party leaders are to spend time with the masses in different areas, such as factories and farms, to take note of their sentiments, and then consider them when reformulating their policy programs, which they would then present to the masses again accordingly, after having made the adjustments. Aside from Mao's differences from Stalin, China was structured quite differently from the USSR. It was structured a bit less dictatorially, with the functions of the head of state being divided among different powerful figures. Mao simply did not wield the kind of dictatorial power that Stalin did.
Like, you can point this and say, and many are doing it in the chat, like, that's exactly what Topji did, right? But then you can also literally, depending on your outlook, you can also cut this in an identical fashion to, like, even under a capitalist organization of the economy, like the notion that like you need a diverse a diverse corporate leadership structure, or like they even do similar versions of this in fucking Silicon Valley, where they'll have like all of the fucking managers play roles inside of the corporation. And like, what was it? What was the fucking thing that they were doing? Like, they would have the No, not Secret Boss. There was the thing in not Undercover Boss. There was a thing in Silicon Valley where they wanted to get like all the Grubhub corporate leadership to actually serve at least 1 hour in the front lines, like delivering packages and stuff like that. It's just, it's only when you slap the socialism sticker on it where people go, or it was DoorDash, yeah. It's only when you slap the socialism sticker on it where it becomes this like terrifying prospect.
But nevertheless, the Communist Party of China still ran a one-party dictatorship, with the Chinese constitution granting the CPC the supreme authority to rule China indefinitely. The power of the CPC, however, would be greatly challenged by the Cultural Revolution, as it gave unprecedented power to the masses, fostering a political climate that was anything but totalitarian, but nonetheless terrifying. The Cultural Revolution marked the greatest challenge to the Chinese Communist Party's authority in history. While the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution became one of the largest mass movements in history, taking on a highly anarchic, decentralized character, it began for the most part as a revolution from above. It was initially facilitated but not controlled by the party center, and it wasn't long before it took on a life of its own far beyond the control of Mao or his party. Most scholars agree that the main series of events that led up to the Cultural Revolution occurred between 1965 and 1966. And they were ignited by a highly politicized debate surrounding a play called Hai Rui Dismissed from Office. The play had been written 5 years earlier by a man named Wu Han, who is a historian, playwright, and politician. The play Hai Rui Dismissed from Office was an allegorical drama set in the Ming Dynasty, and it celebrated the heroism of a virtuous official who had been deposed by a tyrannical emperor for having spoke out against him. Initially, Mao actually loved this play, but many people in his circle eventually interpreted it as being an implicit critique of Chairman Mao and his dismissal of the party members who spoke out against his great leap forward. The first discussions of a great proletarian cultural revolution in China were heard in November 1965, when the literary critic named Yao Wenyuan, on behalf of Mao and his wife, Jian Qing, wrote a
Thank you, Dig Hay 5363 for the 25 get the sub.
critique of this play. Yao's criticism of this play was not just that it was implicitly about Chairman Mao, but rather the main criticisms was that the play portrayed peasants as politically impotent and in need of saving by benign bureaucrats, among other things that leftists disliked. This critique ignited a discourse that became highly political, known as the Hai Rui controversy. It brought long-standing grievances to the surface, provoking public debates surrounding the corruption of party officials, China's revolutionary path, and concerns regarding elements of bourgeois or feudal elements in Chinese culture that were said to be holding back the transition to communism. This controversy would go on to set the stage for the Cultural Revolution. Mao used the Hai Rui affair to bolster a critique that he had been voicing for a long time, which was that the existing state and party apparatus was allegedly dominated by bourgeois ideology, and threatened to reproduce capitalist-type socio-economic relationships in society at large. Mao believed that the Chinese Revolution had reached a point of stasis. Mao argued that a regression away from communism could only be avoided by raising the political consciousness of the masses, by revitalizing the socialist spirit and ideals of the revolution, and by refashioning a state structure guided by so-called proletarian ideology. Following the onslaught of scathing critiques of the Hai Rui play catalyzed by Yao Wenyuan's essay, the Communist Party apparatus started to get a lot of heat from the public due to censoring the essay for weeks despite Mao's objections. So Mao used the Hai Rui incident and the debates that it had provoked to first call for a cultural revolution in 1965, initially pursuing a revolution in the superstructure, the field of culture and ideology. Remember, during this time, Mao did not actually have that much real political.
That's what you do when you don't have real political power. You just fucking chirp about culture.
Power. He had a lot of prestige, and with the help of his allies in Beijing and Shanghai, Mao was able to get rid of conservative elements from the cultural state apparatuses, such as state instruments and educational institutions that controlled the flow of information. This included a purge of conservative elements in the ministries of culture and departments involving propaganda, such as the authoritative media outlet The People's Daily, which was one of the party's main mouthpieces. Under the direction of the newly created Cultural Revolution Group, the CCRG, Mao Zedong loyalists now effectively controlled the country's main organs of communication. The Cultural Revolution Group was a quasi-official agency established to guide the Cultural Revolution, and in the process it assumed many of the powers of the party Central Committee and the Politburo. It was essentially Mao's clique. It was headed by a few pro-Mao figures who would become greatly important during the Cultural Revolution, including Jian Qing, Mao's wife, Chen Boda, and Kang Sheng. This group of individuals was responsible for navigating the official policy of the Cultural Revolution. Meanwhile, it would be Premier Zhou Enlai who would be responsible for governing everyday affairs in China and maintaining order to prevent things from getting out of hand. It is thanks to him that the Cultural Revolution didn't become even more chaotic than it already was. In the meantime, while most of the party did not support Mao's radical policies, Mao had some close allies in the military and security apparatus who would become key actors in the Cultural Revolution. Most notably Kang Sheng, chief of China's Internal Security Service, and Marshal Lin Biao, who would become the new Minister of Defense. Lin Biao was one of Mao's closest allies during the Cultural Revolution, and at one point, he was designated to be Mao's successor, right up until his mysterious death, which would become subject to many conspiracies unsolved to this day. Lin Biao was able to carry out many of Mao's orders covertly by corresponding through Mao's wife Jiang Qing. During the Cultural Revolution, Lin Biao was also the man most responsible for propping up Mao's notorious cult of personality, even more than Mao did himself. Leading up to the Cultural Revolution, with the help of Lin Biao, Mao was able to get rid of some high-level officials within the military elite to severely fracture the military apparatus so that they would not be able to get in the way of his Cultural Revolution. Initially, many of the higher-ups in the party just assumed that the unfolding purges was just going to be a similar thing to the prior campaigns that were focused on targeting individuals whom Mao deemed untrustworthy. So the conservative faction of the party did not quite realize the full extent of the power struggle that had been unfolding, at least not until it was too late. Assuming that Mao was simply just attempting to carry out a few of his typical purges, the party officials could not conceive that Mao's real goal with the Cultural Revolution was to challenge the Communist Party state as a whole. As Mao found his party controlled by people opposed to his more far-left policies, he turned towards new allies outside normal political life, such as the many radicals among the masses themselves. Most of all, radical students, people in the arts, and peasants. Students were encouraged to criticize conservative counter-revolutionary tendencies allegedly held by the professors and teachers, and workers and peasants were encouraged to speak out against the corruption of their bosses and party authorities. This was all made possible thanks to the smear campaigns and purges that dismantled the state apparatus's chain of command, which meant that Mao and the newly formed Cultural Revolution Group were now effectively, although not officially, the ruling entities of the country, and were now capable of launching the Cultural Revolution outside of the party with state forces being too fractured to prevent it. Also, due to Mao's prestige, it was very difficult for party members to speak out openly against the Cultural Revolution policies without losing public support, as it would reinforce suspicions that they were counter-revolutionaries. This reflects a problem that you often see in one-party states. When you really only have one party that people can join, what happens is that all sort of different people with highly different political opinions all join the same party and mask their political differences by couching their proposals in the same language, making political differences seem very ambiguous and hard to detect. You don't really know who's on which side, and this gives rise to all sort of paranoia. The Cultural Revolution did not really officially begin until 1966, when Mao called on the Chinese masses to not only issue criticisms of Communist Party officials, but also to make revolution themselves by advancing the transition away from a capitalist society and towards a communist society. This included not only replacing capitalist culture with so-called proletarian culture, a problematic idea that deserves an entire video of its own, but more importantly, the experimentation with new egalitarian forms of self-organization. While the Cultural Revolution started largely as a revolution from above aimed to incite revolution from below, Mao and the CCRG did not have any sense of a clear plan as to how to orchestrate it or how to control it. By and large, it was an experiment. The most politically active section of the masses during the Cultural Revolution were obviously the independent organizations known as the Red Guards. The Red Guards were not created by Mao or the state. They sprouted up rather spontaneously. The great majority of them were high school students and university students, as the Red Guard movement originally started in secondary schools, then spread to universities, and then spread rapidly to include factory workers and employees in all sort of sectors. Some of these organizations would go on to have their own independent press, with their own newspapers, and some would later...
Can you explain this in terms of splinter discords? I can't. I don't know how to. I knew the anarchists were to blame for this, like everything else. I just... the only way to analyze this sort of thing is from the framework of... how it manifests itself, like how this kind of violence is always going to be a part of a sometimes necessary part of any kind of political movement, but not even necessary, but instead just a normal part of any political movement. It's just that we are hypercritical. We are much more critical of it when we look at it as not an inevitability, but instead something that exclusively happens under revolutions, communist revolutions, not bourgeois revolutions, which we look towards as like good and necessary. And in some ways, in order for history to continue and get to a post-feudalist structure, that was a necessity. However, it's like if you gave your leftist haters guns and told them to do a revolution, it's just it definitely has a tendency to get out of control and has externalities that are far beyond what the original intention might be. At a certain point, bourgeois revolution were historically progressive as they move towards as they move from feudalism to capitalism. Yes, I recognize that. But when we look at that, as a just genuinely positive point in history, which it was, and that requires you to analyze the material conditions. Liberals who are diametrically opposed and almost treat dialectical materialism as a cancerous concept genuinely understand it. Even if they don't personally acknowledge historical materialism, they definitely do acknowledge it when analyzing the structure that came before the French Revolution, for example, and then look at the aftermath of the French Revolution. And in that circumstance, they look at the violence as a necessity and totally understand it as totally understand the political violence and the like on the ground externalities that came as a consequence of that political movement and recognize it as just. No such consideration is ever given to, at least in the Western world, no such consideration is ever given to socialist movements or revolutions that happen in other parts of the world.
Even become mini militias. One of the iconic signature tools of the Red Guards was the big character poster, called the Datsu Bao, a poster-sized political essay displayed on a public wall. Big character posters would often display things such as polemics, self-criticisms, announcements, accusations, or exposés of evidence of past political behavior of officials under scrutiny. Red Guards would often turn to radical allies within the party to find leaked documents that would expose information about so-called revisionists or rightists within the party. They would typically investigate teachers, professors, artists, party officials, all sort of different people, and look for any evidence that they could find as to whether that's...
By the way, a version of this, I guess, under a dominant force in very different material circumstances would be live leftist posting. I mean, straight up, yes, call out posts, leftist posting and whatnot. But when this is completely institutionalized and dished out by the American government, it is seen as like somewhat of a stain on American history, but rarely ever talked about. You know what I mean? I think you guys know what I'm talking about. It's not even cancel culture at that point. I'm talking about McCarthyism and Red Scare and the real weaponized versions of cancel culture that were completely backed up by the government, completely institutionalized.
This person said something in the past or in the present that could indicate that they were a counter-revolutionary, revisionist, or rightist. It was a little bit like what people think cancel culture is. After reading some Red Guard character posters, Mao Zedong, to the shock of his party, sided with the students, and then had some of their messages platformed on national radio and newspapers such as the People's Daily, which was now controlled by his loyalists. Mao's tentative public support of the nascent Red Guard movement turned what was initially just a small group of students.
If I'm on the Central Committee and a poor-ass farmer cancels me, I'm moving the Rumble. Yeah.
Into a mass movement that quickly spread all over the nation, with workers soon becoming Red Guards as well, all proclaiming fidelity to Mao and the Maoist principles, but interpreting those principles to suit their own particular interests. The Red Guards are typically portrayed to all be blind worshippers of Mao's cult of personality. The famous displays that you see of the masses of Red Guards almost religiously holding up Mao's Red Book paint an image of a superficial unity of Maoist totalitarianism. But this distorts the actual carnivalesque reality in which Red Guards splintered into a multitude of highly different factions. Despite all claiming the banner of Mao Zedong thought, Mao's fragmentary statements and anti-revisionist communist ideology was interpreted by Red Guards in all sort of ambiguous ways, and were appropriated for many purposes that had little to do with revolution or communism, even though they always cloaked it in revolutionary language. Now here's where things get really
The Red Scare is somehow portrayed as the greater population simply being afraid of communism instead of state-directed political oppression. and also the secondary consequences of said political oppression, which manifested itself in a genuine fear of communism. Like, state organs absolutely directed political oppression towards those suspected communists and those who were communists, card-carrying communists, and even those who were suspected of doing communism, which is, of course, something that happened literally all around the in every single Western liberal capitalist nation that supposedly espoused the values of political free speech and free political expression, which they certainly did not. I think that this is, much like violence, another byproduct of no matter what kind of political governance you have, there's always going to be this kind of, maybe not this like, there's always going to be sectarian infighting to a certain degree, but beyond that, there's always going to be this, like, there's always going to be suppression of sorts. Whether it is spontaneous or not, there always will be a suppression of opposing viewpoints that are, as long as they're seen as a danger, to the interests of the political body, the major political body, there will always be a suppression of whatever political forces go against the structures, the government, the governance.
Complicated. Initially, skeptical party officials such as Liu Shaoxi were reluctant to stop the Cultural Revolution, but wanted to contain it before it spiraled into anything dangerous. More importantly, they wanted to prevent the rebellion from threatening their own power. So they sent out what were officially called work teams to lead the Cultural Revolution, but whose real aim was to contain the mass activity that Mao was trying to encourage. But they veiled their intentions in revolutionary political language, so it wasn't immediately obvious. These work teams organized student rebel groups led primarily by the sons and daughters of ruling party officials, and these groups made up much of the early Red Guard organizations. These work teams were formed by personnel from various party organs in schools and universities.
I would say that this is one of the major things that I would say that this is one of the things that I kind of hail about a neoliberal, quote-unquote, democratic governance, is that as long as, and this can only be done, obviously, under a global capitalist structure by extracting wealth and also labor from the third world by like constantly suppressing the third world and engaging in unequal exchange. However, the only way that you can maintain a supposedly working system, despite the internal contradictions, despite the obvious glaring contradictions under capitalism, by constantly ensuring that there is not a lot of economic instability, economic volatility. So if you look at a situation like China in the 60s and into the 70s, obviously the situation is very different, and it's a breeding ground for hostility. It's a breeding ground for militancy, because this is a massive nation trying to restore order and trying to basically maintain some form of governance at a time when like people are hungry and people are angry. I'm oversimplifying it, but if they had been able to get if they had, let's say, material support from outside forces, like if there was a world in which there was a Marshall Plan of communism that was genuinely just a fountain of wealth that you could dump in to ensure stability, then this level of hostility would not have occurred.
And only admitted students from families of workers and peasants, and of course the offspring of revolutionaries in the party. Many workers and peasants became part of these Red Guard groups and took the train to Beijing and Shanghai. Their transportation and housing accommodations were paid for by the party. These early Red Guard groups organized by the work teams would be in opposition to the grassroots Red Guards, who sprung up more organically. The Red Guard organizations originally set up by the work teams would go on to be labeled as the conservative Red Guards, due to their role in protecting the party establishment and diverting people's attention away from attacking it. At the same time, more new grassroots rebel groups started to sprout up, which became known as the Radical Red Guard factions. And they would come into open conflict with both the conservative Red Guards and, more importantly...
By the way, one of the best parts about Chinese propaganda at the time is that they literally perfected the Giga Chad. Like, literally everything Every poster is just like Giga Chad shit. Yeah. My peasants are Giga Chads. Your counter-revolutionaries are Soy Jacks, as a matter of fact. Well, I don't know if they actually did the Soy Jack shit. They just straight up only did the Giga Chad.
The party officials who organized the work teams. The work teams, which the rebellious students had initially welcomed, thinking that these teams had been sent by the party's central leadership to help support their critiques and confrontations with the leading officials on the campuses, soon found themselves openly and repeatedly criticized within a few days. A key turning point in the Cultural Revolution was when Mao sided with the grassroots radicals after they reacted negatively to the work teams sent in to moderate the revolution. This is where Mao famously declared to the masses that they had a right to rebel against their authorities. And then he called on the security forces to not interfere with the Red Guards. From here, to rebel as justified became the defining slogan of the Cultural Revolution. Student rebels were now free to organize themselves autonomously, unhampered by the dictates of the party organization. The defining moment in which the Cultural Revolution went on to the next level was on August 5th, 1966.
1917 Soviet poster. Soviet power won't stand longer than 2 weeks. 1932, USSR finally established itself on the socialist path. Soviet poster from 1932. Oh my God. It literally is the Virgin versus, it is the Soy Jack crying versus Giga Chad worker. There you go. If anything, we've made it worse. Like, this is a worse version of this, I think. Like, in 1932, they had already fucking perfected it. I think he's spitting on him, too. He's not mewing. He is mewing. He is mewing. Actually, you're right. He is mewing.
When Mao made his own character poster next to the Red Guards that called on the people to bombard the headquarters.
A lot of the failures of Mao/communist goals can be attributed to a lack of necessary technology to organize too ahead of the times.
This gave the green light to the rebels to collect and leak information on party.
I think more than that, it also... No, that's one part of it. But the other aspect of it, in my opinion, is that the material conditions on the ground were completely, I mean, in some ways were perfect for volatility and the instability that created an opportunity for revolution, but it also ended up creating genuine problems for the revolutionary governance structure that came after it. Because if you're starving, okay, if you're starving and there's famines under a nationalist authoritarian structure, you revolt against that. But now, if you don't fucking fix the problem because you literally simply can't, one, due to technological development not being there, but also on top of that, when people are still starving, they're going to go, okay, well, now I'm starving under communism. Fuck you. There's two ways out of that. You look at that and you go, maybe it's because we need to get back to like a fascist authoritarian dictatorship, or you look at that and you go, maybe these guys are not purely, maybe they're not following through on the promises that were made, and they're not real socialists. But ultimately, the reason is still that people are fucking starving, and now the new revolutionary structure is the responsible party.
Members suspected of being counter-revolutionaries. Contrary to popular belief, the eradication of bourgeois culture was not the main goal of Mao's Cultural Revolution, even though he did call for a revolution in culture. Put simply, the main objective of Mao and his allies was to wage a rebellion against the Communist Party itself, namely against those believed to be revisionists in the party taking a capitalist road. Mao's main aim was to regenerate the party's communist orientation and to resurrect class struggle, by subjecting party cadres to a process of rough ideological struggle. And he did this by giving power to the masses to hold them accountable. As a result, even though you could argue that this was for Mao's own authoritarian purposes, which he had in effect...
I think it's important to understand this within the context of like modern day China as well. Chinese governance has always had to deal with revolts in general due to the material conditions, and the major reason as to why they do not have to any longer is because regardless of your criticisms of the current Chinese government, they've been able to genuinely implement Chinese prosperity in a way that people can see on the fucking ground. That's it. It's always the same. If people are if their bellies are full and they feel like their conditions are improving all the time, they're not going to be interested in revolting. If you have one loaf of bread every week for the first half of your life, and now you have multiple loaves of bread and you can actually fill your belly, you're going to be like, well, shit's gotten a lot better for the first half of your life. And now you have multiple loaves of bread and you can actually fill your belly, you're going to be like, well, shit's gotten a lot better.
Unleashed, and knowingly so, was a period of radical decentralization and mob rule, a sort of anti-authoritarian politics. The quasi-anti-authoritarian character of Mao's Cultural Revolution is even acknowledged by some anti-communist scholars, who are at least honest enough to admit the paradox that a supposed totalitarian dictator would encourage his people to think for themselves and give them the means to rebel against his own party state. The whole stereotype of totalitarianism is that the government concentrates all power and gives none to its population. What kind of totalitarian dictator takes power away from the government and gives it to his people? Mao's intentions to redirect power away from the bureaucracy and enhance the power of the masses were matched by his actions. Mao encouraged...
If Mao offered every single person a 3-minute ad break avoidance subscription, all would be... people would not have revolted. Everyone would be like, my belly is full. I'm properly satiated. I no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. And now, of course, as a consequence of that, I no longer have any fears. I have all of my needs met. I am happy. Dig Hey 5363, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Yeah, your belly's full and your balls are empty now as a consequence of Dig Hey giving 25 people a way to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Rebels. Hell, even the CCP under Deng Xiaoping admitted that the greatest danger of the Cultural Revolution was that it destroyed the authority of the CCP. With the Cultural Revolution, Mao wanted to reverse a pattern in Chinese political culture where independent thinking and honest opinions were discouraged, due to state authorities behaving like what Chinese peasants called local emperors, which was heavily encouraged by the Confucian tradition of sacralizing authority. One of the reasons why proponents of the Cultural Revolution opposed Confucianism was that they wanted to debase authority and subject these local emperors to mass criticism. While this might be quite the pill to swallow, the Cultural Revolution was actually when freedom of speech and freedom of the press was most widespread in Chinese history. That being said, the right to rebel during the Cultural Revolution was not a right inherent to the people, but one granted to them by Mao and his allies, and thus it could just as easily be revoked by him. It's easy to argue that Mao just championed free speech solely because it was convenient for his anti-revisionist motives at the time, rather than upholding free speech as a right in and of itself. However, even though there is some truth to this, it does not change the reality that China during the Cultural Revolution gave far more freedom and power to the masses than they had been given at any time in history, even if this freedom turned into anarchic chaos quite fast. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves and get back to the timeline as to how the Cultural Revolution unraveled. It's still year 1966. The conservative Red Guards that sprung out of the work teams which we were talking about were not able to curb the students' activism. They were not able to control the mass activity how they wanted, so they could only redirect the swarm away from the most important targets, the revisionist party officials, particularly the ones who Mao and his followers deemed to be corrupt, revisionist, or capitalist voters. Under the direction of party officials like Liu Shaoxi, these conservative Red Guards, directed by the work teams, attempted to redirect the followers deemed to be corrupt, revisionist, or capitalist voters. Under the direction of party officials like Liu Shaoxi, these conservative Red Guards, directed by the work teams, attempted to redirect attention towards more insignificant targets, like people with bad class backgrounds, objects of bourgeois culture, like monuments and statues, and so-called bourgeois authorities. As the most powerful high-ranking officials usually had access to some sort of protection, the targets that became the most easily identifiable as bourgeois authorities ended up just being intellectuals, professors, teachers, writers, artists, and others who were virtually defenseless against the swarm that was to come. Surely one of the most degenerative aspects of the Cultural Revolution was the awful treatment of intellectuals and teachers. They became easy victims of opportunists and delinquents filled with resentment. Intellectuals became the political scapegoats of all factions of the Red Guards, radical and conservative alike. They were hounded by Red Guards, zealously seeking out the bourgeoisie in a country that...
That's why MAGA communists are right, baby. MAGA communists are simply Maoists, but in the different direction, okay? In the opposite direction, where they're also attacking CRT and the bourgeois grad school students. Yeah, the hogs are the real peasants in this dynamic, okay? They're like, I'm sick and tired of CRT being taught in schools, brother. What the fuck? Yeah.
that had effectively abolished the bourgeoisie. And party officials not only allowed this to happen, but even chimed in on the criticism of intellectuals, as they sought to deflect the political assault away from themselves. Intellectuals would frequently have their homes ransacked by student Red Guards, and had their books burned and work destroyed. The alleged political sins of these intellectuals would often have consequences for their own family members, who would often find themselves subjected to what were called struggle sessions, which were quite psychologically and sometimes physically antagonizing. Now, these struggle sessions and what were sometimes called study and criticism sessions sound fine in theory and non-violent. The problem with mob justice is that they can often turn violent very easily, as there's no state mediator. Most of the terrible excesses that many remember from the early years of the Cultural Revolution were not a result of state totalitarianism, but anarchic mob justice. During this time, research in the social sciences and humanities all but ceased, while scientific and technological
Seems good.
institutes were afraid of being disparaged as bourgeois specialists, and writers and academics were terrified of having revisionist opinions. As a result, significantly less academic work was published during this time. Artists and musicians were also pretty terrified, unless they chose to openly use their skills to support the Cultural Revolution. And to be fair, some of the art during this time was pretty cool. But it certainly does seem like quite the paradox that giving a ton of free speech and freedom of association to the masses and
Just saw the Vox video about the CCP where they get their 40 to 80 million deaths under Mao from. It's attributed to the people that were supposed to be born. Like they look at they will add all of the deaths that occurred to a singular leader. They will also look at like like the fertility rate lowering, and they will add that onto the death count. Like they'll look at birth rate projections. This is done in the Black Book for USSR as well. They'll look at birth rate projections, and they will add the birth rate projections as though they died as well. And they will also say that like every single person directly died as though like they were put to fucking death by the state rather than as a consequence of famine. Yeah, they'll look at the excess death rate and attribute it all to direct, attribute it all to like a Holocaust style direct mass death machine, basically, which is interesting because it's like a very reactionary way to look at it. One time did a video about this and did the same thing to capitalism. Yeah, capitalism's numbers, due to its power and due to it being the current mode of existence, current economic organization of society at the global level, would mean that the capitalist deaths under a Black Book style math would be far greater, like unimaginably greater. However, that's a silly way to go about it, in my opinion. It's like looking at the excess deaths of COVID and being like, it happened because it happened as a direct consequence of it happened similar to the Holocaust. Like it happened like as though it is literally the government just like taking you out back and putting a bullet in the back of your mind, which we kind of still do. I think victims of communism foundations, which are oftentimes incredibly reactionary, sometimes like directly and openly fascist, will literally try to attribute COVID deaths to a death due to socialism as well.
Allowing them to rebel against the state allowed for a far less pluralistic environment than had existed.
That makes me wonder, would you blame COVID on Trump? I blame a lack of infrastructure, a lack of adequate infrastructure, and not having enough, like directly fighting against it to reactionary mentalities, yes. So there is mishandling. I do not know how much of the excess would be due to a reactionary mishandling of COVID. It is pretty funny to point the finger of blame at socialism under a global capitalist structure, though. That is, not lost on me.
Before. How could more freedom lead to less freedom? Well, as we'll see repeatedly throughout this video, authoritarianism is not limited to state authorities. A certain anti-authoritarian authoritarianism also exists. Student Red Guards would ransack bookstores to purge any Chinese or foreign literature that they saw as revisionist or bourgeois, which is especially ironic considering that Mao and especially his wife Jiang Qing were huge connoisseurs of Western literature and art themselves. To say the least, if Jiang Qing was not Mao's wife, she would be heavily persecuted. And this, of course, brings us to the famous campaign to break the four olds. Old ideas, old customs, old culture, and old habits.
Peasantry turning against the educated, labeled as elite, is not exclusive to China because the poor used to associate education with capitalist wealth and benefit. Yeah, I mean, it's also very commonplace in pretty much every single socialist, communist movement all around the world, even under capitalist governance. It's something that you will see in literal Discord servers that fancy themselves to be of a Marxist variety or a socialist variety. It's just, it is literally sectarian infighting, but it also happens under a capitalist organization of the economy as well all the time.
More or less the conservative remnants of Chinese culture that were deemed to be oppressive. Student Red Guards would also chastise their fellow citizens for what they deemed to be little bourgeois tendencies like certain hairstyles, shoes, tight pants, perfume, pets, gambling, jewelry, dirty jokes, or bourgeois Western habits. The Red Guards would waste their time on other symbolic nonsense such as changing street names and destroying statues. Like, for example, changing one of the streets to Anti-Revisionist Road. During this time, the Beijing Red Guards raided more than 100,000 homes in search of reactionary materials, forcing intellectuals and artists and journalists and all sorts to conduct self-criticisms or face the struggle sessions.
Damn, seems like you need some cops, dog. I'm just saying.
Much of the mindless violence that occurred during this early period of the Cultural Revolution stemmed from the fact that the country had been essentially turned over to gangs of high school students. Literal teenagers. I mean, just think...
Put these goddamn teenagers in prison for a little bit.
About
you know?
it. It's like every boomer's worst nightmare. A lot of delinquents would just use Mao Zedong thought and revisionism as excuses to get back at teachers they didn't like. Again, one crucial angle that is almost always missed in the mainstream accounts of these events.
Motherfuckers were out there being like, nap time is an unjustifiable hierarchy and a byproduct of bourgeois revisionism. Don't ever fucking enforce this unjustifiable hierarchy on me. I will not be doing nap time.
Is that the persecution of intellectuals and artists,
anarchists being literal children, is so perfect.
During the start of the Cultural Revolution was not just the doing by Maoist radicals, but also by the party-organized rebels. You know, those conservative Red Guards organized by the work teams, whose intent was to redirect attention away from the party bureaucrats. This might seem a little confusing at first. Although it was Chen Boda of the Cultural Revolution group who officially launched the Four Olds campaign, as the scholar Alessandro Russo puts it in his book Cultural Revolution and Revolutionary Culture,
the conservative Red Guard organizations were responsible in the summer of 1966 for perpetrating some of the most gratuitous acts of violence against bourgeois elements. Most of the latter came from families that had been well off before 1949, but that often carried no political weight at the time. Some were artists and writers who became easy targets for the demagogy of petty politicians. Frequently, police commissariats even provided the students with the addresses of bourgeois elements. Most of the current images of blind destructiveness wreaked by the Red Guards hark back to these episodes. On the whole, destroying the Four Old Things was an ambiguous campaign, seemingly supported at the highest levels of the party, whose aim was to direct the attention of student movements toward irrelevant objectives and deflect it from the real issues. By orienting student activism towards a series of obvious class enemies, it would be easier for those who were assigned to counteract pluralization to keep the situation under control.
Now, this all might be a little surprising to hear. However, just as Mao Zedong did not have total control over the more radical Red Guards whom he preferred, Liu Shaoxi and the party members trying to protect themselves also lost control over the conservative Red Guards. And it would all soon backfire on Liu Shaoxi, who would eventually meet his tragic demise due to the radical Red Guards. Now, none of this is to say that the radical grassroots factions of the Red Guards did not also perpetrate a lot of violence, or that Mao Zedong himself was not responsible for inciting the revolt in the first place. The point is that the conservative old guard of the Communist Party who organized the work teams are just as much responsible for this, and this is rarely ever acknowledged by most mainstream portrayals of the Cultural Revolution. It was actually the conservative Red Guard.
If only those who fancy me to be a leader in a movement like this understood my opinions on decentralized violence directed by people with no genuine ideological foundational backbone, and how much I like order, would recognize that. Dude, you are literally Mao. You know what's really ironic about that? I straight up am authoritarian in the way that I deal with my chat, apparently, right? Like, they both simultaneously say I rule my chat with an iron fist, but also say I'm on board with like decentralized violence, and I'm too afraid of my own community to like genuinely say what my real feelings are on the matter. Hassan must secretly hate the fact that he has to constantly defend China from the perspective that they believe I defend China, of course, or all of these authoritarian countries that he loves, supposedly. You know? They also say you don't mod your chat, they just hate you online, I know.
Who most heavily pushed the notorious bloodline theory, one of the most stupid, self-destructive, and pseudo-political trends in the early years of the Cultural Revolution. It was kind of like a class identity politics. According to bloodline theory, children of workers, poor peasants, and revolutionary cadres were assumed to be more likely to be natural revolutionaries, while the children of capitalists and
he skipped the Great Leap Forward for the most part.
Landlords were assumed to be political agents of counter-revolution. And many Red Guards would waste their time bullying these people with bad class backgrounds. No doubt this absurd biological classism was a degeneration that had nothing to do with Marxist theory. And by deflecting attention to these imagined enemies of the revolution, this bloodline theory conveniently distracted people from these so-called capitalist rotors within the party and Mao's call to experiment with new communist forms of organization. While Mao Zedong did not start this bloodline theory, he is still partially to blame for this type of class identity politics. Mao and his followers had a tendency to loosely use terms like revisionist, capitalist, and bourgeois as quasi-moral identitarian categories that consequently became meaningless buzzwords. So it only makes sense that the Red Guards would parrot this tendency in practice. While not controlled by Mao, the behavior of the Red Guards cannot be separated from the anti-intellectual and anti-urban impulses seen in Mao Zedong thought at the time. It was also Mao who placed such a big emphasis on the 5 black categories, considered enemies of the revolution, which were landlords, rich farmers, counter-revolutionaries, bad influences/bad elements, and rightists. Those last 2 categories are especially vague. Even though Mao did believe that individuals whose parents came from such class backgrounds could be reformed and redeemed, they were still viewed with suspicion. See, this is the problem with understanding the transition towards communism solely in terms of the abolition of class antagonisms, rather than the creation of alternative modes of organization. In a movement defined by such an extreme obsession with class identity and the elimination of a bourgeoisie, the revival of class struggle in a society that barely had any class distinctions left, as China no longer really had a bourgeoisie.
It's also ironic because, like, one of the foundational abolitionist principles is supposed to be that, like, justice is not based on revenge, but instead on justice, like on creating a structure where everyone has their material issues solved, you know? Meanwhile, everything I see online, which, you know, is not indicative of I guess the Peasants' Revolution or anything like that, or the Peasants' Rebellion or anything like that, but still, everything I see online unironically revolves around fucking revenge.
Big capitalists and big landlords had all been virtually eliminated, led to a lot of this class struggle being very insignificant with very little meaningful political content. In the following quote, Richard Krauss brilliantly illustrates the superfluousness of much of what was called class struggle during this time.
The villages, for all their diversity, reenacted a revival of class struggle, in which the classes were essentially historical rather than ongoing. Members of local poor and lower middle peasants associations provided the basis for local Communist Party power. This majority scrutinized a small minority who belonged to the 5 black categories. Few villages had any rightists, but if so, they were intellectuals. But all villages had family members of former landlords and rich peasants, few of whom constituted any threat to the revolution. Most were victimized until after the end of the Cultural Revolution, in both significant and petty ways. A landlord's daughter could not join the party or militia and would be unlikely to find recommendations for educational opportunities. A rich peasant's son would find few brides willing to assume the stigma of his class. Before 1949, the poorest male peasants could not marry, so many peasants probably were.
It's like an understandable fear of a bourgeois counter-revolutionary movement caused by decentralized forces pushed by decentralized forces led to this like ridiculous oppression of those who were declared counter-revolutionary. Defending certain aspects of this also, in my opinion, is silly because like looking at it and saying, oh, it's happening as because they were actually all the Chinese version of kulaks is silly. That's why I'm a big fan, as I've said before, of abundance and a shit ton of media that you can watch to like, you know, dull yourselves and not revolt.
Regarded the New Order as rough justice. Sometimes the class language of the Cultural Revolution simply masked persistent older forms of village politics, such as lineage rivalries. In broad terms, the rural class relations had mutated into something akin to a caste system, where barriers to social relations and intermarriage became deeper than actual property distinctions.
The main point here is that a lot of this pseudo-class struggle distracted people from what was the real problem that Mao had identified, being the leadership of the Communist Party itself, which Mao believed was becoming a new bourgeoisie. Mao genuinely believed that the centralization of state power unaccountable to the masses would lead to the formation of a new bureaucratic elite, with class interests at odds with the working class and oppressed masses. He believed that many within the bureaucracy would develop bourgeois inclinations, giving them the incentive to abandon class struggle and quietly take a capitalist road, instead of maintaining fidelity to the communist goal of a stateless, classless society. Mao famously declared that, quote,
"The representatives of the bourgeoisie who have infiltrated the party, the government, the army, and various cultural sectors are a group of counter-revolutionary revisionists. Once the conditions are ripe, they will seize power and transform the proletarian dictatorship into a bourgeois dictatorship. Some of them we have already identified, but not others. Others, for example, individuals like Khrushchev, who still enjoy our trust, are being trained as our successors and can be found at present among us."
Even though Mao's anti-revisionist narrative about a new bourgeoisie developing in the party was not really true economically, his broader suspicion had a lot of truth politically. While the party bureaucracy was not yet an actual class in an economic sense, much of the party's old guard were starting to shift away from the revolutionary political goals of actually.
Communism is when you do consistently purges, and the more purges you do, the more communism it gets. Constantly looking for impure and degenerative counter-revolutionary perverts everywhere in America, KKK. You can find them. A blue scare, if you will. I mean, kind of, yeah, I guess. All they might believe you, yeah.
Emancipating the masses and creating a communist alternative. You know, supposedly one of the main goals of communism. But instead, much of the Communist Party leadership were comfortable with just stabilizing the rule of the party state and gradually modernizing the country. And this was a regression in the eyes of Mao. While Mao is certainly not typically thought of as a libertarian, Mao really did believe that much of the Communist Party state had become increasingly corrupt, abused power, and became disconnected from the people. And so did many Chinese. It was not just Maoist radical fanatics who participated in the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution movement empowered many workers, students, and peasants who harbored bitter resentments against party cadres, and much of these resentments were against their local party officials, not merely just a specific handful of anti-socialist rightists. Without this reality of deep-seated popular resentment against bureaucratic privilege, it is quite difficult to explain why millions of ordinary Chinese responded to Mao's call to rebel. The Cultural Revolution entered a new phase when the Red Guard assaults moved from attacking the Four Olds to actually attacking party officials and administrative cadres. And this started to happen at an increasing rate after Mao had chastised Liu Shaoxi and his work teams for trying to contain the mass activity, where he called on the masses to bombard the headquarters. Many state authorities and some party officials were now being paraded throughout the streets in dunce caps, forced to confess their crimes at public rallies. Eventually, Red Guards would expose questionable evidence that Liu Shaoxi had collaborated with the KMT nationalists during the Chinese Civil War, which Mao would later use to imprison him. Now, what I'm about to say will probably disappoint some of the Maoists in the audience, but I think Liu Shaoxi's death was quite a tragedy. I just don't buy the Maoist narrative that he was some sort of evil traitor just for supporting market reforms in a time of transition. After all, Mao's economic plan was a catastrophe. Originally, Mao didn't want to go after Liu Shaoxi directly, But when the Red Guards ultimately went after him and subjugated him to all that psychological torture, Mao just let it all happen. It is important to elucidate that Mao did not intend on fully eliminating all of the revisionist party members per se, as Stalin did. And as we will see, it was none other than Mao himself who would later reinvite Deng Xiaoping and many of the old guards back into power. With the Cultural Revolution, Mao mainly wanted to use the rebellion to force the party cadres to adopt an anti-revisionist line, which for Mao basically meant continuing class struggle and preventing a conservative counter-revolution. See, Chairman Mao was thinking that if you just turn up the heat all the way and let all the Red Guards loose, they'd rid the whole party of any revisionist sentiments and nobody would dare contemplate taking a capitalist road. However, what Mao didn't anticipate was that as things progressed, this was also the perfect environment to go settle scores with whoever you had a beef with, whether it be in your workplace, school.
My grandma was a member of the CCP, and they told me firsthand about them being sent to the countryside during the Cultural Revolution. Her life for a few years consisted of building houses and hard labor, but she believes that it improved her as a person, and she's the strongest person I know. You're literally describing, is your grandmother Xi Jinping? Because that is the Xi Jinping story as well, unironically, like literally. And also, almost all of the party leadership in general.
Schools administration, university, neighborhoods, local party communities, or friend circles. So basically, the language of Mao's ideas ended up being co-opted to rationalize things like hollow rivalries and petty interpersonal conflicts. Young people especially used the Cultural Revolution as an excuse to just get revenge on whoever they disliked, and rebel against their parents and teachers. We really don't need to dwell on all of the endless examples of Red Guard violence and psychological humiliation that the Cultural Revolution produced. Many people already know about the infamous struggle sessions where targets were ostracized for bad opinions, public denunciations where targets had to wear dunce caps and walk through the street parades, and public humiliations which sometimes exceeded into brutal torturous acts. This is usually the only side of the Cultural Revolution that is highlighted.
Anyone that wants to understand my political perspective on mobilization recognizes that I spend a great deal of time yelling at and even banning and even sometimes purging motherfuckers that consistently come in and try to change the structure of the stream and the dynamic of the stream into one that is ostensibly decentralized and regularly tries to engage in purity spirals. Just saying. To my haters, they think I do this exact same thing. But the reality is, I do the exact opposite. I oftentimes punish people who try to do this exact same thing.
Highlighted by most portrayals of it. But it is worth highlighting before we get into some of the more good things about the Cultural Revolution, which we discuss in the second half of the video. Already well into the early period of the Cultural Revolution, many people who saw what was happening and could see the writing on the wall tried to protect themselves from becoming targets themselves by joining in on the dogpiling and proactively going on the offensive to attack people who were supposedly counter-revolutionary, revisionist, or had bad class backgrounds, often turning against their friends and sometimes even family members. All sort of mania was taking place in the high schools especially, where children were being persecuted for the alleged political sins or social origins of their parents, and parents were being denounced by their children. No one can deny that the Cultural Revolution left a lot of people psychologically traumatized. Needless to say, it was a time of enormous human suffering. While Mao bared the responsibility of originally inciting the revolts, most of the worst acts of cruelty occurred against Mao's will or without his knowledge. The decentralized nature of the Cultural Revolution and the sheer geographic size of China and the lack of technological resources capable of monitoring all the activity in each city or rural area made it practically impossible for the Cultural Revolution to be controlled from above. Violence during the radical period was carried out by a loud, overrepresented minority, and the anarchic, lawless nature of the Red Guard revolts allowed a lot of things to happen which weren't supposed to happen. One should not imagine the Cultural Revolution as an entire decade of beatings and murders. As insane as all the anarchic chaos was, it only really lasted less than 2 years. For the most part,
the difference is I'm the one who leads the fucking struggle session against those who want to fucking maintain some weird semblance of ideological purity at a time when coalition building is an absolute must. That's the difference. I'm the centralized power.
The biggest victim of Red Guard violence during the Cultural Revolution would be none other than the Red Guards themselves. Already by 1967 to 1968, many of the Red Guard organizations started splitting up into factions and began savagely fighting each other. This would get increasingly worse as time went on. The PLA, the People's Liberation Army, had started to intervene more and more to maintain order as things became more chaotic. Mao knew that he always had to maintain the military support. And although he would have Lin Biao on his side, Mao would be initially suspicious that many people in the PLA harbored rightist tendencies, who might conspire to launch a coup in response to the Cultural Revolution. In a letter to his wife Jian Qing, Mao estimated that, quote, 75% of the PLA officer corps supported the right, and concluded that this, quote, made it imperative to now arm the left. So as a result, Mao now allowed many Red Guard groups to get access to arms, allowing some of them to basically become paramilitary units. Initially, Mao allowed Red Guard rebels to expose so-called rightists in the military and subject them to self-criticisms and struggle sessions. But all hell broke loose after it became okay for Red Guards to expose capitalist roaders in the army, setting the stage for what would practically become an all-out civil war. You would have Red Guard units not only fighting each other, but fighting against local army units. And to make things even more confusing, the PLA sometimes backed different Red Guard groups that they preferred to fight against the ones that they opposed. Different Red Guard factions fighting against local army units. And to make things even more confusing, the PLA sometimes backed different Red Guard groups that they preferred to fight against the ones that they opposed. Different Red Guard factions would fight each other to seize power over certain regions that were supposedly controlled by revisionist or corrupt party officials. Examples of notable factional battles include the famous Wuhan incident, an armed conflict between two hostile factions who were fighting
by that he don't mean COVID
for control over the city of Wuhan in 1967. The rapidly increasing factional battles were often bloody and usually inconclusive, and surprisingly often lacked political content. A major paradox of the Cultural Revolution that is rarely talked about is that much of the factional fighting that took place was of a surprisingly depoliticized nature. This is one of the most fascinating insights that sociologist Andrew Walder confirms in his research presented in his book Agents of Disorder. In his empirical study, Walder demonstrates how much of the factionalism during the Cultural Revolution had little to no connection with political differences or class interests, and rather that much of the factional fighting was primarily based on the annihilation of rival factions and the seizure of power. This is a rather bleak reality that would surprise many Maoists, who would prefer not to believe that so many factional conflicts were over such hollow goals. In an essay published in 2006, the excellent Chinese scholar Wang Hui wrote that, quote,
"The tragedy of the Cultural Revolution was not a product of its politicization, signified by debate, theoretical investigation."
By the way, this is, once again, like petty arguments turning into much larger, much more consequential fights, oftentimes being spurred out of not having any real political power. A tale as old as time itself. Just if you don't have real material demands or a mechanism to enforce such real material demands that you also don't really have, then you will end up fighting amongst your allies or those who are closest to you within your political struggle, within your political movement, and you'll end up fighting over the most idiotic shit, and it's oftentimes just self-defeating, a tendency which reactionary forces do consistently take advantage of. Like, for example, whether a leftist commentator has purchased a house or not, whether a leftist commentator lives a lavish lifestyle that other people should actually be able to control, despite the fact that he is simply a fucking Twitch streamer. I don't know why it's just like, I don't know. How many YouTube videos can we make? Oftentimes very self-serving, as a matter of fact. Not necessarily for some other broader, well-defined goal, but instead for self-serving purposes. Self-serving purposes such as maybe we can get more Substack subscribers, or maybe I can get more people to follow my OnlyFans. The more you say just a Twitch streamer, the more I think there's some bribes going on. What do you mean? What bribes? Point is, you got to have well-defined goals, and you always have to work towards achieving said goals. And those goals should revolve around improving your material conditions. No, I don't have an OnlyFans, man. What are you talking about? I'm saying people that people that had self-serving interest in promoting their OnlyFans or promoting their Ko-Fis or promoting their Substacks will often make hay out of really silly, petty grievances that have no ideological basis or no reason to even exist.
Social organization, as well as the spontaneity and vitality of political and discursive space. Rather, it was a result of depolitization, polarized factional struggles that eliminated the possibility for autonomous social spheres, transferring political debate into a mere means of power struggle, and class into an essentialized identitarian concept.
As we saw, Mao initially sided with the young rebels by allowing them to attack revisionist tendencies within the military. But this backfired.
Did you just compare a Twitch streamer to a chairman of a country with 1 billion people? Yes, I did do that. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm joking. I'm using an analogy, a joke.
Massively. By late August of 1967, China had been sinking into total chaos. By this point, Mao now became convinced that to continue the Cultural Revolution as a movement based on the initiative of the masses was to run the risk of a massive civil war. So Mao decided to side more fully with the military and opted for order, and in effect, the end of the Cultural Revolution as a mass movement. In September 1967, the PLA was officially instructed to restore order with Mao's consent. The masses were now instructed to turn in their arms and were forbidden to interfere with the mission of the PLA. Students were urged to return to their schools, and many Red Guard rebels were now being sent to the countryside to learn from the peasants. The whole attempt to quell the Cultural Revolution and the return to normalcy was decorated with an abundance of revolutionary rhetoric, retaining many of the slogans and battle cries of the Cultural Revolution. But it was made clear that the right of the masses to rebel had been withdrawn. The PLA began to carry out mass arrests and mass executions of Red Guards who still refused to back down and surrender. Andrew G. Walder found that the vast majority of deaths and victims generated by the events of 1966 to 1969 were at the hands of military authorities. The military's attempt to crush the Cultural Revolution resulted in about 5 times as many casualties as the mass violence that had occurred during the Cultural Revolution before the military crackdown. Andrew Walder sums up these unknown revelations deduced in his study at the end quote of his book.
The casualties generated by the rebel insurgencies and violent factionalism of 1967 and 1968 were dwarfed by those due to the repression of rebel groups and the subsequent rebuilding of the political order. The vast majority of deaths and victims generated by the events of 1966 to 1969 were at the hands of military or civilian authorities. This may surprise those whose impressions of the Cultural Revolution are shaped by reading horrific accounts of cruelty and violence committed by the Red Guards and the rebels in schools and workplaces, or dramatic descriptions of chaotic civil unrest and armed battles during the upheavals of 1967 and 1968. Throughout this period, actors typically viewed as the forces of order fueled and accelerated the upheavals and the damage that they wrought in ways that could not have been anticipated by the presumed political interests of the groups at the outset. This is the most sobering and perhaps the most frightening of the conclusions to be drawn from this study.
By the early 1970s, Mao Zedong took partial responsibility for the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, admitting that his actions to approve the big character poster and calling on the masses to bombard the headquarters had caused a lot of unforeseen damage. Mao stated that, quote,
I myself had not foreseen that the whole country would be thrown into turmoil. Since it was I who caused the havoc, it is understandable if you have some bitter words for me.
By 1970, the mass phase of the Cultural Revolution,
he said, my bad, bro,
was essentially over. And by 1973, much of the old guard party cadres who had been removed during the Cultural Revolution were now restored to power. But the Cultural Revolution would not officially end until Mao's death in 1976. After the end of the
Who did that voice? Oh, J-Reg? I thought that, I'm surprised that he played a role in this, because, like, I don't really know what his, I don't know what his politics are. I've watched one video where he was, like, talking about my, my politics to, like, a bunch of Canadians, I think. And I remember, like, he was like a funny Political Compass guy in the beginning, before Political Compass became, like, a permanent fucking Nazi fixture. I don't think he's like that at all. But he seems like a smart dude.
Phase of mass revolt, the Cultural Revolution mainly consisted of socioeconomic reforms, mainly in education. Things sort of went back to normal. Prior to the onset of the Cultural Revolution, China was in a period of relative stability.
All I would say is this: when he was trying to, like, do the fucking, like, different political dynamics, like, or the spectrum of, like, Have you guys seen the fucking spectrum of flags of like people that are pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine? At least he put me in the middle of Russia and Ukraine and didn't like immediately say I'm pro-Russia. But he did say that I was in favor of like the complete destruction of Israel or something. No, he said you were pro-Russia. Did he? I thought he said I was like, no, he put me in the middle, I think. I think he put me in the middle, which is ironic and I think anti-Turkish thought, because just because Erdogan is in the middle, smack dab in the middle, serving both sides, okay, doesn't mean that I am.
After finally recovering from Japanese imperialism, the Chinese Civil War, and the Great Leap Forward. So why would Mao decide to risk throwing away this relative stability by inciting the Cultural Revolution? As mentioned at the start of this video, many mainstream interpretations of the Cultural Revolution like to rationalize Mao's encouragement of rebellion against his own party as some sort of cunning ploy to galvanize the masses against his own political enemies, just so that he could come back to power and establish his own absolute authority. They incorrectly assume that Mao was some sort of cynical Machiavellian who did not care about China or anyone other than himself. They assume that Mao did not actually believe in the ideology that he preached, that his belief in the masses was just for show. This is a largely incorrect but convenient narrative, not only for...
As always, the fucking classic, which is projection. It's just pure projection. That's what it is. Many rugged capitalists themselves understand the fucking inevitable consequences of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy. They just kind of stop focusing on it because it benefits them. They don't like 100% believe that capitalism is the best. They just think that capitalism is very good for them. So they don't think that like there's anyone who genuinely ideologically could be pushing a position. That's like always projection from people who turn around and tell me that I simply could not be a genuine believer of the values that I espouse. I'm just probably doing it for some personal gain, which of course doesn't really make sense, because if I was simply posting shit for personal gain, I'd be a center-right neoliberal that adorns himself in the aesthetics of liberalism while simultaneously maintaining super reactionary social conservative positions. As I say, I'm a centrist. A heterodox thinker, exactly. As I say, I'm a centrist and a heterodox thinker. And then I would always, no matter what though, I would always align with American foreign policy. Always. I would never deviate. I would always align with American foreign policy. I would be a rugged anti-communist. Because those are non-starters. Those are fucking non-starter positions. Like, you have to, even if you want to dip your fucking toes in the water, you immediately have to assume those positions no matter what. Pro-Israel, maybe at most you say both sides are bad. Super anti-China, like the most anti-China you can be. Talking about how like the Chinese are sucking baby blood, okay? They're stealing our RP, brother. I can't believe it. They're stealing our gerbs and stealing our IP. Anyway.
Anti-communists, but also for socialists who want to distance themselves from failed socialist experiments, and find an excuse and a grand narrative for why they failed. While it does not tell us the full story, the accusation that the Cultural Revolution was a big ploy from Mao to get rid of his adversaries is not without basis. Proponents of this theory like to compare the Cultural Revolution with the 100 Flowers campaign of 1957, which was also an attempt of Mao to encourage the masses to express their criticisms of the party. While initially the campaign to let 100 flowers bloom was presented as a democratic endeavor, it was later followed by an anti-rightist campaign where thousands of people who expressed criticisms perceived as counter-revolutionary were denounced as bourgeois rightists. Ultimately, the 100 Flowers campaign was indeed an attempt to weed out the people that Mao and his faction did not like. But unlike the Cultural Revolution, it was not actually aimed at challenging the power of the party state. Contrary to popular belief, the Cultural Revolution was not just an attempt for Mao to bolster his own power. Mao's cult of personality had already been a fixture for years prior to the onset of the Cultural Revolution. And by the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, Mao had already regained a lot of his power and influence. Mao was indeed trying to enhance his influence so that he could influence the masses, to rebel. While Mao did use this rebellion to discourage what he saw as revisionist tendencies and capitalist voters, the motive of power does not explain why he encouraged the creation of organizations that were independent from the state. There was no real interest for him to do so. While Mao could not have fully anticipated the cataclysmic degree to which the Cultural Revolution spiraled out of control, it would be unreasonable to assume that Mao was foolish enough not to consider the potential risks of inciting mass revolt against his own party state. but it was the price he was willing to pay to empower the masses. But why? Why would Mao, who had done so much to build up China's regime into what it was until 1966, decide to risk its stability and authority? For many interpreters of the Cultural Revolution, this is quite a paradox. But a careful examination of the trajectory of Mao's thought and behavior shows that his decision to call for an assault against his own party state was not a paradox, but instead simply reveals that Mao, leader of the Communist Party of China, was indeed a communist who believed in communism. Say what you want about Mao, but the guy really was a believer in communism. He was so determined to build communism as fast as possible that he may have ignored Marx's original conviction that a country must go through a stage of capitalist development first before a society is wealthy and industrial.
Yeah, kind of an important part. Kind of an important step to go through, you know, especially when the ironically supposedly revisionist society that you're splitting from did at least like make that happen. Although there were certainly very similar issues within the USSR as well, but you know,
Industrialized enough.
Mao is. I like the analysis of like Mao is like a TikTok, Tumblr, Reddit communist of being like, we're doing a general strike tomorrow, and then but he's so influential that people do unironically go, yeah, no, we should do a general strike tomorrow. Actually. Do you fuck goats? No, I just fuck your mom. Unless you think she's a goat. She is the goat of giving me blowjobs. Fucking got him, dude. God damn.
Enough to move towards communism.
It's boring.
Mao famously disagreed with those who believed that communism just meant the raising of living standards. In order for the revolutionary spirit not to get lost, Mao believed that the masses need to be continually repoliticized and to experiment with new forms of egalitarian organization. Mao's decision to embrace mass revolt against his own party was not a paradox, but was consistent with a long-running theme in his thinking regarding the process of revolution. See, unlike most communist leaders who believed in the doctrine of historical materialism, Mao did not believe that communism was inevitable or that history was progressive in a linear way. Instead of assuming the inevitability of capitalism's collapse and socialism's victory, Mao assumed probable defeat, that the defeat of the revolution and the restoration of capitalism was the most likely possibility. For Mao, victory was the mother of many illusions, causing the people to become complacent and vulnerable to counter-revolution or to covert capitalist restoration. And who would be the one to sabotage this road to socialism? Unlike many other communist leaders, Mao was convinced that it was not just foreign enemies and intruders who threatened socialism, but rather the greatest threat to socialism would be none other than the Communist Party itself. While concerns about bureaucracy sabotaging the revolution have been voiced before, most notably by Trotsky, Lenin, and Stalin, Mao was the first communist leader in power to actually address these concerns in practice. By transferring power to the
Oh, I'm here. I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna rewind. Hold on. We're back. I tried to Maui her, but all she got was Zedong. Anyway, I'm going to Japan next week. What is something I should definitely try over there? Racism against white people. It's like a very fun experience. Especially if you're just like, you know, if you're not one of those people that lives in lives in Japan. Sorry, I got China on the mind. Then it's fun. It's fun to experience for like a day.
For Mao, victory was the mother of many illusions, causing the people to become complacent and vulnerable to counter-revolution or to covert capitalist restoration. And who would be the one to sabotage this road to socialism? Unlike many other communist leaders, Mao was convinced that it was not just foreign enemies and intruders who threatened socialism, but rather the greatest threat to socialism would be none other than the Communist Party itself. While concerns about bureaucracy sabotaging the revolution have been voiced before, most notably by Trotsky, Lenin, and Stalin, Mao was the first communist leader in power to actually address these concerns in practice, by transferring power to the masses themselves, rather than just simply purging bureaucrats from above, like Stalin did. Since it was ostensibly the revisionists inside the party who threatened the revolutionary path, Mao concluded that independent organizations directed by the masses would be required to
like being racist towards other white people with Japanese people, or letting some Japanese people be racist towards you, assuming you're white. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. The second thing. It was also a joke. I was joking. Like, I'm not being serious. It is, however, a unique experience for white people to like so openly experience some kind of bigotry or xenophobia in general, which is part of the reason why I am saying, like, you know, it's a thing you can experience. Like the top of the hour ad break is a thing you can experience. I love when I open up. I love when I take a break and open up Twitch and seeing us talking about China again, Lamau. We are currently watching China's Cultural Revolution, the full story. In parentheses, documentary by One Dime. Kaya, that's the trash. You're not a trash girl. You're a princess. Don't put your face in the trash.
Combat a bourgeois counter-revolution. In doing so, Mao wanted to overcome the mistakes of the bureaucratic Leninist model of state socialism, which is why Mao wanted the masses to challenge the supremacy of the party, which in Marxist-Leninist regimes was typically considered to be the primary locus of revolution. It would be ridiculous to question the party because
good thing. Good thing they did that, and then also that certainly is not what is going on, or at least according to those who believe in such things.
Party was supposed to represent the masses. Mao still believed in the need for a Leninist-style party, but he insisted that the masses themselves must take a more direct role in socialist construction. In his book titled The Communist Hypothesis, the philosopher Alain Badiou argued that what would emerge during the first 2 years of the Cultural Revolution was a new incipient form of egalitarian mass politics that was semi-independent from the party state but still constrained by statist logic. One of the most remarkable achievements of the Chinese Cultural Revolution was the expansion and democratization of education, even though some of these achievements were later reversed. Cultural Revolution-era education reforms allowed tens of thousands of young people living in rural areas to receive middle and high school educations for the first time. This is why people who grew up in rural areas, such as peasants, tend to have a different perspective on the Cultural Revolution compared to those who grew up in the cities, as the education reforms created a new curriculum tailored to their local needs. You can read a lot about this in the book titled The Unknown Cultural Revolution: Life and Change in the Chinese Village, by Dongping Han, a great Chinese scholar who grew up in a village during the Cultural Revolution. Much of these reforms were expanded throughout the early 1970s, when things cooled down and became a lot more stable compared to the wild years of 1966 to 69. During the decade of the Cultural Revolution, China saw significant increases in adult literacy and average life expectancy. While the 10 official years of the Cultural Revolution is frequently depicted as one big decade of chaos, China's GDP still grew by an average of 6% annually, which was higher than both India and Indonesia during this time. The decade of the Cultural Revolution also saw reforms that allowed students and teachers to criticize educational policies, participate in their reconstitution, and voice criticisms of their party state authorities through local party committees. Probably the most noteworthy and novel achievement of the Cultural Revolution were the efforts made to help narrow the gap between manual and intellectual labor. The idea was to help create a more self-reliant society, where people could learn all sort of different skills, even though the division of labor can be quite efficient.
Which is a foundational Marxist concept. That part is correct.
For productivity, it tends to create one-dimensional individuals who don't learn a lot of things outside of their field. It tends to roboticize humanity. For a few months a year, everyone was encouraged to engage in work that they had never done before. Students had to get some experience in the trades and learn some hands-on practical skills from manual laborers. And were also
Cuba and China expanded reading, but at what cost? This many Reddit debate perverts, was it worth it? Yeah, except none of those Reddit debate perverts know how to read. So ironically, and they are bourgeois trash living in the imperial core. So they are literally a byproduct of America's lack of interest in improving literacy and education and moving in the exact opposite direction, which creates perfect counter-revolutionary hogs in general that are so easy to dupe and so easy to control. The sixth black category Redditors, I agree. But overall, none of this has to happen under under this, like, why are you so dislikable? I don't know, man. If I knew the answer to that, I want to know why you think I'm dislikable. I would like to know that. Interrupting my superior at the Maoist Standard English Research Facility. Sir, you're going to want to see this. What is this? Hamas still has never been recorded throwing someone off the roof for being gay. Wrong, you Trumper, Botnik KKK, because hashtag Hamas is ISIS, liberate Gaza and the WSS Bank KKK from Arab SS settler KKK colonialism. hashtag land acknowledgement, hashtag Judea, hashtag Israel, hashtag HIMARS for Israel. You dropped your KK card? Wait. No, this guy is not a liberal, dude. This guy's a Maoist. He's using... Liberals don't know Maoist standard English like this. I can't believe you just called him I can't believe you just called him a liberal. He is a Maoist first worldist, a Maoist second worldist, and a Maoist first worldist. No, he's not a MAGA communist, dude. What are you talking about? He's saying Trump is the Third Reich. He's saying T-Rumper. He's saying T-Rumper. No, also, this guy's not a Maoist. This is probably a fucking meme. He's at the wet SS Bank KKK. Yeah, no, this person is pro-Ukraine, anti-Trump, pro-Israel, and anti-Hamas and anti-Palestinian, and also pro-LGBT, which is ironic because when you think about it, that just means he's a liberal, but he's utilizing Maoist standard English to confuse us because no liberal knows how to use these words. Maoist standard English is a very complicated way of speaking. I mean, this is not easy. As a liberal, you can't do that. You can't speak like that. Average NAFO dumbass is a distinct and nuanced dialect. Yes. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Oh, yeah. My point was, as someone who's also pro-literacy, pro-improving literacy, I'm simply going to say that it does not necessarily have to be a decentralized movement. It does not have to come with. It does not have to come with all of the other stuff.
Also encouraged to get some experience working on farms with peasants. Most importantly, those engaged in manual labor were given more opportunities to study.
This video is good.
Blue-collar
Yes,
workers
it's
and peasants
great.
Not only got
It's
access
very
to
well
better
informed.
schooling, they were.
It does show you both sides of the Cultural Revolution. It is, I would even say, I wouldn't say heavy-handed in its criticism, but it certainly is adequate in its criticism.
We're also given progressive education through things called theory centers, where ordinary factory workers were given the opportunity to study revolutionary theory. I mean, just check out this clip. You don't see this anywhere. Even in the wealthiest countries today, most people still don't have the time or energy to learn things like philosophy, history, and social science. And this was taking place in a poor developing country that was still sanctioned off from most of the world economy. However, what was probably the most significant innovative development of the Cultural Revolution was the plurality of egalitarian self-managed organizations. In the beginning, the Cultural Revolution promised fundamental changes. For instance, the official 16 points for the Great Cultural Revolution issued by Mao and the CCRG in August 1966 declared that, quote,
"Many new things have begun to emerge in the great proletarian cultural revolution. The cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and other organizational forms created by the masses in many schools and units are something new and of great historic importance. These cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and congresses are excellent new forms of organization whereby, under the leadership of the Communist Party, the masses are educating themselves. They are an excellent bridge to keep our party in close contact with the masses. They are organs of power of the proletarian cultural revolution. The cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and congresses should not be temporary organizations, but permanent, standing mass organizations. They are suitable not only for colleges, schools, government, and other organizations, but generally also for factories, mines, and other enterprises, urban districts, and villages.
It is necessary to institute a system of general elections, like that of the Paris Commune, for electing members of the cultural revolutionary groups and committees and delegates to the Cultural Revolutionary Congress.
This mission was reiterated in an article published in January 31st of 1967, titled "The Proletarian Revolutionaries Struggle to Seize Power," where Mao states that, quote,
"Through a period of transition, the wisdom of the broad masses will be brought into full play, and a completely new organizational form of political power, better suited to the socialist economic base, will be created."
The radical period of the Cultural Revolution between 66 and 68 saw the birth of an unrestricted plurality of political organizations, independent from and sometimes antagonistic to the party state. See, this was a very big deal. Prior to this, it was essentially unheard of for state socialist regimes to permit, much less encourage, ordinary citizens to form independent political organizations on such a mass scale. Tens of thousands of autonomous organizations and communist projects were created by the masses themselves. This included political groups, self-managed factories, worker-peasant-run universities, proletarian theaters, collective canteens, cooperative medical services, democratic schools, and communes. Sometimes these organizations would act in line with the party while others did not. Many of them did not, with many of the political groups actually launching assaults against civil and military authorities, which Mao initially supported but then turned against. And of course, most notably, there was the famous Shanghai Commune of 1966, which was modeled off of the famous Paris Commune. In his book Cultural Revolution and Revolutionary Culture, Alessandro Russo illuminates the significance of the Shanghai Commune.
The Shanghai January Storm and the creation of other autonomous...
Where are the women in this whole story is so funny that you are literally trying to do the Radlib shit on perhaps one of the most like female-centered movements. What are you talking about? Radlib capitalists oftentimes forget that like women were at the forefront of revolutionary activity, both in the USSR and also in China. What the fuck? Mao's wife was like a prominent figure in this entire process. And in Cuba too, and in Vietnam as well. It's just like, no, I'm actually curious. I'm not making any assumptions. Well, the number of question marks that you slapped onto the back end of this. And also, I guess you weren't paying attention, but it's a story about China's Cultural Revolution, which of course includes Gang of Four, which of course includes Mao's wife, who is a woman.
Egalitarian projects marked a dramatic face-to-face encounter between a vision of communism
Not that it was
as a set of experimental
great thing,
inventions,
regardless, but
which the self-organization of the rebels brought into the political arena, and the vision of communism as a form of government, which was then hegemonic in the socialist states.
However, the Shanghai Commune barely lasted a month, and as things progressed, Mao eventually had second thoughts about the Commune and rejected it in favor of a more moderate form of organization, opting instead for the military-dominated revolutionary committees. Mao justified this in the name of facilitating more unity among the Red Guards, who already by this time began imploding into rival factions competing for the seizure of power. This marked the point where Mao took a more conservative turn and began to retreat from his original mission to incite revolt against his own party, stating that,
"We must believe that more than 90% of our cadres are good or comparatively good. The majority of those who have made mistakes can be reformed."
Mao moved to eliminate the more anarchistic tendencies that he unleashed the year before. Radical groups who refused to abide by the rule of the Revolutionary Committee and rebelled against the CCRG's orders were all now labeled as counter-revolutionary ultra-leftists, which was quite a sudden change considering that Mao represented the more radical faction of his party and encouraged the rebellions of the more ultra-leftists. By 1969, the attacks on party officials largely ceased, and many of the party cadres who had been dismissed from power were now being restored back to office, including Deng Xiaoping. One could interpret this either as Mao waking up to the need for pragmatism or as a betrayal of the revolution. A possible interpretation of these events may be that the egalitarian independent organizations failed due to state intervention, and Mao's decision to abandon the original radical mission of the Cultural Revolution. However, such an interpretation would miss the fact that the independent organizations which sprouted up during the first 2 years of the Cultural Revolution had already begun to self-destruct and cannibalize each other in a bloody factional struggle before the military was sent in to stop them. This is the most crucial object of study examined in the Cultural Revolution and Revolutionary Culture book that we keep mentioning. And I noticed that the question concerning the self-destruction of these egalitarian organizations is where many of the Maoists do not have an answer, because most of them don't analyze why they failed. And studying this is where we can really begin to extract lessons from this event. In the mid-70s, Mao in his final years wanted to open up a debate and a research initiative to assess the Cultural Revolution, to examine its failures and achievements. Mao did not actually believe that his thought had absolute authority, which is why he invited some of his adversaries back to power like Deng Xiaoping, so that they could reassess what happened in order to seek out new solutions and new ideas. The final initiatives launched by Mao were essentially study movements that aimed at critically examining some key controversial theoretical issues that the Cultural Revolution had reignited. This included the Movement for the Study of the Theory of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat in 1975. With these initiatives, Mao wanted people to rethink the obstacles to the communist transition, and what communist social relations in general should look like. In 1976, after Mao's death and the prosecution of the Gang of Four, Deng Xiaoping chose to block these study initiatives entirely. While Deng Xiaoping's more pragmatic thinking may have been good for revitalizing China's economy, it pretty much abandoned any project towards emancipation. Most crucially, the CPC under Deng Xiaoping suppressed any investigation.
Some severe hater movements, in my opinion, like keeping the symbolism and eviscerating any amount of criticism. Now, of course, ultimately it doesn't matter because economic prosperity will always lead to stability. That's just, no matter what happens. Deng was jailed like 3 times. Hey, I'm just saying he was let out of jail. Okay? Yeah, sure, he was jailed, but okay. Well, so he was also let out of jail.
Into the radical experiments in egalitarian mass organizations that occurred during the Cultural Revolution, and the controversial questions that it posed concerning things like the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, the task of investigating the experiments of the Cultural Revolution is left up to socialists of the 21st century throughout the world, assuming that contemporary socialists want to actually learn from the mistakes of the past. In the next video, we shall turn towards some of the key factors that led to the collapse of the Cultural Revolution and the lessons we can learn. This video took an enormous amount of work from all of the
Do you believe that Deng's reforms were a negative for China? I mean, I love high-speed rail. I will reiterate that point over and over again. I think that it was very effective in combating, or very effective in developing the Chinese economy by continuing to utilize the tensions between the USSR and China from a American perspective. You have to play with the big dogs a little bit. You know what I mean? Which they did.
Research, turning it into a script, collecting images and footage.
This is a great video.
Not to mention editing, which you will rarely see on YouTube when it comes to complicated events. One Dime is a fan-funded project, but unfortunately I can't guarantee if it will be sustainable in the long term. A few bucks on Patreon won't be much for one person, but if enough fans of this channel pledge your support, One Dime could certainly become a full-time project. Thank you very much to the patrons who have supported me so far. See you in the next video.
I think people that are not as close and people that come from radically different material conditions, or maybe material conditions with similarities, utilized Maoist thought, especially in developed nations, to make legitimate political demands and achieve legitimate political goals, far better than the way that it played out in that tumultuous process in China. This is from One Dime, China's Cultural Revolution, the real story. Great video. Any good example? I mean, the Black Panthers is an American example. Pretty much every single revolutionary movement in the third world has in some ways been influenced by Mao. Well, yeah, go watch the video on your own as well and give it a like. It was pretty good. By raising the material conditions of the people, Deng prevented a bourgeois revolution from happening by the distress of the people under poverty. He moved right, but it was a play aimed towards the future. Communism failed, though, right? China's economic model is pseudo-capitalist right now. No. I think China operates under a capitalist, a global capitalist structure. But ultimately, it is in the hands of the state to move in whichever direction it wants to. It's a matter of whether you believe that this transition will inevitably happen or not. What is this? The Chongqing
in Chongqing, we never know which floor we're
Chongqing IRL stream. Yeah, I've seen this video already. It's fucking sick.
It looks like I'm on a normal square. The street is over there. But if we go there,
now we're on the 22nd floor.
But if we use the elevator on the square,
it says we're on the 12th floor. Then we take the elevator to the 8th floor, walk through this garage, then we will be on the street. We go inside the building on the right, it says we're on the 13th floor. We go out from the 13th floor in the building next to it, we will be on the bridge connecting to another building. Then we walk through this building, we will be back on the street. If we go out from the 4th floor in the building next to it, we will be on the street again. Then we go to the building in front of us, it says we are on the 8th floor. We take the elevator to the 1st floor, then we open the gates, we'll be on the street again. There's a train go through the building as well. Then we go to this building, take the elevator to the 22nd floor, guess where we are.
It blows my mind that anyone could think China would become socialist. Why would a government with so much power give up that power? I don't think you fully get what's going on there then, because a transitional socialist period could be brought about by I guess in some respects, a worker-backed movement, but it also can be brought about by a government that is still led by workers' councils and workers all together. It's just that, like, America's structure is significantly more decentralized, I guess, even though we do have centralized planning and control the economy. It's just that the ones who benefit from that the most are going to always be capital owners rather than every single individual. Like, this is a very binary way of looking at socialism, thinking that socialism a transitional socialist stage can only come from having no government, when the closest, I guess, that anyone has ever achieved to real existing socialism has almost always been around state-backed, like, revolutionary movements against brutal dictatorships, authoritarian structures, with whether it be a monarchy, like whether it be the czars or a dictatorship like the one in Cuba, or whether it be in China as well, that inevitably is state enforced. There are very short-lived, I guess, the Paris Commune, but there are very short-lived decentralized governance, short-lived historical decentralized socialist governances in like real existing historic socialism, but they're short-lived. You say Zapatistas, but I think didn't the Zapatistas like literally disband recently? What did I remember seeing something about the Zapatistas saying that Mexico's Zapatista indigenous rebel movement says it is dissolving its autonomous municipalities. It declared in the years following the group's 1994 armed uprising, the Zapatistas led a brief rebellion to demand greater indigenous rights, and since then have remained in their autonomous townships in the southern state of Chiapas, refusing government aid programs. In the statement dated November, signed by rebel subcommander Moises, the group cited waves of gang violence that hit the area of Chiapas that borders Guatemala, but did not say whether that was a reason for dissolving the townships. The area held by the Zapatistas included areas near the border. There's also a possibility that changes may be related to the upcoming 2024 presidential election. The movement has run candidates in the past. In upcoming statements, we will describe the reasons, the processes involved in taking this decision. We will also begin explaining what the new structure of the Zapatista autonomy will look like and how it was arrived at. It said Zapatista community centers known as caracoyes, snails, will remain open to locals but be closed to outsiders. They serve as administrative, healthcare, and education centers, but they were also the main point of contact between the Zapatistas and the outside world. The group has been known in the past for issuing cryptic, often poetry-laden statements. Anthropologist Gaspar Morquecho, who has studied the movement for decades, said the Zapatistas, known as EZLN, after their initials in Spanish, have become increasingly isolated, leading many young people to move out of the townships in search of work and more formal education opportunities. The EZLN has also closed off ties to other groups and organizations, so they've become isolated, Morquecho said. The statement also said the Zapatistas would celebrate the 30th anniversary of their uprising in late December and early January, and though it is said Chiapas is no longer safe for residents or outsiders, it invited people to come. The statement did not say whether the celebrations will be held in San Cristobal de las Casas, the colonial-era city that was briefly taken over by the Zapatistas during the 1994 uprising. The southern city is popular with tourists. There are road blockades, robberies, kidnappings, extortion, forced recruitment, shootouts, said the Zapatista statement, which, in line with the movement's ideology, linked the violence to Mexico's political parties, the tourism industry, and the government. The Mexican government has sent thousands of soldiers and quasi-military National Guard troopers to Chiapas, but the Zapatistas said they had not had an effect in combating crime. The only reason they are here is to stem migration. That is the order they got from the U.S. government, the statement read. So when you say this here is far more realistic and sustainable than some state takeover and subsequent utopian reforms or some shit, that's ridiculous. Because if there wasn't a fucking narco state that has like autonomous zones, some controlled by the cartel, some controlled by the fucking federal government, then there would be no need for a movement such as this one. And also, you act like there aren't Latin American countries where like indigenous movements aren't protected or even directly a part of the governance structure. I think about Bolivia, for example. This is directly born out of the necessity. When a country fails to do its jobs, when a country fails to do its job and do it appropriately, then yes, these kinds of movements can exist out of sheer necessity. We're so Euro-brained. You know about Europe? That about Latin America? What? States will always fail to do their job. This is why leftism exists in the first place. I mean, I don't know. I didn't realize that they were restructuring. I mean, they're still there. They're still working. They're still existing. Anyway, now let's move on from China's Cultural Revolution to the original formation of EZLN was to combat NAFTA and the exploitation of Mexican farm workers in the South by American corporations. True. Also, you know, a imperial superpower directly eviscerating the economy of the southern country. I'm talking about the continuation of the Zapatistas and why they were able to continue their governance. But what you're saying is again, you're pointing to economic collapse. The only place where that can thrive, that kind of governance can thrive, or is a necessity, is when the federal government fails to do its job of protecting the interests of its citizens. Anyway, this is the Toyota War, how this truck took down an army.
This is a Soviet T-55 main battle tank, a 40-ton, hulking, crawling mass of pure violence.
Oh, God.
In operation since 1958, the T-55 battle tank is designed to be efficient, easy to use.
Oh, God, fucking tankies are gonna nut so hard.
And capable of delivering severe devastation to its enemies, quickly and without mercy. A veteran of over 20 wars and still deployed today in over 50 countries, the T-55 has proven to its enemies across the globe that it is an effective machine of combat. Swiveling atop the T-55's chassis is a 100mm cannon, capable of firing accurately at 12 kilometers per hour. Whether it is standing still, hidden in the shadows, or bounding over yet-to-be-conquered terrain, nothing will escape its wrath. With 500...
I don't understand the fascination with tanks. Why? Autism. Literally. I don't get it either. Like, I think... Like, I like trains. I think trains are sick. But I've talked about this before. Trains are sick because they do commerce. Trains are sick because they, like, provide important infrastructural support. Trains can move people from place to place. They do it efficiently. It's awesome. Tanks, on the other hand, are just like, they're guns. They're bulky. They're big. They ruin the infrastructure. They're a destruction machine. I don't like it. I personally don't like it. I find them to be lame. Straight up, I'll say it. I find them to be shitty. I find them ugly. They don't go fast. That's true. It's always just cutting edge technology. But you like mechs? No, I'm not even like a big mech guy either.
Diesel-fueled horsepower at its disposal, the T-55 is capable of reaching 50 kilometers per hour when unleashed upon level terrain, getting you to the front line to change the course of war. 4 inches of welded...
I mean, it literally is just a cannon, dude. They were like, instead of fucking pushing this cannon with like infantry out in open battle, why don't we strap the cannon on top of whatever the fuck you would call this, on top of tracks that literally make it so that you can just go through most terrain with a shit ton of armor, so the people that are managing the cannon don't get fucking sniped. Yeah, that's it. And cannons have obviously been very important in 1453, the end to the Byzantine Empire and the rise of the Ottoman Empire as the Fatih Sultan Mehmet took over Constantinople by utilizing cannons. Rise of the Ottoman Empire as the Fatih Sultan Mehmet took over Constantinople by utilizing cannons. So, you know, it was big. It was important. And imagine tanks as Ottoman cannons on wheels. Does that help? No, it still doesn't.
Steel enclose its operators in a fully pressurized compartment, so robust that it can even survive nuclear warfare. It is brutal. It is efficient. It is reliable. It is unstoppable.
I don't know if I'd say tanks are reliable.
That is, unless you're
nor would I say unstoppable.
Driving this.
Fucking
This
Toyota
is a
Land
Toyota
Cruiser, baby.
Land Cruiser. A 1.5-ton machine of, well, transporting little boxes around, taking you down a dirt road, and generally getting you where you need to go. The Toyota Land Cruiser was designed to be efficient, reliable, easy to drive, and most of all, never to be used as a tool of...
Oh, can you stop a tank? I don't know. Ask a fucking 18-year-old orphan born in fucking Gaza. No matter how many fucking layers of armor it has or even a trophy system, turns out tanks can stop, as a matter of fact. Or at least can be rendered immobile, which all of a sudden turns it into a fucking $35 million mound of metal. So, yeah.
Death and destruction. From its inception, the Toyota truck was never meant to be a veteran of war. Its frame was not built to carry weapons. It was just a simple, well-made platform for ordinary people. Its history, though, would sing a different tune. In January of 1987, atop the warm sands of the African country of Chad, an armored convoy of T-55 tanks creep through the city of Fada, their cannons vigilant, imposing the threat of their payloads to anyone who dared oppose them. Their opponents were underfunded, underarmed, and likely to lose the war before it began. But as those menacing tanks stalked slowly through the streets, the breathy roar of the Toyota 22R engine would be the last thing they would hear before total annihilation. This was the war, not won by jets.
Literally technicals, dude. This is like an entire era leading up to this era of drones was defined by technicals
and tanks, but by ragtag soldiers riding in pickup trucks. This was the Toyota War.
For most of human history, wars have been fought over natural resources. Whether it was with sword, gun, tank, or bomb, the weapons of war have always been tangible. But in 2023, we live in an era where wars are fought over a different resource. Information.
What?
Your information.
Oh, it's a fucking
And
ad.
that's where-
I was like, what is he saying? Like, what? In 2023, wars are fought over information? Yeah, dude. That's why that's why Israel is desperately trying to wipe out Gaza so they can get to all the books. That's why they're blowing up the libraries.
Where today's sponsor comes in. Surfshark VPN. Wait.
Listen,
Don't
I'll give
skip.
him that.
I promise you're going to want to hear this. Whether
I'll
you're
give him
driving
Ethical
your
Reacts.
sports car
I
really
don't know this
fast,
channel.
or slipping into bed with an unknown stranger, you would never dive into those unknown depths without protection. Because it's dangerous out there. Look, we here
Ethical
at this
Reacts,
channel
Ethical
spend
Reacts,
a
Ethical
lot
Reacts,
of time
Ethical
online,
Reacts.
researching little tidbits, diving into the dark sides of the web. That's why I always have my VPN on when I'm digging through the internet searching for, cool videos and pictures of Gordon Murray with cat ears. And there's really no better protection than Surfshark VPN. It protects you and your computer from all the creepy crawlies on the internet. And it even lets you pretend like you're in a different part of the world. Why would you do that? Well, maybe you were in Chad, the location of today's tale. In 2018, they blocked social media access for the whole country, meaning if you were on vacation there, you wouldn't be able to connect with friends and family, or watch a Squid video when it releases. Look, in an era where social media platforms are facing more and more scrutiny from
I
governments,
love going to Chad as my holiday destination.
Surfshark VPN can protect your access to Facebook, Instagram, Grindr, Tumblr, whatever you like. Surfshark is even the only VPN to give you unlimited access on as many devices as you want, all on one account. Sheesh! Netflix doesn't even do that. That's a damn good deal. Look, today, we are all at war, and your enemies know your location, your browsing history, and what kind of naked people you look at. They have the advantage over you. Take it back with today's sponsor, Surfshark, by clicking the link down below. Use my promo code SQUID and get 3 free months and a 30-day money-back guarantee. And hey, even clicking the link helps this channel, which helps feed my cat.
Yeah,
You
what the
wouldn't
fuck
want
was
Yuzu to
that?
starve,
What does
would
he
you?
mean? Like, what kind of porn are you looking at, dude? Anyway, whatever.
Back to the show.
A weird way to advertise a VPN. Okay, let's continue.
Bolting guns to dinky little pickup trucks is not really anything new. In fact, it's sort of a staple of underdog militaries when they have to stand up to superpowers. Today we call them technicals, as in they aren't
the superpower of Libya.
technically supposed to be used for war. The term technical is new, but the concept has been around for, well, as long as there have been guns.
I mean,
In the
he's
19th
right. He's not wrong. It literally is that is what every militia group utilizes.
17 Ukrainian War for Independence, Nestor Makhno, leader of the Ukrainian Black Army, invented a horse-drawn carriage with a machine gun strapped to it. In World War I, the French were bolting water-cooled machine guns to Ford Model Ts. They figured, hey, it works on airplanes, I bet it would work on these things too. Machine guns were fired from Willys Jeeps and Chevy trucks as they bounded across the desert plains of Egypt during World War II. These makeshift, highly mobile, not quite tanks, made for the perfect light cavalry. The world after World War II changed in a lot of ways, though.
War never changes.
Wrong. War definitely changes. From World War I's miles-long front lines and deep trenches, to World War II's corner-to-corner fights in city streets, to the harrowing, slow-paced hide-and-seek in thick jungles and swamps of Vietnam, helicopters would replace horses. Jets would replace piston aircraft. War became the place where nations would puff up their chests and show off their newest technologies. And then, shit got really scary. Supersonic fighters, machine guns, radar-guided missiles, and of course, nukes.
Do you plan to talk about the genocide happening in Congo anytime soon, or is that a topic not popular enough? Yeah, I'm secretly not covering the genocide happening in Congo because it's unpopular, which is precisely the reason why I'm watching a YouTube video on a fucking Saturday about, the Toyota War, a topic that everyone considers to be the most popular. Everyone is always like, oh, dude, when will you cover the Toyota Wars?
A little Jeep with a machine gun was no longer much of a threat. All of this fancy new murder technology was fantastic, but it was expensive. Like really, really expensive. A single radar-guided missile can cost more than a new Dodge Hellcat, which means the only teams capable of deploying these fun new tools were the world's superpowers. And boy did they love deploying them. As military technology ramped up, the world's biggest players dropped more bombs, shot more missiles, and exerted more influence. Confident that those that they were subjugating would not have the manpower or the budget to stop them. They were wrong. Kicking off in the 1970s, front lines were being drawn in the sands of northern Africa. A highly trained military man named Muammar Gaddafi had recently staged a coup and became the leader of Libya. Gaddafi now had access to a bunch of oil, which meant he had a lot of money and a lot of very powerful friends. But
and a lot of very powerful enemies.
Gaddafi wanted more.
Well, what is the question?
This may come as a shock to you, but oil is pretty important, especially in the 1970s. It was essentially black gold. And when you're sitting on a mountain of it, well, the world's richest nations are either going to give you a bunch of guns to defend it, or give your enemies a bunch of guns to take it from you. The United States sent Gaddafi their proudest national export, machine guns. France would teach their army to fly helicopters, and the Soviet Union sent them T-55 tanks. Gaddafi took those tanks and machine guns and used them to become the most powerful man in the region. Eventually, he told the United States and France to kick rocks, and he buddied up with the Soviets. Probably because they happily bought all of his oil and didn't ask a lot of questions.
As opposed to the United States that normally asks a lot of questions when they want to buy your oil. Famously, the United States loves asking questions when buying oil from the likes of motherfucking Saudi Arabia. Famously, they hate it when you're not gay enough for U.S. pink washing operations. They're like, oh man, please, I can't believe it. Oh, I'm getting the oil ethically from you. Or the Iranian Shah, famously, fair. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Gaddafi had become the king of his hill. The problem was, those Western nations he pissed off had nuclear weapons. And so did the Soviets. So did pretty much everyone except Libya. And without nukes, Gaddafi knew he was only one wrong move away from some Western nation coming in and...
Oh my God, he's doing Hasanabe principle.
Liberating his people. Libya had...
Wait! No fucking shot! Wait!
And liberating his people.
Oh my God! What the fuck? Bro, he did not put that in there. Hasanabe Doctrine, a guide for nation building. Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up your nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately. Drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Oh my god. Oh, he put Hassel in the subtitles. Let's go.
Libya had all the money one could.
I mean, he is making a video about fucking my favorite machine, so that makes sense.
Ever want, but they didn't have the key ingredients for nuclearization. Luckily, the neighboring country of Chad.
You should skip that fucking ad. Wait, what? No, Ethical Reacts, man. Ethical
was
Reacts.
Mineral rich, and at the time was going through a civil war. Gaddafi would hatch a plan that might sound familiar to some of my American listeners.
I think Gaddafi was more powerful when he was hot. And when he got older, much like Leonardo DiCaprio, he became less hot. So people started going, wait a minute, why are you fucking 25-year-olds or 25 and under? It's like kind of messed up, aren't you? You kind of look like Jack Nicholson now. You shouldn't do that. And he lost all of his power as a consequence of that. That's what it is. Like, he was a victim. He, was a beneficiary, and then later a victim of being hot and then not hot. You know, he relied too heavily on his pretty privilege.
He claimed that the Chadian people needed to be liberated from something evil. And in order to free the people of Chad, Gaddafi would order his troops to seize control.
Do you think young Gaddafi would have been a Hassan Abiy head? Absolutely. And has nothing to do with ideology and everything to do with how indecipherable his framework is. Like, he 100% would have been, but then also a hater at the same time, simultaneously.
Of the Aouzou Strip, an inhospitable strip of land that was the border between Chad and Libya. A piece of land that also just coincidentally happened to contain some of that uranium everyone was talking about. France, who Gaddafi had pissed off earlier, would supply arms to the Chadian army to spite Gaddafi. The ensuing wars went on for years, and by the 1980s, Chad and Libya had been fighting a brutal war for over a decade, with neither side really making any huge gains. Then, in 1982, the tides of war shifted. Chad got a new president, a strategic genius named Hissène Habré, who is kind of the hero of this story, but not a good guy. You know, war crimes, political killings, the usual dictatory stuff. But he did oppose Libya's Gaddafi, and by doing so, opposed the Soviet Union. Since the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the good old US of A decided to overlook Hessen's war crimes and help the Chadian.
Yeah, famously, because the United States, once again, I can't stress this enough, hates war crimes. Hates it.
And people, the only way they knew.
Especially this guy. I mean, when I think of guys who hate war crimes, I'm thinking of this guy immediately.
Now, with guns. It's always guns with us. In 1986, France and the US sent the Chadian people crates of weapons, promised them air support. Now, these were all well and good, but the most important thing they did was airdrop 400 Toyota trucks into southern Chad. Toyota probably isn't the first word that comes to mind when you think of war.
It is
really
when I think of war.
The second or the third. I mean, look at them. They're so cute.
You could literally wage war with Siennas, honestly. I think it's a big L that they didn't drop Toyota Siennas, because them shits would also probably be able to fucking get turned into technicals too.
But like pretty much every automaker who existed during the 30s and 40s, at some point they were tasked with making machines of destruction. Toyota is no exception.
By the way, this is literally called the Toyota War. That's where my tough technical t-shirt comes from. For those of you who don't know, is the power of the 4Runner, Land Cruiser, and also the Hilux, undefeated. Siennas are sick too. I drove a Sienna quite a bit back in the day.
In World War II, Japan tasked the company of Toyota with producing something to compete with the Allied forces' Jeeps. Toyota reverse engineered a Bantam GP and quickly created the AK-10. In the end, Japan went with a Nissan design instead. Undeterred though, Toyota would go on to create passenger editions that they at first called a Jeep. That is, until Willys Overland sued them to stop using the name. They then came up with a new name, and it was Land Cruiser.
Oh, so sick.
It's a Toyota Land Cruiser, and if you don't believe it, ask Ed Tron.
So
By
sick.
the time the 20 Series Land Cruiser was released in 1955, Toyota had become the household name in reliable off-roading. In 1968, Toyota began building the now legendary Hilux, and their Land Cruisers were being deployed around the world for humanitarian goals. Men in blue hats drove white Land Cruisers for the UN. They served as ambulances, police cars, and chased poachers away from endangered animals. They were, a good thing, and they were everywhere. But by the 1980s, the world was becoming a pretty angry place. So that meant that inevitably, Land Cruisers would be used in war as well. Dozens of uprisings, revolts, and wars had...
You can't fault ISIS for seeing a good quality product and wanting to take advantage of it, okay? Like, anyone in that position would do the same. That's all I'm saying. Anyone and everyone would do the same thing. You see a Hilux, you're going to want to use it. It's got tremendous utility.
Sprung up around the globe, and the Land Cruiser made perfect sense for the underfunded militias and small nations hell-bent on battle. First of all, they were cheap. A new tank cost upwards of $200,000 in the 1970s. That's about $1.5 million in today's money. A 1980 Toyota Land Cruiser was about 30 grand relatively. And even if you could afford the tank, you had to afford to keep it running. Fuel was expensive. A 500 horsepower Chariot of Death could burn 230 gallons of diesel in 300 miles. A Land Cruiser would sip just 20. Should your T-55 break down, you would need a trained mechanic and a fleet of service vehicles to get it back on the road. The Toyota Land Cruiser could be fixed by an illiterate drunk as long as he had a wrench and a screwdriver in his pocket. So the choice was pretty clear in the 1980s. If you didn't have a massive war chest, you could easily use Toyota's timid Land Cruiser to ferry your troops and supplies around.
True.
But then, the people of Chad thought, what if we strap some guns to them?
Legendary move.
When France sent the Toyotas to the Chadian forces, they expected them to be used as troop transports and ambulances. Instead, Habre's commandos bolted anti-aircraft cannons, machine guns, and light artillery to the beds of the Hiluxes and Land Cruisers. They made modern-day technicals. Their reasoning was that these would be faster and more agile than the tanks being deployed by the Libyans.
Which was true.
These new technicals' main weakness, though, would be that they'd be vulnerable from the air. But luckily, the skies over Chad were declared a no-fly zone, so their only threats would come from land. These new Toyota Technicals were difficult to track from a helicopter, hard to aim at with a tank, faster than ground infantry, and were light enough that they didn't set off landmines. The first true test...
How the hell didn't they flip? Are you kidding me, dude? This guy just spent the first 15 minutes talking about how incredible Toyotas are, and you're still asking this question?
Toyota Technicals.
It's a fucking Land Cruiser,
Battle
dog.
Of Fada. Libya had taken control of the city with an iron grip of tanks, BMPs, and 1,000 soldiers. Piloting their Toyota trucks, strapped with French anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons, the Chadian forces attacked and retook the town handily, dodging helicopter fire, barreling over terrain and through city streets.
I don't know, but they look terrorist, which is ironic to say because technically they're they're backed by imperial forces in this situation. But because they're brown and black, you're like, oh, they're fucking terrorists, which would mean that you're pro-Gaddafi in this situation.
Flanking their enemies and unleashing rocket fire, the Chadian Technicals took down nearly 100 T-55 battle tanks and only lost 3 Toyotas in return. This victory changed the course of the war completely. How was it that a ragtag group of soldiers driving civilian vehicles defeated a mighty armored division so easily? Well, as it is in racing, as it is in war, pure power rarely defeats ingenuity. The unexpected victory at Fada would signal that the conflict between Chad and Libya was coming to an end. After Fada, Gaddafi found himself facing a tsunami. His mercenaries had revolted and joined the Chadians and their Toyota Technicals. Libya soon found those Land Cruisers on their doorstep when Chad retook the strip of land between the two nations. Unfortunately, that was one step too far for France. The conflict had...
For those of you who are wondering the belligerence in this conflict, the PLO was on the side of Libya and Gaddafi, and France and the United States, to a certain degree, were on the side of the Chadian forces. The side that won, I guess, but the Chadian forces.
Grown from some small uprising to a full-on war, and France wasn't that interested in picking sides. The French Air Force packed up their jets and flew home, leaving Chad's legion of Toyota trucks and troops in the rain without an umbrella. Habre, though, hatched a plan. One of Hessen's best moves through the war had been to confuse and scatter the Libyan forces, so that the lightweight Toyotas could overrun small pockets instead of facing an entire front line. He did this with misdirection. he would amass a bunch of troops at a nearby village, wait for the Libyans to move towards the village, and then hit them with a Toyota-shaped hammer from the other side. And near the end of 1987, he amassed a large force in northwest Chad. The Libyans were feeling pretty good that night. With the no-fly zone cleared, they had the green light to fuel up their jets, and knew that with that air support, they were going to eat the Chadian Toyotas for lunch. This is a MiG-23, a variable wing multi-purpose piece of Soviet ingenuity, with a full complement of missiles and guns. It was designed to deliver severe devastation to anything stupid enough to oppose it, and flying at Mach 2.4, that is, more than twice the speed of sound, it can get in, deliver unparalleled devastation, and get out before breakfast. That is, if it can get in the air. The night before, the Libyan pilots had settled in for a good night's sleep, confident that in the morning they'd be raining hell on Hassan's forces. But they were awoken in the middle of the night by the sound of sirens, explosions, and the breathy roar of the 22R. Under the cover of darkness, while all eyes were on the troops gathering in the strip, 2,000 Chadian soldiers had geared up, hopped in their Toyotas, and crossed into Libya. Their destination...
They woke up because the top of the hour was upon us, and there was a 3-minute ad break. Well, you could go back to sleep as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free, you know what I'm saying? Straight up.
...was Libya's primary airfield, about 200 miles from the border. The Libyans were so unprepared for this offensive strike that they had initially thought that the invading army was reinforcements. Instead, Chadian artillery shells rained down on their prized MiGs, and by the time the sun rose, Libya had lost the fight. Those 2,000 troops from Chad had decimated 70 tanks, a half dozen APCs, and 30 or so aircraft that made up the backbone of Gaddafi's air force. With his prized jets in ruins, and with, gentle encouragement from France and the US, the two sides came together to sign a ceasefire agreement. The war was over. The rebels of Chad had started out with 400 little Toyotas, and went up against an army 10 times their size. An army of 300 tanks, artillery.
Remember, this is more so a testament and power to Toyota, and not necessarily that like the anti-Libyan Chad coalition forces backed by the French were the good guys in the story. They were not.
Helicopters and fighter jets, and they won handedly. Official reports disagree, but by modest accounts, the Chadians only lost 1 soldier to every 8 Libyan troop removed from combat. Years later, as if to salt the wounds left by the Toyota War, when Muammar Gaddafi was finally removed from this world in 2011, they carried his casket out in a Toyota Hilux. Years after the Toyota War in Chad, Somalian warlords would adopt machine gun-toting Toyota trucks as their weapon of choice. The media would call these machines technicals, as they were purchased with technical assistance grants, money given to communities for infrastructure that was instead used to fund an army. Technicals would not just be for third world nations either. US Special Forces in Afghanistan were struggling to navigate the tight city streets and vast open deserts of Afghanistan. So they...
That is I was about to say, the disrespect of comparing the dog shit, light armor, soft top Humvees with the versatile Toyota Hilux is ridiculous, okay? Just saying. I mean, this is like...
Afghanistan were struggling.
This straight up was a failure across the fucking board, and the other one was so good that they swapped them.
Navigate the tight city streets and vast open deserts of Afghanistan. So they bought Toyota trucks in Kentucky and North Carolina and shipped them overseas to help convey their troops in their ultimately fruitless occupation. Today, Toyota trucks are still deployed around the world for humanitarian purposes. The UN still uses them to deliver aid. Safari guides still rely on them to protect from lion attacks. But sometimes, human ingenuity requires that you make do with what you have.
They're so sick. They're so sick.
Without a massive budget or
both sides, dude. Both sides. Everybody appreciates it. Colonial powers appreciate it. Anti-colonial powers appreciate it. It's just the best. It's so good. Is this paid promotion? No, it's just the truth. I don't even have... I still do have a Camry. Okay, to be fair, I do have a dog in this fight. My longest running vehicle that I've driven my whole life is the Toyota Camry. And I still do love Hiluxes. I think it's the best.
I
love Land Cruisers. I love Hiluxes. I love 4Runners, fuck it. Even Tacomas, the American version, which is like, I would say the most watered down, the most dog water version is the one that fits like American standards specifically. But even then, it's just
power. Warlords and rebels can find themselves atop a humble Toyota truck, and sometimes they can find themselves the victor.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching till the end. I am so honored that you would stick around and listen to the stories that I have to tell. Remember, if you want to protect your data, or just watch some
Ethical
content
Reacts,
from outside
Ethical
of your
Reacts, the
country,
Hasan Abihead,
click
Ethical
the link down
Reacts.
below and give Surfshark
Whoa,
VPN
credit card
a try,
information leaked.
and
Whoa.
support the sponsors that help me bring this content to you guys.
Bunlar Gaddafi neticesinde İran şeyler yapmışlardı. Evet.
Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, I like the vid. I was too harsh. No, the video doesn't necessarily dive into the politics of it at all. It more so just talks about how sick the Toyota Hilux is, which I agree with. What is this? What is this, bro? Why don't you fucking get one? It's literally like 35K. What is this, bro? Why don't you fucking get one? It's literally like 35K. I don't want another car. I already have two. I don't have space because my brother takes my driveway and my garage usually at the same time. Balenciaga fall collection? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this information? Billie Eilish talks about coming out at the Variety Hitmakers event. I kind of thought, wasn't it obvious?
Story, because you mentioned that you felt like for a long time women didn't like you, and when that came out, all the women were like, we love her.
I know.
How did that reception feel? Has your mind changed a little bit?
I'm still scared of them, but I think they're pretty.
Oh my God. I can't believe Billie Eilish is gay. What?
Billie, did you mean to come out in the story?
I didn't, but I kind of thought, wasn't it obvious? Like, it's kind of been, I didn't realize people didn't know, so.
We need to get to a point where you don't even have to come out, so.
I just don't really believe in it. I'm just like, why can't we just exist? I've been doing this for a long time, and I just didn't talk about it. Whoops.
Same. I literally was like to my mom, I'm dating women now.
But I saw the articles. I was like, oh, I guess I came out today. I was like, oh, I guess, okay, cool. But it's exciting to me because, you know, I guess people didn't know, so it's cool that they know. But ooh, I'm nervous talking about it. I'm nervous.
I'm a gay. You're safe.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but no, it's.
I'm a gay. You're safe. So annoying. Yeah, because you hate gay people. That's why. You fucking anti-queer Hasan Abihead. That's how it works.
So I am for the girls.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about this at all. I think it's really funny. Imagine getting upset at this or her. Yeah, who gives a shit? Let's look at the Balenciaga Fall 24 collection. I am not in the fucking crowd here, okay? Where'd they film this? Oh my God. They filmed this at, wait, today at 2:30 in Los Angeles. Wait a minute. Why are they filming this at my house? What the fuck? Nice ambiance. That's LA, baby. Okay, are they going to show the collection? What are they doing? My invite must have gotten lost in the mail. It's awkward. It happens all the time. It's not a big deal. Whatever. Needs the music. That song makes everything cool. Hold on. I got to go pee while this plays. Hold on. Why the fuck are we watching the Bourgeois and their designer shit? Hello, it's Saturday.
Thank you for listening. Being read by the street waves and culture on our next show. On Trending Now, we dive deep into the center of.
I think this shit is so fucking insane and whack, and I will never understand it.
We are Social Head, where real life connections are.
See, but like to each their own. Balenci shoes are kind of fire. I will never understand it. I will never, ever, ever, ever understand the goofy ass clown shoes the motherfuckers wear that they keep putting out there.
We're bringing people together through unique events, workshops, and social activities designed.
That sun damage hoodie is kind of fire though. The sun damage hoodie is dope. Ew, they're holding an Erewhon bag.
Lasting connections.
It's like very, it's like, the thing about Balenciaga is that it's like very self-aware, but also it doesn't matter. Like it's leaning into a meme, but it's also, it's the, I do find it odd that it satirizes, as a chatter pointed out, late stage capitalism and all of its like gross abundance while simultaneously being that. You know what I mean?
New in town, looking for like-minded individuals.
Except that hoodie is kind of fire, like I said.
Or simply craving the joy of real interactions. Social Head is here to welcome you with open arms. So put Put down your devices, step out of your comfort zone, and join the social hand movement today.
Pack your bags for the best time. Random Paradise takes your vacation.
I also fucking despise the fat ass, like, Adam Sandler ass, the Adam Sandler shorts.
To the next level. Sign up, choose your payment plan, and let the games begin. We plan the best trip to a cool and totally random destination. No stress, no worries. It can be a pulsating city, a relaxing exotic beach, or even immerse yourself in a new culture. Every vacation is a surprise worth waiting for. Go to randomparadise.com and rediscover traveling. Random Paradise. Pack your bags for the best time.
The slam dunk of the year, Thunderhawks against Blaze Storm in the basketball finale. Don't miss the chance to witness history in the making. Secure your seats now. Thunderhawks versus Blaze Storm. The final battle.
I think they're running fake ads.
Hashtag Hoops Showdown 2024.
They're running fake ads.
You, one of those content creators traveling everywhere with a bunch of expensive equipment? Yeah?
I'm a design student and I respect to the designers, but the worst lines always come from Balenciaga. Balenciaga will have literally one good piece in a sea of the grossest shit you've ever seen. The one good piece will keep it afloat, but everything else is just so fucking doo-doo, okay? I will, of course, always be grateful eternally for making major, like, massive fucking, massive sizes important. Margiela too. I mean, I feel like most of these designers are like that. But it's, dude, think about it like this. Musicians, right? Or comedians. They'll have like some banger fucking jokes in their sets, and then some of their shit just doesn't work at all. Some of their shit's just not funny at all. It's similar to that. When it comes to any kind of subjective form of art and fashion, whether we like it or not, is definitely in that category. It is art. It's just, it is what it is. It is a form of art for sure. It's a way to express yourself. You know, you're gonna have some pieces that you like, and then other pieces that you don't like. But Balenciaga's like pieces are fucking, the good ones are really good, but holy shit, the bad ones are, I think, so fucking bad. They are way worse than how good the good ones are.
Best thing is, if you put us in your social media, we'll give you a 10% off discount on your first occurrence. Good for you. I would listen if I were you.
In the hustle and bustle of life, often it's hard to keep the anxiety in check.
Speaking of Erewhon, you saw the outrageously priced slice of pie? We literally bought one. Do you not remember? Cutie Cinderella brought a Erewhon pie. It was the worst one too. It was so bad. The strawberry rhubarb from Erewhon. Remember, it was like not edible. My biggest complaint about Demna Balenci is quality is low-key ass. I disagree with you on that front for sure. I don't agree with you. What? Shut the fuck up. No way, bro. What is it? Does it suck your dick? What the fuck? $42? Oh my god. Oh my god. That shit is so nasty. Oh my god. It's also not even made by a racist, so it doesn't even taste good. It sucks. I'd rather have the most racist person make like a fucking $2 slice of pie. Balenciaga also had a Demna infused charcoal activation or whatever. They had an activation at Erewhon, right? Didn't they? Weren't they fucking selling like a type of juice at Erewhon or something?
Especially when in a big city. If you want to rebalance yourself, train your fortress. Be ready for any situation. Come see us at MediStation, your local meditation center located at the heart of the city or online.
Yeah, they're doing, this is so played out if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto or Cyberpunk, by the way. Like what they're doing here is like I guess commentary on like gross abundance, but also like hyper capitalist ads that are infused into every aspect of our lives. And it's like this meme is basically 20 years old at this point.
We'll teach you how to meditate.
But for all of these like weird fashion people that have never encountered any of these mediums, any of these other mediums, they're like, oh wow, this is so unique, this is so new, so brave, so beautiful.
Peace with your inner
Why is Balenciaga mocking the same people who can actually afford their shit? I don't know. I guess they just don't give a shit.
Get up, dust yourself off. On your
I don't know. Have you considered that that is not the entire story and that you may be missing something? What am I missing?
shoes. Meet us in Venice Beach for the annual Summer Half Marathon, powered by Time for You and Good for You. Sign up and get your free physical checkup on site. And let's go. Summer Half Marathon. Get your running shoes on.
World's Watch, the sustainability company dedicated to empowering you in the fight against climate change. Let's ignite a brighter future for our planet. Harness the power of the sun's embrace with our cutting-edge solar panels. Feel the gentle caress of the wind energy.
I mean, they made this has been a staple for Balenciaga, by the way, since like they did the Bernie Sanders shirts. They made Balenciaga shirts with the exact same design as the Bernie Sanders. They made like literal Bernie Sanders shit.
As turbines paint a picture of a greener tomorrow, as raindrops dance upon your roof.
Why are we watching it if it's ass? I mean, we're making jokes about it. I watch shitty stuff all the time.
Special coffee with no elegance at all. Just the
Are these real clothes, or is it basically an art piece at this point? I mean, it's a merger. It's couture turned into it's commercialized couture. So it's basically like, this is basically peak LA shit commentary I want from you. Yeah, it's supposed to be a like runway pieces that, or things that look like runway pieces that you can wear.
with coffee inside. Because life's complicated enough. The real American coffee shop. Waking you up every day with each drop.
Where, dog? I mean, I don't know, wherever you would wear. She almost fell. Do you see that?
Join us in Griffith Park for a positively amazing time of downward dogs and doggy stretches. Namaste with your pup. Connect, stretch, and find your inner calm.
The condition of those streets, yeah, it's devastating.
Every Saturday at 9 a.m.
Devastating.
Visit DoggyYogi.com.
Makes me
and
sad.
Sign up today. Your maps and tails await.
Distance becomes too much.
But yeah, in typical Balenciaga fashion, I've seen like one good piece in a sea of ass. I mean, I don't really care about the female pieces, but like, I mean, I guess the silhouette of this last one is kind of cool. They're doing the Kanye West shit. They're doing the Hasanabi arm pad, shoulder pad.
We've got an extensive network of party monster bands that will music you might like, and a specialized cleaning service that will clean even you.
It's ironic and satirical commentary on high fashion at this point. Not, I mean, it's like, it's self-aware. It's just self-aware about its own situation. I don't know. It's the same as Vetements.
You get to be late at your own party
That is kind of cool, though. That's a cool silhouette.
with the band, upgrading your party because we can.
Vegan Nest, your brand new vegan fast food restaurant for all you insatiable herbivores out there. Massive.
At Combat, Thursdays, 10 p.m. Soon to
Anyway. Stop making sense. Stop making sense. Stop making sense. The big shoulder was, one was little head drip, little head coming into fashion. This is big news. I know. I'm very excited personally. There's no way people actually wear this garbage. Literally every celebrity wears this garbage. Fatma Isdemna, who is the creative director of even Balenciaga, is called post irony. I mean, it's commoditizing anti-capitalist messaging while simultaneously being a capitalist company. Vetements. Anyway.
Hello, Ragers. Is it just me, or does it seem like Balenciaga is more of a social experiment than a brand? Like, guys, they have to be trolling us, right? What? Balenciaga Fortnite? Balenciaga Baby Yoda? Balenciaga Crocs? Who is wearing this stuff? Oh, I know. Kanye is wearing the Crocs, and that guy is so crazy. So anyone who wears them must be crazy. It's like Balenciaga wants to be Vetements so bad. The current creative director for Balenciaga stole his last name from Vetements' creative director. What is going on here? And look at how this runway model is moving. It's so abstract and avant-garde. I do not like it.
Their Adidas collab was kind of fire. I'll admit that. 100%. Their Adidas collab was kind of gas.
Anyway, this all just feels like maybe we, the previously valued consumer, have become the butt of the joke. And honestly, I need to get to the bottom of this. because if I don't, then who will? I've truly never seen anyone else bring this issue up. It certainly doesn't get highlighted on Twitter every other week when the current NPC of the day notices something that their CPU can't process. Regardless, let's take a look at the history of this whimsical brand and see what we'll
I hate the shoes
and
so
don't
much.
forget to like and subscribe because you value my unmatched internet journalism skills.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
On January 21st, 1895, Cristobal Balenciaga was born in a small village in Spain. And as you can tell by his last name, this guy must be important to our story. As a young lad, he had taken a great interest in tailoring, as he would spend a lot of time around his mother who worked.
The founder of Balenciaga, Cristobal Balenciaga, will be rolling in his grave if you saw what the Balenciaga brand has become.
Which is a seamstress. He had garnered the attention of many in his hometown, and even had one of the most notable women in his town send him to Madrid for formal training in tailoring. That is pretty huge and crazy. From there, Balenciaga's work continued to become highly favorable in and amongst his native country, which led to him opening his first boutique in San Sebastian.
An important
in
fashion house.
1919. However, as a result of the Spanish Civil War in 1936, Balenciaga was essentially forced to close up shop and head to Paris, a fate I would not wish upon anyone. Balenciaga did make the most of this, and it was reflected through his almost immediate success. He was praised by the likes of Coco Chanel, who was up to some interesting things of her own during this time period.
Wait a minute.
Coco Chanel, who was up to some...
Chanel's prominent standing and connections helped her regain control over her life at a crucial time as Adolf Hitler's forces began closing in on Germany's neighbors in the late 1930s.
Interesting things of her.
Wait, what does that say down there? Wait, Chanel dated a German military officer. What? Oh no.
During this time period. In 1937, Balenciaga opened his first Paris couture house and held his first runway show, which was heavily influenced by the Spanish Renaissance. His roots are very clear and commonly reflected throughout his work. Balenciaga was really in a league of his own. All his prior training combined with his unique vision set him apart from his competition. He was really involved throughout the entire creative process, always hands-on and in control of his craft. His thoughtfulness and efforts really show in his work, and his clients knew. In 1939, many buyers risked their lives traveling to Europe for his designs. Let's just skim over why Balenciaga was still able to operate during this time period. Anyway, after the war, Balenciaga's designs flourished. He played a major role in redefining the silhouettes of women's fashion, favoring fluid lines and a variety of other design innovations that resulted in this new silhouette that opposed the traditional hourglass shape. From 1950 to 1959, Balenciaga spent a lot of time experimenting with this new silhouette, which culminated in the Empire line as seen here, which obviously is very different from the traditional outfits of the time. Into the 1960s, Balenciaga experimented with a lot of different fabrics. He would use bold materials and heavy cloths, leading to the development of silk gazar, a stiffer fabric that was then used in suits, day dresses, and evening wear. Eventually closing up shop in 1968, it was without a doubt that Balenciaga's influence would go on to be felt throughout the years to come. Balenciaga was claimed to have lived a private life. He often denied the press and only gave one interview during his 50-year career. As stated by Emmanuel Ungaro, a French designer who trained with Balenciaga, he believed that Balenciaga laid the foundations of modernity. He later passed away in 1972 in his hometown in Spain. However, his legacy obviously lived on, with influences and references to his work remaining in the brand until this day. And understandably, after his passing, the Balenciaga label would close for the next 19 years. In 1986, however, the Bogart Group, which is an entrepreneurial venture in the fashion world, purchased the rights to Balenciaga apparel and fragrances, with Mikel Goma being selected as the new creative director of the brand, which reopened as a ready-to-wear line inspired by the OG Balenciaga's 1947 perfume line Ladis. Goma launched his women's wear collection by the same name. Goma remained as creative director until 1992, where he was succeeded by Josephus Thimster, who is regarded as the one to bring Balenciaga back to that high fashion status. Thimster, a prominent Dutch interior decorator and fashion designer who had worked with the likes of Karl Lagerfeld and spent 5.5 years as the creative director for Balenciaga, his modernist vision correlated with that of the OG Balenciagas, so I feel as if it made sense to appoint him creative director and have him be the one to bring Balenciaga back to high fashion. Thimster has a really interesting story, and I definitely recommend checking it out, but he was actually fired from Balenciaga after an L of...
For the love of God, what is this? It's the history of Balenciaga and whether or not modern Balenciaga is continuing the tradition of the brand of the fashion house, or whether it is strayed away from it, and is it doing meta irony
of a show where the audience literally started walking out because of the insanely loud and abrupt music. He sadly passed away in 2019, but his work definitely lives on and remains memorable. Getting back to it, during Themister's time as creative director, Nicolas Gasquet would join the brand as a licensed designer, which eventually led to him becoming the new creative director in 1997 until 2012. In 2001 was when the Gucci Group, or Kering, which owns the rights to Gucci, Bottega, YSL, and Alexander McQueen.
For a lot of chatters wondering why fashion houses were aligning with fashion in the 30s and 40s is because the fashion leaders like Mussolini were banning most haute couture they deemed to be unpatriotic and a threat to the national identity that they were trying to cultivate. Fashion history is always interesting when looking at how it has been deemed as a subversive or conservative art form. I mean, that's like if paintings had utility. I mean, I guess you could say that they did in propaganda. Yeah.
Acquired the rights to Balenciaga as well. Gasquet, who was originally a self-taught designer, worked under Jean-Paul Gaultier and bought a fresh, young interpretation of a lot of Balenciaga classic pieces, such as the semi-fitted jacket and sack dress. He was regarded as the hippest, hottest, and most sought-after creator by fashion aficionados at the time. He elaborated on the work of the past and provided a variety of new abstract ideas of his own. And keep in mind, he was only 25 at the time.
Is it ever possible for fashion to not be so class divided? It's art. Like, if you don't have time or money, or money equals free time anyway, you're not going to be able to venture off into these pursuits. No matter how fucking bohemian artists try to present themselves as historically, it's usually people who are wealthy enough to have free time. Obviously, there is exceptions, but usually even those exceptions inevitably lead to wealthy benefactors propping them up. You can't do this kind of shit if you don't have free time, unless you live in a socialist society.
Time he became creative director, which is pretty unfathomable. In 2002, he did get into some...
This is art, but attached to a very inaccessible consumer market. Not all art is. Historically, most art was commissioned by the wealthy. Like, if we're talking about paintings and whatnot, like almost all of this, especially in fashion too in general. The wealthy or the church, like other, institutions.
Controversy involving plagiarism, but that didn't seem to stop him. He did well at Balenciaga and became known for his sense of contrast seen amongst his designs.
It's interesting to think that like a lot of the paintings that you see in a museum, which you can go to that's like relatively cheap, was one, commissioned by the wealthy or churches or, made by wealthy people. And then two, the only reason why you can go into those museums as cheaply as you can is also because the wealthy still prop up those museums to this fucking day by, through philanthropic endeavors as a way to do class, as a way to signify their class. But they do, patronages and sponsorships and whatnot, specifically to show other wealthy people how fucking rich and cultured they are.
He worked with previous collaborators of the brand and maintained the ethos of Balenciaga throughout his time as creative director.
Yeah,
All at the
Basquiat is a great example of how an incredibly poor man can't be successful as an artist without money. His art could have never been seen by millions if it weren't for funding. Yeah.
Time while aiding and turning in Balenciaga into one of the most profitable high fashion brands amongst those a part of the Gucci Group. However, in November of 2012, he would announce his departure from the brand and go on to become creative director for LV Women's in the next year. Following Gasquet, Alexander Wang would make a brief stint as creative director for Balenciaga. This was obviously before all of the drama that Wang would be involved in. At the time, Wang was on the rise and had garnered quite a bit of recognition throughout the industry, so Wang seemed pretty fitting to continue the hip and cool direction that Balenciaga had been heading in. Wang's debut collection was for fall-winter 2013, and he had a pretty short time frame to complete the collection, but it was stayed true to the roots of the brand. Although not necessarily crazy innovative and out of this world, the collection served as a respectful debut. Fashion Roadman made a much more in-depth video about Alexander Wang's time at Balenciaga, which I would recommend you check out since I'm too lazy to get into it. As mentioned previously, Wang was only at Balenciaga for a short period of time, with him leaving the brand in July of 2015, being there only for 6 seasons. He did well for the brand and his collections were obviously very profitable, but he was busy doing other stuff too, like working on his own line as well as a collection for H&M. But let's just leave it at that before my video gets demonetized. And finally, the moment all of us Zoomers have been waiting for, the only designer that we actually care about, the GOAT, Demna. I did talk about Demna more in my 10 brands in 10 minutes video a while back, and that was while he was still at Vetements, but I'll go over as much as I can again. He's a very interesting and accomplished individual, so I'm sorry if I miss anything. I'll leave a few articles and interviews with him below because he's certainly one of my favorite designers in recent years, and he's a major reason as to why a lot of people believe Balenciaga is trolling, for a lack of a better word. Born in Georgia in 1981, Demna had a great passion for fashion, and would go on to study at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, where he would graduate with his master's degree in fashion in 2006. The Royal Academy of Fine Arts, obviously being a very renowned school, you all know the Antwerp Six came from there, obviously, and so did a plethora of other very successful alumni. Walter 2006. The Royal Academy of Fine Arts, obviously being a very renowned school, you all know the Antwerp Six came from there, obviously, and so did a plethora of other very successful alumni. Walter van Beirendonck was the one who initially interviewed Demna for his entrance exam to the Royal Academy, which would drastically change his life. He was quickly gaining recognition upon releasing his graduate collection and would soon go on to work alongside Walter. Afterwards, Demna would go on to work under Maison Margiela, where he would work on women's collections until 2012-2013. You can tell the silhouettes and proportions used by Margiela would go on to have a great influence on Demna's future projects. He briefly spent some time at Louis Vuitton as well, where, like his time with Margiela, he reached the level of senior designer. In 2014 was when Demna would really come into his own. This is when Demna, alongside his brother Guram, as well as a few close friends, would go on to found Vetements. They certainly did things their own way, forsaking the traditional idea of a fashion label through creating ironic, edgy, rebellious, hip, and cool clothes. I obviously can't do the brand justice in this short period of time, but just by looking at notable Vet design motifs, it is evident that Demna's time at the brand carried over to what he's doing with Balenciaga now. Now, Vet became very successful, it turned heads, and Demna pretty much did everything he wanted to do with the brand, which is why he left in 2019. Another reason that he left was because he became the creative director of Balenciaga in 2015, so now he'd have more time to focus on that. When investigating the motivations behind Demna's design philosophies, he's inspired by everyday life and reinterpreting the past and...
All I'm saying is, major respect to making big ass fucking fits, you know what I mean? I gotta put some respect on him. Finally, big boys come out on top a little bit.
The future, which can be seen throughout his work at Vet and Balenciaga as well. Balenciaga, a traditional high-fashion luxury brand, has certainly been reshaped by Demna. At the time he was appointed creative director, the CEO of Balenciaga wanted someone capable of reshuffling the cards, which Demna has certainly done. Through head-turning collaborations with Fortnite and Crocs, endeavors into the metaverse, and IKEA bags and trash bags, Demna has stayed true to his philosophies of tearing down preconceived notions and rebuilding our perceptions, which is what a lot of Twitter users don't understand. It is always important to keep in mind that the Gucci Group, or Kering, owns Balenciaga still, meaning Balenciaga is a profit-oriented company with the overall goal of making money. That, combined with Demna's take on the brand that will undoubtedly attract attention no matter what he does.
This is my least favorite. This is what I mean when I say like, ugh, like... Balenciaga plastered all over this shit is just so nasty.
Contributes to the success of the brand. Through working alongside Kanye West, another obviously polarizing figure, you can see how this is the perfect storm. Personally speaking, I can see how people think that the brand is trolling or a social experiment, looking back at Cristobal's elegant dresses and high-class, luxury, respectable motifs, and then comparing it to $700 Fortnite hoodies. Someone who doesn't follow fashion too closely may be very, very confused. Likewise, in the recent Balenciaga show in New York, which was held at the New York Stock Exchange, I'm pretty sure some deep philosophical conclusions can be drawn about capitalism and $5,000 Adidas hoodies and the fetishization of finance. It's all very subversive, and it makes you think. It's pretty crazy how...
He popped off on that one. He did. The Adidas collab was solid. I will recognize
not just
that.
Balenciaga, but so many other high fashion brands have shifted towards pandering to streetwear markets because it's so profitable. I obviously don't have all the answers, but I feel like we're reaching a boiling point here and that something is ready to burst. Specifically focusing on Balenciaga, things have only gotten more and more crazy, as amplified recently through the release of almost $2,000 trash bags, with Demna saying he couldn't miss the opportunity to make the world's most expensive trash bag. It's certainly getting crazy out there, and I think the people have had enough. In my hopeful, copium-induced mindset, I am hoping that all these crazy items can be used to fund something nice in the future. I'm tired of irony and trolling. Show me something real and beautiful. Many designer brands have a sort of staple, accessible item or even a fashion subline that can be used to fund their grander projects, like our favorite CDG Play, which funds the grander CDG lines, or even something like Dark Shadow Ramones, or whatever else is a relatively affordable staple piece that doesn't require too much effort to acquire. I think it's also important to keep in mind that you don't have to buy this stuff, and you can just be mad at Demna or share your opinions or whatever, but at the end of the day, no one is forcing you to buy $1,300 t-shirts. Simply just sit back and enjoy the madness like the rest of us. And obviously, to Balenciaga's TikToks, runway models, and all other forms of marketing stay true to that subversive nature. They're all very weird and unusual and make you think and then react. Anyway, I'm sure you get the idea by now. I definitely left out a lot of information, so feel free to check out the links in the description for more. As the many antics of Balenciaga show no signs of stopping in the future, it'll be interesting to see the direction the brand goes next and what wacky endeavors they'll be getting into.
What's interesting about the current conversation of this video and high fashion houses in general is the fact that these houses go through creative directors, that being people who create and design collections. The issues with most creative directors currently lasting around 3 years, which brings up the question if these houses were being created with a brand or merely hanging on the threads of what originally made these houses iconic. Sorry, I am a fashion nerd. I mean, I think turnover due to I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like these fashion houses became staples when there was so much more stability within them. Capitalism, of course, has caused the trend cycle to completely perish. But ultimately, chatters, when you look at stuff like this, inevitably it reaches your doorstep as well. It's more so, I think for the wealthy, it's more so having access to this ahead of time, like a year, 2 years, 3 years ahead of time before it moves its way down into the bargain bin at Ross Dress for Less. That's what it is. That's what rich people buy into. They want something new. They want something unique. You mean like trickle-down economics? No, I don't mean like trickle-down economics. This is entirely different. It's entirely different because it's just being like it's pivotal, cutting-edge, quote-unquote, art that makes its way down from the runway all the way into fast fashion even. Trickle-down economics, on the other hand, is the false notion that there isn't a zero-sum game in who gets to have all the power and what they do with it. This clip exactly showcases your point. Devil Wears Prada. Oh.
It's a tough call. They're so different.
Something funny?
No, nothing's, it's just that both those belts look exactly the same to me. I'm still learning about this stuff and,
This stuff? Oh, okay. I see. You think this has nothing to do with you.
This is a fucking powerhouse, dude. Look at how fucking stacked this movie is. No wonder this shit was a classic. You got Stanley Tucci, Meryl Streep, and Anne Hathaway in the same fucking scene. Like,
you go to your closet and you select, I don't know, that lumpy blue sweater, for instance, because you're trying to tell the world that you take yourself too seriously to care about what you put on your back. But what you don't know is that that sweater is not just blue, it's not turquoise, it's not lapis, it's actually cerulean. And you're also blithely unaware of the fact that in 2002, Oscar de la Renta did a collection of cerulean gowns. And then I think it was Yves Saint Laurent, wasn't it, who showed cerulean military jackets? I think we need a jacket here. And then cerulean quickly showed up in the collections of 8 different designers. And then it filtered down through the department stores and then trickled on down into some tragic casual corner where you no doubt fished it out of some clearance bin. However, that blue represents
and Emily Blunt.
Millions of dollars and countless jobs. And it's sort of comical how you think that you've made a choice that exempts you from the fashion industry when in fact...
Let me judge you by your clothes and claim I know everything about you. Fucking cringe, and people eat it. The drop culture is the antithesis of mass industrial fashion and proof of late-stage capitalism, fashion industrialization. The drop culture. Oh, you mean drop culture like the artificial scarcity created by low-quality, not even fashion houses, but like demonstrably lower quality, mass-produced things that you normally would purchase for $35 Yes, exactly, 100%. That is 100% true. I think one thing that people do fail to consider, like one of the things that I will definitely push back on is that a lot of those big fashion houses that everybody says is like, oh, this is shit. Why would you pay for this? Why would you pay this much for this thing? You're right. Most of it is ugly. Most of it is not suited for mainstream tastes. I totally get that, especially when it's originally released. However, the reality is those brands do actually still abide by one principle, and that is their quality is very high.
You're wearing a sweater that was selected for you by the people in this room from a pile of stuff.
Fucking owned. Not always. No, I think most. No, that's even so. High fashion has fostered the need and creation of fast fashion. That's literally not even true anymore. Tons of Gucci shit is made for pennies on the dollar in Vietnam and full of synthetics. Got the same Supreme shirts from 9 years ago and still wear them daily. Yeah, except Supreme is just Gildan. Like, everybody knows that. It's the only thing that Supreme is that it rides on artificial scarcity and need, like people wanting it. And the more scarce it is, like a Veblen good, even though it's not. That's all it is. Supreme is definitely not Gildan. It's literally Hanes, man. It's Hanes quality. Anyway, early Supreme, no. Supreme coppers in the chat are fucking with the vision. Haas just doesn't get it. I own 2 Supreme pieces. Can't believe I'm calling them pieces. That I got when I casually strolled into a Supreme shop in France.
Guys, you know
that I didn't even realize was like blasting out a new collection. And for the record, they were, when you buy it on release, it's just a normal t-shirt for a normal price. The entire point of Supreme, however, is that most people can't purchase it for the normal price when it first releases. So then, yeah, it's literally cheap as fuck. It's just because the quality is cheap. It's just a $35 t-shirt. This wasn't in 2023. This was like way long ago. No, I did not get finessed because I bought it for like $35. It's literally, if you actually go to a fucking Supreme shop that isn't being camped outside of at the time, and you you just go in there and you buy a t-shirt, is just $35, which is the exact same price of a regular ass fucking t-shirt. The difference is most people don't do that because scalpers and the limited run or quote unquote drop style has made it so that it's like impossible to acquire at first. So then that artificial scarcity turns it into this like commodity that you must consume. It boosts the price in secondary markets, and that's where that comes from. That's where that mentality comes from. Only Supreme tees that have any resale value or box logos. Most graphic tees from them flop now. But yeah, again, there you go. Flop, like, what do you mean? It should never be about that. Like, you shouldn't ever buy a piece of clothing because you think it's expensive and that it will sell. It's like NFTs, brother. The fuck? Just buy it because you like the way it looks on you. You like the way it looks, and it makes you feel confident. That's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. That's why a story a fashion house tells is also supposed to be important, because the story that it tells as a brand is supposed to make you, like, it's supposed to help you feel a certain way when you put it on. All the way from the quality of the garment itself and how it was manufactured and how it was designed to the way that it makes you feel because of what, like, the type of confidence it gives you, I guess, if you wear it. You're such a liberal. No, I'm just a human being who at least tries to understand fashion.
You know crazy George Santos, the Republican who was just expelled from Congress? Well, I knew him. So I have a hilarious story time about his lying. I met George back when I was in that world, don't remind me, and I met him at an event in Nashville, and I immediately took to him because he was hilarious. He kept making us all laugh, and he didn't drink or party, and I'm not a drinker or partier, and so I liked that about him, and so we started to get to know each other. He was really impressive. He worked on Wall Street, made all this money. He was completely funding his own raise. I'm like, go George, yes. He told me he was engaged and he was gonna invite me and a bunch of friends to his huge wedding at a castle in upstate New York. So that's part one. So flash forward, I had a New York trip and he wanted to take me to meet these people and go to dinner with a friend. So this is where it gets like crazy. He picks me up and he's like, Christian, last week I got robbed. And I'm like, George, what? You got robbed? He's like, I was leaving a meeting on Wall Street. Guys, this is all made up, by the way, everything. He goes, and all these men robbed me and took a $70,000 Hermes bag from me and they almost beat me up. And I go, because I know Hermes, I'm like, oh, was it like a rare Birkin or something? Like a $70,000, was it like a crocodile Birkin? He was like, no, it was a special edition men's briefcase. And I'm thinking, I know Hermes. Why don't I know about these special edition men's briefcases? He told me he had just bought his fiance a new car. He had picked me up in a Mercedes and he was like, this is my city car and I have to catch a flight tomorrow, so I'll be staying at my city place tonight. We have a 7,000 square foot house on Long Island. 7,000 square feet is a big house, especially in New York. He told the same
PolitiFacts? Yeah, he's hitting him with the Snopes, dude. He's
exact thing
Snopesing
to
him.
my friend too. All of these lies, burglaries, 7,000 square foot houses, mansions, weddings, and castles. Well, then this guy wins his race and we're like, George, congrats. Big mistake that I was even like supporting that, whatever. The last time I talked to him was on the phone. He said he had to go to Mar-a-Lago, Trump's house. And he was like, I'm going to get this award, or I'm going to this gala, and then I'm done with Trump. He's so done. He's so done.
Everyone yelled at me when I brought Christian Walker onto the stream alongside Felix Biederman, except we changed him. He's woke now.
A week later, it comes out he lied about everything. He was using campaign funds for his personal expenses, Botox, OF, all this different stuff, his car, his everything. But what really pisses me off is he told me I had a nice peach that was gonna make a man really happy one day. Was he lying about that too?
Yeah, you made Christian homophobic. Yeah. We got the Mr. Beast video, and we got casually explained breakups.
They say
Let's
that
do
the
that.
heart is a muscle, so in order for it to get stronger, you have to train it to failure. And while America is speedrunning that in real time, today we're talking about breakups.
That's
Breakups,
insane.
also known in this economy as finding new roommates, is when you're in a serious romantic relationship with a partner and then say to yourself, I don't want to be with this person anymore. You then think, maybe a dog will fix this. When that doesn't work, you then think, maybe a kid will fix this. But I digress. I didn't mean to drag you into this. Conventionally, a breakup occurs in 5 stages, so I thought I'd go through each one step by step so you can see where and if you're on that timeline. Stage 1. The first stage of a breakup is always the hardest, which is finding someone to date in the first place. A reason why this stage is important is because the way that you get into a relationship in the first place can really determine your individual attitudes towards each other as it progresses. For example, when a girl gets asked out and she says yes, she's thinking, wow, what a cool guy, I'm so happy, my life's going to be so much better. But when a guy asks out a girl and she says yes, he's thinking, uh-oh, she must be an idiot. Stage 2. Seeing red flags in the relationship. Now, if you're watching this and think you're in a good relationship right now, it might be a good idea to check for signs that it's heading south before it actually gets there. So I decided to browse r/relationship advice and
Definitely a good idea. Because everyone who is permanently sexless, certainly no one who is permanently sexless and a habitual liar would ever go on Reddit to lie about their endless advice on relationships that they certainly have had. Definitely. Teenagers just saying get divorced. Oh, Jesus. Dude, every subreddit is just full of lies. If you go to a subreddit, they'll literally tell you at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break in the Hasan Hour broadcast. All lies across the board. Okay? The opposite of Chinese social media, which is apparently only truthful things and positive improvement that they push for. If you want to positively improve your experience on the broadcast, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, and that way you will no longer see those ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
in order to become an expert on the topic so I can share some examples of more subtle red flags you might not pick up on and how you should respond. Let's say you've been dating your girlfriend for 5 years and you live together. One day she's at work and you walk into the living room and see a magazine open on the coffee table to a jewelry ad. You look closer and see a couple engagement rings that are circled and one in particular with love hearts around it. How should you respond? Exactly. She's obviously never mentioned it, but she's clearly cheating on you with her husband. So best to break up and tell her that you're moving on. Let's say you've been on a few dates with a girl and you feel you have great chemistry. While you're creeping her socials as usual, suddenly she texts you, "Hey, I miss you. Can we hang out again soon?" Now this is of course a great sign, but you don't want to seem too needy. So set a timer for 1 hour so you can respond at exactly the right time.
Smart.
After that, a few minutes go by and then she sends you a message on Instagram. It's a picture of her in the hospital, kissing a bald guy on the cheek with the caption, "Me with my stepbrother." How should you respond?
They're fucking.
Exactly, I know Johnny sins when I see him. Best to wait the remaining 56 minutes, break up, and tell her that you're moving on. Let's say you're overseas from your partner and have been in a relationship as long as you can remember, but are currently having a big fight about the joint vision of your future. You want to pursue a more down-to-earth existence on your farm, selling hemp and cotton clothing you've grown yourself, but they're reaching their financial peak and want to experience the luxuries of life. You message them that you want to end the relationship, but they respond, "To do what? To run your stupid little farm? I'm the one making all the money. How do you plan on being able to afford to do that without me subsidizing you?" How should you respond? Exactly, you've already figured out a great way to keep labor costs down. Best to just declare independence and tell them you're moving on. Stage 3, the breakup. While breakups aren't fun for anyone, men in particular don't usually take rejection very well, whether it's from girls, election results, or especially art school. This is because if you're a girl and your female friend goes through a breakup, the game plan is clear. She'll text, "We broke up," to the group chat, then you all get together immediately, have a few bottles of wine, talk some shit about their ex, tell your friend she deserves better, and then have a pillow fight or something. For guys, the game plan is much more simple. He'll text the group chat, "Just a heads up, me and Katie broke up." You then reply, "Damn, that fucking sucks, dude. You good?" He'll then say, "Yeah, I'm alright." And your job is done. What else could you possibly do? Now, regardless of whether you're a guy or a girl, whenever you're about to break up with someone, it's likely you'll start second-guessing your intuition, and it would be worth it if you struggled to replace them. So you have to ask yourself the most important question to see if you should go through with it. Who's going to pay the other half of the rent? While boomers and Gen X often complain that if you live with someone and break up, they get half your net worth. This of course isn't a problem for Gen Z or millennials because half of a negative number is pure profit. The real pain of course is losing custody of the houseplants. Similarly, one of the worst situations to be in when you're going through a breakup is when you have kids. This is the worst case scenario because not only is someone breaking up with you, but you also have kids. At some point you really have to start wondering how you keep fucking up over and over again. Stage 4, getting over it. Whenever you go through a breakup, the most important thing is to not wallow in your own misery. You should only do that if your ex finds someone new in 2 weeks and they're exactly the same as you but hotter. Now, one of the critical steps of getting over a breakup is thinking about how your own attitudes and behaviors contributed to the relationship falling apart and what you could do better next time. If you ask a girl what would prevent another bad breakup happening to them, they might say, "I should be more attentive and affectionate and maybe communicate my thoughts more openly instead of expecting."
My ex broke up with me by saying he wasn't emotionally ready for a relationship, then got with his ex like 3 days later, lol. Well, you dodged a bullet there. They weren't emotionally ready to get with you. They didn't technically say they weren't emotionally ready to get back in a relationship that they were clearly emotionally ready for. All right, let's move on.
And make sure I don't make them prioritize my feelings at the expense of theirs. To men, self-reflection is of course way too complicated, as we like to have simple, concrete steps rather than vague hypotheticals, which is why if you ask a guy what would prevent another bad breakup happening to them, the answer is a simple 2-step process. Bench 3 plates, Bugatti Chiron. After stage 4, we of course have stage 4. Now they say that one of the best ways to get over someone is to get under someone else, but when you've just gone through a breakup, it's likely been a while since you've been dating, and you might think, "Well, I think I'm a 7, so that's what I'm looking for." And then someone else will say, "I think you're a 5. Now in the dating market, this is called a bid-ask spread, and is essential to establish right away so you can see approximately what type of person is in your league. This is why when I get back on Tinder after a breakup, the first thing I do is set the radius to maximum, but you can pick any size of girl you want. Now, if you've only recently started dating again, the first thing you'll notice is how the dating meta has completely changed. If you're a girl, the first thing you're going to be thinking is, what the fuck is a Riz? And if you're a guy, you're going to be asking yourself, why does every girl I match with keep sending me links to viruses? The good news is that even though you might still be hurt by your fallen relationship, through the experience you've likely grown a lot as a person, so at least you'll have learned from your mistakes and won't have to do it all again. Stage 5. Do it all again. From this point, you simply repeat the process until you accidentally have a child, or you run out of money, or you try a polyamorous relationship until they go exclusive and you're the third wheel, or you get back with your ex and make it work because you overestimated your other options, or you realize that you can't say you don't like broccoli if you've never tried it, so you add Grindr to the rotation. Now, one of the worst feelings I've had going through a breakup was when they said, But are you sure? Do you really want to get rid of everything we've done together? I mean, maybe you could just keep me around and use me when you want to. And as much as it hurt to hear that, Microsoft Edge really sucked at the time, and I never thought I'd have to do that to someone again until I found today's sponsor, the Opera One web browser. One of the
I used to think Opera was fun, and then I realized that their consortium of memers that are doing their that do their social media also participate in the fuck Hassan narratives, which made me very sad.
Best features on Opera One is their Aria AI assistant. You can see I asked it the classic relationship tester.
They were like literally responding to one of those like Twitter farmers being like, yo, this fucking dumbass is like defending Pokey's shit ass cookies, Lamau, 100K likes. Underneath it, Opera GX underneath it being like, yeah, he fucking sucks, dude. Hope he kills himself. It's like, all right, dude, I'll fucking never use your shit ass browser. Fucking bitch ass, wannabe Wendy's ass, dumbass social media account. Fuck you and your shit ass fucking browser.
Would you still love me if I was?
Yeah, I will stay with Google Chrome. Thank you very much. Google Chrome has never shit on me.
Worm, and it answered it perfectly. That made me happy and fulfilled. I did, however, feel slightly bad for waking up at 4 a.m. to ask it this question. If you tried and didn't get the relationship advice you wanted, you can also add ChatGPT natively to the sidebar and date that instead.
I wonder who Opera sponsors. I know, didn't they like sponsor fucking Ludwig too? That's why I thought they were like nice.
In terms of performance, Opera is an extremely light web browser. Here I have Opera open with 5 tabs of my own YouTube videos playing, and here I have Chrome open with 5 tabs of my own YouTube videos playing. Another classic situation we've all found ourselves in. Even though it uses its built-in ad blocker to prevent me from—
Wait, isn't it saying that it uses more of the CPU though? What does that mean? I'm not a computer nerd.
In. Even though it uses its built-in ad blocker to prevent me from making money from myself, more importantly, Opera uses about 30% less RAM, meaning it frees up resources for multitasking or gaming, and if you work in media or online content like me, it can be a lifesaver, as I'm able to preview a video in Adobe Premiere for more than an extra minute before the whole program
Yeah, bro,
crashes.
you ain't bent at all at Opera slandering you. No, I am actually. I mean, they sponsored. I did a thing too. Like they sponsor a bunch of my friends.
Anyway, if you'd like to give it a try, Opera One is completely free, and the download link is in the description below.
Anyway, you seen this Reddit post that you and NMP Lol go viral, right? Yeah, I did. I saw it on my own subreddit. Anyway, you seen this Reddit post that you and NMP Lol go viral, right? Yeah, I did. I saw it on my own subreddit, which I think is very funny. 46-year-old man can't open a bottle. 10,000 upvotes. Let's fucking go, baby. Someone posted it on the Hassan _ Piker subreddit.
Thanks.
I love that they titled it 46-year-old man.
Is this that? Sure as hell isn't, brother. I can't get it on. Okay.
This was the Opera shade at you. Yeah, I blocked the fucking dipshit Twitter farmer. We all now got that. We all now he got that Hassan chocolate lined up for the next month. Crying emoji. Didn't even fucking post it correctly. Anyway, let's watch this video. Want to be Wendy's ass? Why does he drink like that? Because he's a fucking farmer. Anyway, yeah, Nick is like the great at being the fall guy. He's so good at being the fall guy. Like he just he's great at that. Unusual memes compilation. Watching Mr. Beast one from a few days ago. He became working class. Yeah, me and Lud talked about this on the pod when he was on Fear and. But I didn't actually watch this video. But I thought it was really strange that he jumped from $1 to $100,000 and subsequently skipped like almost every fucking job that exists in America. Like the job market is primarily 1 to 100,000.
She was a fan.
Dude, when you don't have money for the autism blanket, but you still have autism and want the autism blanket, this is what you do.
She was a fairy.
Damn, it's a thick ass ferret, dude. Oh! Dude, what the fuck? Is that an albino raccoon? Dude, these raccoons are sick, dude. They're fucking sick. Wanna be dog ass cat? Just chilling. Stupid cat. Classic. Dude, what the fuck is this?
Get it.
Dude, what is happening with the Zoomers, man? Wasn't like Speed doing that shit too? The whole like, I'm gonna put Coca-Cola in my condom on my head type shit. I don't know.
Oh, get it over there. Watch the table! No, the table!
Living La Vida Loca. Oh, guys, you don't understand. Dogs actually can't understand when they're underwater like that because they rely heavily on their own source of scent. And dog expert here. This dog is not comfortable. This dog is actually not having a good time at all. Monkey expert here, orangutan expert here, actually. Orangutans only do this when they're unhappy. Also dog expert here.
Alright, pre-haircut. Pre-long ass eyes, my ears are gone.
Ay, qué envidia te tengo. Hoy es lunes, mira cómo amaneció Firula enganchado y...
This is my first gig in...
What the fuck? Cats are so stupid. More stupid cats. Unlike dogs, who are brilliant and smart. That's a sassy ass cow, dude. Smart. See, he doesn't even, he's unfazed, he knows. Dogs are so cute. Dog supremacy.
Ready? What are y'all doing? I just went to the store and got some. This is my first time trying. Have you ever had? What the fuck?
Imagine if this P stood for pizza, like a pizza element.
Oh, that looks kind of delicious. Oh no, that's crazy. Yo, don't eat that. That's chocolate, big homie. Dude, I saw Kaya right there. That's some shit Kaya would do. Dog expert here. Dogs can't have chocolate. This fucking idiot. Dude, this is so good because like look at this, like this is exactly how fucking stupid ass dogs approach things. Like it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just here to check out the vicinity of the, oh, now it's in my mouth. Okay, this one's cute. That's cute as hell. I respect that cat. The fuck? Turkey.
Don't break it.
Outfit check. Today I have. Outfit check. Today I have.
What the fuck? Oh.
Put the milk in the can. Which one of y'all flatfoot children did this? It wasn't me.
Is this a shoe restoration video? Whoa! That's crazy. Oh, what the fuck? Is this person trying to die? What the hell? That's so dangerous. I saw this.
Oh my god.
It's the grandmother thinking it's a real news story, right? She thinks it's a real news story. Stop. The fuck?
This could be you. Stay in the gym. This could be you.
What? What was that? This was for a funeral? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's an open casket funeral. That's crazy. Respect it. I respect that. Yeah, she slayed. She literally killed him with her looks. Why are you hating? Why are you hating? Why are you hating? Even Chrome is hating on you? Bro, easily the worst streamer of all time. Champagne socialist. Google Chrome would never do that to me. Google Chrome would never do that to me. I love Google Chrome. All right, let's watch Mr. Beast.
To work this $10 million job as a professional athlete. And I'm going to show you the difference between this and getting paid $200,000 to be an astronaut.
This is insane.
Getting paid $100,000 to dig up real dinosaur bones.
Oh my god.
And so
Wait, archaeologists get paid $100 grand? That's like kind of crazy. That turns out humanity's not so bad.
many other jobs. Starting with the lowest paying job I could find, gold panning.
That can make as little as $1 a year.
But we're gonna make millions.
Statistically not.
Basically, gold panners put dirt in this mechanism, and with enough shaking and water, all of the gold is filtered out to the bottom. But it's not very easy, because after 5 hours of searching, I was definitely not rich.
Oh, boys!
Or paleontologist, whatever. Shut up.
Found gold! No! How much is that little nugget worth? That is 2 cents. Exactly my point. You could do this for a whole year and only make $1.
But luckily for us, we're gonna be working jobs that pay over $10 million per year. But first, let's see what it's like to work a job that pays
I think it's pretty funny because it's like there are most of the jobs are in between these two, I feel like. And he just skipped through all of them. But also at the same time, like that shit would be, I would say that would be a more fun, okay, I was going to say, I feel like that'd be a more fun video to make, but also, no, it wouldn't. I'm just a fucking idiot.
$100,000 per year. Digging up dinosaur bones for a museum. And yes, these are fake because they're all dead.
So this is just one of our pits.
Are these actually dinosaur bones?
They are. I've been here 17 years. This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my career.
This is your thigh bone right here, and it's over 4 feet tall. For comparison, here's that dinosaur next to 6 Carls stacked on top of each other.
Keep in mind I'm 6'5". These are mini jackhammers, essentially.
How you doing it?
He has no idea what he's doing. He has no idea.
Now, this may come as a surprise, but
Bro, there ain't no way the fucking paleontologist or whatever is like letting him fucking raw dog a dinosaur bone. There is no way this dude is like, yeah, go fucking dig up a dino bone. I don't believe that.
we are god awful at this.
Whatever, Palestiniantologist, whatever the fuck it's called.
Whoops.
Be careful.
Fake ass
It took
job.
us 5
Dinosaurs ain't fucking real. Dinosaurs ain't fucking real, dog. They were around 6,000 years ago alongside Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Don't even fucking...
hours to make any progress whatsoever. But even with us holding him back, with the help of the expert, we were getting somewhere.
This is easily the largest bone that I've
Is that
ever
Will?
worked
What
on
did
in
he
my
say?
career.
And you let me and Carl touch that?
Man, he makes 100K. He don't R? What? He don't care?
Absolutely.
What if we messed it up? Josh, how much does this weigh?
Probably gonna be 250.
Pounds?
Yep.
This is 1/10 the weight of Nolan's mom.
Wow.
Now, because this bone is so ancient, we have to cover it in a cast before we pick it up, or else it could literally break in half.
Let's hope it doesn't fall apart when we
Bro, he just raw dogged it. I don't believe that that's a real dino bone. I'm sorry.
1, 2, 3.
Highway, baby! Good job. This is the first time any humans have ever carried this bone. Just YouTubers carrying a dinosaur bone.
Okay, to be fair, it might be real because ain't no fucking way Carl doesn't do the oop, drop that ass meme normally. I feel like he would 100% do that in every other circumstance.
Front of the table.
I'm still shocked he hasn't done it.
Watch your hand.
And believe it or not, this dinosaur bone did find its way into a museum. But because museums are boring, let's head over to the 200.
The fuck? Dude, what? This is so Zoomer coded. He's like, yeah, fuck museums, man. Let's move on. Blow the museum up.
Astronaut training with NASA. And my first mission...
Yeah, how many... I hate museums unless it's a fucking Fortnite museum. That's right.
To drive the official lunar rover.
This is what will one day be on the moon.
Yeah, this is how we're gonna get around the surface of the moon.
Why are they letting me drive this? Open the doors!
Because it's fake. Because it's fake, brother. The moon is fake. Get with the fucking program. Oh my god, so much misinformation on this episode, dude. Because it's fucking fake, dog. That's why. They're gonna be taking it to the Hollywood studio to drive it around and be like, oh, we brought it up to the moon.
Work this thing.
Push forward on the stick.
Right now?
Yeah, go for it. Push forward.
I'm scared. You good? Oh, this is amazing.
Go ahead and twist.
To the right?
To the right or left, I don't care.
Oh my god, there are cars. Is this street legal?
Street legal around here.
Oh, this is amazing. Why are we driving sideways? I haven't figured out how to straighten it yet.
And even though I'm driving like I'm actually drunk, I still managed to get us to NASA's lunar training yard where the real test is gonna be.
Oh, we're off-roading. Oh god. Oh, this is getting bumpy. You're gonna let me drive it down this hill?
Is there seatbelts in this thing?
There's a seatbelt we don't use right there.
Yeah.
They've got seatbelts they don't use. That's helpful.
Whoa, that's way too steep.
Oh, no way. Are we really going down?
Can I get that seatbelt now? Oh my god!
Seatbelts they don't use.
Lift your hand so they can see I'm driving. He's actually let.
I'll get up and let Nick.
No, sit there. No. Go sideways in the crater.
Sure.
Hold me, Carl.
Hold me. Landon, I'm just gonna say it. You wouldn't survive on the moon. I reckon I could do it.
Next in training, NASA showed me around their enormous space facility.
Holy crap. This is the second largest pool on Earth.
Which I'll be honest,
Bro, astronauts only make 200 rags a year? What is happening on the planet, brother? It's kind of wild. What the fuck? They make 200 bills? That's it? I would have assumed that they make more. What the fuck? Where are they even going to spend it, though? What do you mean? The moon cantina?
just felt like they were flexing on me, especially
Aliens.
when they showed me the spacesuit.
As far as anybody's concerned, once you try on a spacesuit, you're an astronaut.
But of course, there was a catch.
When you go on a spacewalk, you have to wear a diaper?
You're in the suit for 12 hours.
Wow.
There you go.
Like an actual real adult diaper, okay.
So be careful. This is a space artifact. It's flown on the space shuttle several times.
So
They are not giving motherfucking Jimothy Donaldson a real space artifact. That's crazy. Dude, what is going on? Dude, YouTube is out of control, okay? Being like the top YouTuber allows you to fucking wear actual spacesuits that real astronauts shit and pissed inside of.
Real astronauts have worn this.
Yes. Keep in mind that astronaut peed in this.
Have you peed in this suit?
Not in this suit, no.
Okay. When's the next mission?
What are you doing a year from now?
I can make time.
Okay, okay.
And the final step of my training was the craziest thing I've ever done. They were gonna let me touch the moon.
Now, lean back into it because it weighs 9,000 pounds.
This weighs 9,000 pounds?
This is the largest collection of moon rocks on display anywhere in the world.
I can't believe they're letting us do this.
You realize we're just a YouTube channel? Oh my God. These are just straight up on the moon.
What are the odds you let me touch the Genesis rock?
0.
Yesterday, we dug up a dinosaur fossil, so I'm an expert in this kind of stuff. Can I touch it?
No.
I tried.
This material here is actual lunar soil. You're actually touching the moon right now.
Oh, that's wild. So that tube has dirt from the moon and has not been opened since it came back.
And since you haven't checked, in theory, there could be an alien.
Yes.
Well, it would be the first from the moon.
Wait, you guys hear that?
And after we found out aliens were totally real, we headed to the stratosphere for our next job, where Carl and Nolan are gonna fly a plane.
I've never flown a plane before.
We have no idea what we're doing.
Welcome to the first day.
I love how many jobs are even in between like all of these, by the way. They're just making them do all the fun stuff. Like it's just like you could be like a finance guy, you know what I mean? And fucking sit around and do absolutely dog shit all day. And you're definitely in between this pay grade.
A real plane, all they have to do is land one time in this flight simulator.
All right, here we have our throttle. Pulling it back makes it go slower, just like that.
Oh my God.
And after Nolan crashed, and crashed, and crashed.
You crashed the plane?
He eventually did land successfully, which, for whatever reason, gave him the keys to fly this real plane.
What? I'm freaking out. Hey, if you can't do this, Nolan, please, for the love of God, let them know now.
What?
Oh my God, I'm gonna fly a plane.
Oh my God.
All right, here we go. You ready to go? As ready as I'll ever be. Full throttle. Approaching 60.
Kind of wobbly, but now just pull back a little bit.
We're taking off! Oh my God! Your life is in my hands! He is literally controlling this entire thing.
Yes, he is, all by himself.
Ambulance has never caused a crash, right?
Well...
Watch this, I'm gonna turn right. No. Turn right! Oh my God, we're sideways! I can't believe that I'm controlling this thing. Look, no hands! Stop! Oh, sweet Jesus.
You moron! I'm gonna murder you! We're gonna go over there in a minute. We're gonna go.
Oh my God.
Anyone can take an intro R flight. I took one for $100. I got to fly a plane. What? They just let you fucking fly a Cessna like that? Bro, don't let Muhammad Atta know about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
That's the one thing. It's always a challenge for people.
All right, I'm descending. My mental health is descending also. This is the part I crashed in every time in the simulator. Oh God. Ah!
We're gonna land right
They fly themselves, really? Not a fucking Cessna.
there on top of there. Keep it pointed right. Easy. Keep your hands.
Yeah, I don't believe he did that.
I landed a plane.
I don't think he did
He said I
that.
couldn't do it, but we're still here.
I don't think he did that. I think they faked it. There ain't no way he actually fucking flew it that perfectly and landed it
I
that
was
perfectly.
genuinely surprised that the job that pays
No
$1
way.
million a year is hand modeling. But only if you're one of the highest paid hand models in the world. She makes 5 times the average salary of a doctor by letting people take photos of her hands. And her resume is stacked. She's hand modeled for almost any brand you've ever heard of. Her hands are even insured for $1 million per hand.
I can't wait to see this in action.
So to start us off,
off, she examined our hands.
I didn't know that today was going to be the day that I'd find new insecurities.
Okay, so immediately I can see the nails need work.
Of course.
Agreed. These hands suck. Okay. Look how much hair is here compared to Carl.
Can I get paid more for that?
The skin texture might be better here with these two.
Can you change me?
I don't know if I can work miracles, but I haven't seen your hands yet, Jimmy.
Your hands like glow. That's crazy.
Why are your hands so glossy?
I don't know. Are my finger structures good?
Yeah, no, they're very good actually. But again, we've got cuticle issues, skin issues here, but that can all be fixed.
Our hands clearly needed work, so we had to prepare them to shoot, which was pretty easy for me and Carl. But for Laser, not so much.
Oh God, bro, you can make a rug out of all that hair. This hair's been with me my whole life, but you gotta do what you gotta do if you wanna make $1 million.
And now that my hands are no longer disgusting, we're gonna model for an actual magazine. And these photos are literally gonna be shown on billboards all across America to promote these watches.
That's petrifying.
Yeah, no pressure.
Okay. I mean, the watch looks good.
I honestly thought this was gonna be easy. But
I can't do hand
actually
modeling.
horrible.
Have you guys seen my shits, dude? Are you kidding me? Look at this. Every part of my hands are fucking nasty. All the way from the fucking calluses to the cuticles. Like, if she saw my hands, she'd be like, that is the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. Will always makes fun of my thumbs. Like, the only person that has worse hands than me, look at this. Look how fucked up my thumb is. The only person that has worse hands than me is literally, I did a thing. That's it. Other than that.
At this. It looks like the watch is on a snake. Bro, this is so hard. Can I see the difference with you doing it? Oh,
what?
Unreal. The product looks better because her hand doesn't shake as much. But being a hand model isn't all about wearing nice watches. Sometimes you have to model weird things. Why are you squirming?
Because I see a man holding a snake off camera.
Breathe, Carl, breathe.
Put your other hand out here and kind of support his head.
Yeah, of course I'll
One final thing I need to throw in the mix is Immortals of Avium, the sponsor of this video. Just hold that right there. Okay, perfect. Now he's modeling the watch, a snake, and this game. Yo, look at that. That looks crazy. Immortals of Avium is a first-person magic shooter where you play as a battle mage named Jack on Steam. A real contract to become a literal player. And now it's finally time for the job that pays $10 million per year. That's right. I'm about to literally join the NFL.
This is literally my dream.
And if you
It's Mr. Beast. He's fine.
think this is all fake, here I am signing a real contract to become a literal player for the Buccaneers worth $10 million.
It might say we're not going to pay it, but it at least says that dollar amount.
No, focus on the dollar amount.
And now it's official. Congratulations.
So for the next 48 hours, I'm officially a player.
You are officially a player.
I promise I won't let you down.
I promise he will let you down.
By the end of my contract, I'm going to be running out with the team on the field in front of 60,000 fans. The first step is weight training.
It might be too light. Let's go up. Let's go up.
I don't actually think they're paying me the $10 million.
Easy, struggle? Are you a winner or are you a Falcon? Easy! Yeah!
I've noticed they yell at you a lot when you're an NFL player.
Can you set it to whatever the strongest player in your team does?
I'm going to see if I can do one. You can do 12 of these? Holy crap.
He's not a normal human.
I would hate to be hit by him.
One more.
Football!
Why is the NFL so hard? How does this compare to their typical workouts?
Pretty pathetic.
The Bucks will give 10 mil to anybody.
Hopefully the lightheadedness goes away.
It will. You get used to it.
Okay. Up next was my first practice at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers training facility. So naturally, I met my coach. How's it going?
They're 4-7 and 1 win away from the first place in the division.
Good.
Do I think NFL players watch Mr. Beast? Fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? They're probably stoked. They're probably so fucking stoked to see Mr. Beast there. Are you kidding me? They're probably even like Carl fans. Bro, it's Mr. Beast. What are you talking about? He's like fucking McDonald's.
And my new teammates.
Nice to meet you, man. My name's Shaq. My kids love you. I love your
videos.
Really? The candy
There you go.
Carl gummies up.
And my new teammates couldn't believe I actually
Pre-watch.
signed with the team. So I
Also, I hate to admit it, but the Carl gummies do slap.
showed them my
I have
contract
had
to
them.
prove it. Is this the same one you guys signed?
I think you got more money than me, though. I ain't getting that,
But if you read, it says, unless canceled in 48 hours, we're still going to cancel.
Yeah, look at the
5 grand.
parentheses for sure. Hey, you're official. Welcome to
I know, thank you.
Hey,
My new
we gonna
teammates
need
over
you
here.
tomorrow.
These guys make us look like children. They're so big. Look at the size comparison. I'll be honest, I've never played football before.
Okay, to be fair, that's like, that puts my size, for all of you who have not met me in real life, maybe that puts my size, like
Look
it
at
helps
the
you understand how big of a person I
Size
am.
comparison.
Because, you know, I've stood next to Carl before, and usually the size difference is, you know, Not that far.
I'll be honest, I've never played football before. So they threw me on as kicker, which, oh, I was terrible at.
Mr. Beast, we need you out. We gotta get ready for tomorrow.
You're right. I'll QB. And since I've never played quarterback before either, I just threw one up as far as I could.
Oh, that's touchdown.
In case you didn't know, the team I just joined is the same team Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with. So I thought it'd be funny to surprise him.
Oh, we got him, Tom.
Yeah, 1/3 as athletic, buddy, chill. Yes. If I'm even 1/3 as athletic as a fucking professional NFL player, then I am literally the most athletic normie on the planet. What are you talking about? You just gave me a massive compliment, dude. Thank you. That's not an own. That's a major compliment.
Oh, I almost got hit.
TB, what's up, baby? What's up, TB? What's up, bro?
I have a friend here who might literally die of happiness if you say hi to him. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Oh, I'm dead.
After that, our
Wait, I don't get it. Why the fuck does an Australian know about football and about Tom Brady? Why don't you ride Brady the same way you do LeBron? Because I think Tom Brady is the king of the white men. I'm not gonna lie. I've never cared about football. I've never really cared about football. So I've never cared about football. I've never really cared about football. So for me, it's like I don't really give a shit about Tom Brady. He's a huge Brady fan. He started his channel doing Madden videos. Stop slandering Lazarbeam. What is it to you what we like? None of your business, mate. I think like Tom Brady is the king of the whites, actually.
This just evolved into shenanigans.
Little man! Tariq! Too small!
Tom is a Taylor Swift for middle-aged white men? 100%.
Yeah.
You could go back to filming.
All right, guys. Let's see. Some people still had some questions about my 2-day contract. So afterwards, the Bucs set up a press conference for me.
We obviously have a big game. I'm expecting very serious question zones.
Is this just a publicity stunt? Why are you really here?
To make the best video possible.
Yes, it's a publicity stunt. I clearly am not an NFL player.
Jimmy, how does it feel being on the new team?
It feels great. To be honest, they've accepted me way more than I thought.
How much playing time are you expecting?
None. And after explaining over and over again that it's just a stunt, I went to go get measured.
6'4.5".
6'4.5". Carl, you're 6'5".
I'm 6'5".
Yeah. These measurements are key so that my gear and my uniform are all custom fitted.
This actually looks so good.
There we go.
And now that I'm suited up, it's time for the official game day. I still don't know why they're letting me do this, but hey, thanks, Bucs.
What do you mean why they're letting you do this? You're probably more famous than most of the team to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans. It's like there are more fans of Mr. Beast there than like any random Tampa Bay Buccaneers player.
Join the team? Yeah. That's my first football I've ever signed. Jimmy's about to come out any second now. They say if you get up by 100, I can play a play. Do me a favor and get up super high.
It's his first game, and probably his last.
Definitely his last. How is this happening?
And since this is the only NFL game I'll ever be a part of, the team actually let me lead them out the tunnel.
Let's go, boys!
That's insane. That's kind of cool. I don't know what this NFL is, but I love Mr. Beast as I am Karabash.
This is the best day of my life, Jimmy. I love you. We're getting passed by the players.
Jimmy's an NFL player.
Oh! How's it going? I'll let you guys down, even though I probably won't get playing time. America.
Let's play football!
Huge shout out to the Buccaneers for making me an official NFL player. It's honestly a good thing I didn't play because if they hit me, I probably would have died. And I thought it was all over there until the Falcons made fun of me on Twitter. So in retaliation, I'm gonna nuke their stadium.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He does have nukes. Mr. Beast has nukes. It's real. That's real, chat. That is like a real threat. If I'm the Falcons, I'm worried, dude. I'm worried that the Mr. Beast, the popular Front for the Liberation of Beasts is going to come in and fucking nuke the. That's it. They're gonna nuke the Falcons.
Entire grocery store, which includes enough food to literally feed an entire city. And then I decided to trap this random guy inside. And every day you live here, I will give you $10,000 in a grocery cart.
That's wild, dude. Let's go.
Well, I'll give it to you in 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
This challenge could literally make Alex a multi-millionaire, which in theory means he could be in here for years. And it starts right now.
All right, Jimmy's gone. Why would I ever leave? I could be here for years. Time to go grocery.
The best thing about Mr. Beast is his main cameraman is Palestinian. Wait, really? For real? I did not know that.
She's shopping, baby. Now, if Alex crosses this red line that we painted around the entire perimeter of the grocery store, the challenge is over and he walks away with his current winnings. And to make sure he stays inside, it's worth noting here that we have countless cameras covering every square inch of the grocery store.
For my first meal on night 1, I guess I'll cook the steak.
I think this is just gonna be home base, this little corner of the grocery store. If I have meals like this every night, I'll easily be here for years. Day 1 complete.
Well, wouldn't they? Doesn't it go bad? I mean, I guess it's like there's fridges and shit.
See you in the morning.
It has officially been 24 hours and I got the first take.
The best thing about Hassan is that he can trace his roots to Virginia. What the fuck does that even mean?
Grand. Alex! Hey! Do you feel this and confirm it's
Dystopian content farmer? Dude, everybody always says this, but like, what do you think reality TV is? Like, everyone always says this about Mr. Beast videos, and it's like, dude, it literally is all the same thing. He's just copying reality TV.
$10,000? It is. I believe you. Now we introduce the twist of the challenge. Basically, to receive the daily $10,000, you need to give me
Chatters would be like, I hate how unethical Mr. Beast videos are, but I love Fear Factor. Or some chatters would be like, I hate how unethical Mr. Beast videos are, and I also hate reality TV as well, but I love K-pop. I'm a big fan of K-pop. And then, which is, of course, famously made with the best ethics. Or chatters will be like, I hate reality TV, I hate Mr. Beast, and I hate K-pop too, but I love watching American football, which is, again, incredibly ethical in the way that it is produced. There's no form of entertainment that you can watch that is just like fucking farm to table. Okay, I hope you understand that.
$10,000 in product from the store. And so you have to strategize what order to get rid of these items to stay here as long as possible.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Conveniently, there's a lot of electronics over there that are pretty expensive for day 1.
How about you? What do you mean? Oh, me? Like watching me? I mean, I watch a fuck ton of unethical shit all the time. Plus, I don't know if you guys know this, and I hate to do this to myself, but I do own a house and a Porsche. Yeah. Big time scumbag here. Hello, big time scumbag here. Own a
Probably
car.
a good idea. I can't really eat a TV, so it's no use to me.
You're 22 cents over.
All right, let me check out.
Do you have an MVP card?
No.
Would you like one?
No.
Do you want to sign up
No. Here's your cash. Chris, take it away. Beep, beep, beep. I will see you tomorrow with another $10,000 in cash. You should start strategizing what you're gonna sell me.
This changes everything. I gotta start strategizing for the future. I have to figure out all of the stuff that I need to get rid of. Pet food, pet items. Jimmy could not pay me to eat this stuff. I swear. I got $10,000 worth of dog food right here. I think I'm just gonna get some rest, wake up early, because I'm gonna have to prep more items tomorrow. I got a lot of work ahead of me.
What's up, Jimmy? Oh, hey! Is that what you're selling to me today?
Today, it's dog food.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna take us forever to move.
Wait, can we do like a...
I let him clap transition, go for it. There we go. It's all over here at the register. Isn't that a cool effect?
I love Beast Magic.
You're at $9,991.80. And for the final item, we are now at $10,045. And something you should know, every single item Alex sells to me, we are literally gonna donate to charity. So don't worry, none of this is gonna go to waste. The next few days were kind of a breeze for Alex. On day 5, he sold me $10,000 worth of produce.
All this produce here, they're gonna go bad very
What the fuck? Bro, keep some of the produce for yourself though, dog. What are you doing?
fast.
On day 6, he sold me a bunch of diapers. And on day 7, 8, and 9, he cleared out an additional $30,000 worth of products. He even discovered the back room of the store.
H Bomber guy just dropped a 4-hour video. I think I'm featured in this as well, by the way. He told me as a joke, he added me into the video at some point, and he asked me, or he might have actually taken me out of the joke because he knew that it would draw a lot of ire. But it's a 4-hour video. It's a 4-hour YouTube video. That's insane. 4 hours? 4 hours? That's the nuttiest thing on the planet.
Store, and since he hasn't showered in 10 days, he built his very own makeshift shower. And laundry system.
Rub-a-dub-dub.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Jimmy?
All right, as of now, give me an honest answer. How far do you think you're gonna go?
Oh, I mean, I feel like 100 days for sure.
Oh boy. Depending on how long Alex lasts, this may just become my most expensive video ever. But I'm prepared for that.
Money, money, money all the time.
Holy crap, dude. I don't care if you go a year. I got the money.
Who put all this in here is what I want to know.
the bank. You will get this once I get my $10,000 in items.
All right, today I have more TVs.
Who goes to a grocery store to buy a TV? Why are these here? Now, Alex, be honest with me. Did you empty out?
I had to do it to him, you know what I mean? Would have liked to. Fuck it, YOLO.
Any of these TV boxes filled with rocks and keep the TV?
Dogs.
All right, I trust him, even though that was not what I was asking.
Approaching day 11, Alex began to get pretty efficient at picking which items to sell.
$10,001.89.
And since I had to leave to go film a video where I stranded myself on an island,
This is not comfortable, but let's pray we get like 30 minutes of sleep tonight.
we had someone else drop off the money for Alex. We call him the Money Man.
Oh, it's the money man.
Thank you, sir. $100,000.
I could definitely reach $1 million.
And what he did with the rest of his time to keep himself entertained was interesting.
I am building a cheese ball wall. It's done. The Great Wall of Cheese Balls.
Oh yeah, baby, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Build the
Worth
wall.
it. It was so worth it.
I gotta pee. I gotta pee,
On day
chat.
13,
I'll be back in a
Alex
second.
decided to upgrade his shower because
It's a piece of crap. What I'm gonna do is use 4 of these shelves to reinforce the shower. Okay, here we go. Ah! I'm gonna use plastic liner, drape it across here. The walls are waterproof now.
All right, you gotta give it to him. This man is literally constructing a functioning shower out of just raw store parts.
Bam, there it is. Shower's done. Time to test it. Okay, it's been a few days in here. I'm gonna build a wall.
Now, I never thought I'd see this, but Alex literally used all the water bottles in the entire store to build walls for his makeshift shelter. He even created a bed using all of the toilet paper, and it looked kind of comfortable.
This is pretty cozy. I fall asleep right here. I gotta get to scanning. Kind of had my eyes on these bad boys for a while. Gift cards. These things are freaking expensive.
It is actually surprising how expensive birthday cards are, because Alex was able to hit his $10,000 mark only using the cards. And after I got back from filming at the island,
Hey, it's been a while.
Alex went to see if we could help him use the forklift in the back of the store.
You know, if you could get it in the store, that'd be super helpful.
You're sure you're gonna let Chris drive this?
Yeah.
She's forklift certified. Never mind. I was wrong, I think.
I think maybe one more.
Yes! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Also, this is like, I mean, this is OP. It's very, this is fun. The video concept is like a fucking fever dream. No one has ever thought of anything remotely like this in the history of humanity. What do you mean? Yes, they, wait, what? No, this is like a classic. This is like the average Japanese reality TV show dialed back tremendously.
Enjoy your forklift. We'll see you tomorrow.
Even though it's only been a day since he last saw me, it seemed like Alex really started to miss me. At least, that's the only explanation I have for what he's about to do.
I saw this cutout of Jimmy over here. We're gonna be hanging out a lot, you and I. He's just gonna watch, make sure I don't lose count. Just scanning away for another 10K. $10,000, 33 cents.
Over the next few days, Alex's efficiency was through the roof thanks to his new forklift. So he even had enough time to upgrade his bed. And it was quite the improvement.
This is so much better.
And even though Alex's original goal was to get $1 million,
I think we're going for $1 million on this one. I hope not.
he started documenting what he'd spend the money on and came to realize maybe he didn't need to stay as long as he thought.
$1 million is nice in theory. I'm still missing out time with my boys. Both their birthdays are coming up in the next 2 months. I've never missed.
Bro, fuck your kids, dog. Stay in there. Stay in there, dog. Are you kidding me?
a birthday yet.
So after thinking about what I want to put the money toward, I realized that I need to at least make $500,000.
Bro, that's nutty. Dude, that's insane. Okay? Fuck them kids, man. What are you, crazy? The best way to offer them a better future is by staying the fuck in that goddamn grocery store. Are you kidding me? They will appreciate you so much more when they're fucking going to a better school and shit.
But right now, I only have 200. So in total,
I got 50 days I gotta be in here. Almost halfway there.
On day 22, Alex decided to absolutely decimate all the goldfish in the grocery store.
Oh my God!
Okay, so this is $10,000 worth of goldfish. I could feed an army of toddlers. All right, thank you, sir.
You're living a regular life now, almost. You're getting paid 10 grand a day to miss your family.
Yeah,
And you can just do this however long you want.
Yeah.
And you can just do this however long.
As you can see, the days started blending together for Alex.
But eventually the day came where he decided to sell the water that he originally used for his shelter.
Wait.
But since he could
I see. Whoa, hold on. I don't understand this. So what's the deal? Like, is he? If he sells everything in the store, then is it over? Is it game over? Is it GG's? Like, what? Also, is he utilizing the shit that he's like? Is he drinking? Is he drinking the water? Never sell the water. What do you mean? They'd never let a single guy do this. Family debuff.
Couldn't sell the empty shelves in the store. He realized they make pretty good walls.
I'm gonna reinforce the house with metal shelves.
This is the way.
As you can see, Alex is feeling pretty at home now.
But what he doesn't know is when I bought this grocery store, I stopped paying the electricity bill. So at any point now, all the power's gonna cut off, and
What?
the freezers won't work, the lights won't work, and so much more.
Okay, that's insane. Mr. Beast is sweating, dude. He's like 21 days. It's time to fuck his life up.
The challenge is gonna get way harder.
But to give him some motivation before things get pretty crazy.
We thought Alex deserved a reward. Are you excited to see your dad? Yeah. You ready to do this?
Okay, this is a little tasteless. I'll be honest. Also, his kids are like little babies. They're not gonna fucking remember their dad skipping out on the birthday. But like the fact that they're in the basket full of dollar bills is wild.
I think he might literally cry. This is gonna be crazy. Oh my god. Okay, Alex, we have a surprise for you.
Hello.
We brought some special guests.
Hi, buddy.
Yesterday, you were telling me about how much you miss your family, and I felt kind of bad. So,
Okay, this got really evil quick. Law of manipulation on 1000. I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be content.
to celebrate 30 days, we're gonna let you spend the day with them.
Dad, what are you doing?
Daddy, I need to go pee.
What's happening with all the boxes on the floor?
I made a race car track.
Oh, is that the car?
Yeah.
Wait, can he ride that?
What do you think, dude?
Here they are!
Today I got to see Sarah on the board.
You think he cranked it in a corner? It's 30 days, dog. What do you mean? We're not doing No Nut November. Of course he cranked it. That's like this silly ass question, dude. Yeah, what do you mean? He has so much time to himself. You know his ass is jerking it like 8 times a fucking day, okay? Straight up. That's what I would do. Is the best way to pass the time, you know? 10 to 15 minutes at a time. You're out of your fucking mind. Crank it to what? I don't know. His mind palace, I guess. Many of you quite literally would be able to fucking complete this challenge with ease, okay? As long as you add a $5 subscription at the top of the hour so you can watch the Hassan Abbott broadcast ad-free for days and days and days on end. Meanwhile, you're over here being like, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe this happened. It's like, bro, this is your life, basically, without all the amenities of being inside of a grocery store. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Life's greatest amenity is the $5 avoidance fee that you can pay.
Boys, it was freaking amazing. And Sarah was as
He built a
beautiful as
goon
ever.
cave out of lotion and tissue boxes? Yeah.
Hey, buddy, I love you. When I saw my kids, I mean, they like look different to me. You know, at that age, they grow weekly. I just look forward to going back home, spending time with my family. What's up? I better get up and start scanning stuff now. We're gonna... What the heck? Why are the lights off? What are these shenanigans? Where's my flashlight? Is this some kind of joke? Houston, we have a problem. Did you do this, sir?
Knock, knock. Oh, wow. This is so much creepier.
My power's out, Jimmy.
Yes. So when I bought this grocery store, they gave me a form to put like the utilities in my name, and I just never filled it out. The cameras and cash registers are hooked up to a generator because we need those. So what am I looking at over here?
Oh!
Okay, so I had originally $60,000 ready to go.
Oh my gosh. But I assume now that the power went out, you're gonna sell the frozen stuff.
Yeah, things have changed.
We need to get to scanning.
Let's get rid of these hot meats.
Assembly line.
All right, I'll hold the cart.
Assembly line.
I'm the door holder.
And while they're clearing out the freezers, I want to tell you guys about Shopify. Shopify helped pay for this grocery store, and in exchange wanted me to promote one of the millions of businesses they support.
This psychological torture broadcast was sponsored by Shopify.
If only we had a bag that we could put these things in to keep it cold.
And together we picked Kanga coolers. Chandler, what if I told you there's a 12-pack of soda inside of it?
Whoa.
And it can keep what's inside cold up to 7 hours.
That's a long time.
You got multi-wieners, you got single wieners.
Cheesy.
Cheesy wieners.
Kanga coolers are lightweight and insulated, so you can take them wherever.
Hey, meet us at the front.
Chandler, have you ever been a cashier before?
Go.
Wait, you double scan that. Hold up, you can have the Kanga cooler.
You can fit a human head in here.
Anyways, click the link in the description down in the shop app right now. You can buy a Kanga cooler, and I'm gonna go help them scan some meat. All right, here's our meat receipt. Here's your 10 grand. Also, here's a Kanga cooler.
Oh, nice.
Oh, by the way, Alex, I'm going to Africa for a week. At this point, I once again had to leave to go film a video in Africa where I built 100 wells. Well, number one is a success. Alex spent the rest of his day rushing to get all the frozen food sold so it could be donated.
Because I'll just be scanning stuff in the dark from now on. We really hope Jimmy turns the power on. It's gonna suck.
I'm not gonna lie, being left without power affected Alex way more than I thought it would.
You think? Bro, that's a form of torture, man. That's crazy. Bro. Yeah, of course, dude. What? You're depriving him. Bro's realizing the human mind is fickle.
It would. I guess the food wasn't the only thing getting checked out.
What if you can tip over a forklift? Careful on aisle 7. Store is turning into a wasteland. So I'm going to the back. I'm gonna open up this dock door and let some daylight hit my face, breathe in some fresh air, because this is not gonna do it. Oh, it's so nice. This right here will get me through the dark days. It is day 36. I got $360,000. Why stop now? Gotta keep loading these carts up. Got a lot of food to get through. Just carts and pools of money.
Next Mr. Beast video, we waterboarded a guy for 2 days straight for $250K.
And waiting for the days to go by. The most exciting part of my day is being this close to the red line. I'm just a sad old miserable boy back here. Nothing's ever been sadder in my life.
If that Japanese game show where the guy was stuck in an apartment was widely considered torture, how is this not? I don't know, because he has fucking clothes and a shit ton of product that he can consume like food and everything else. So there's definitely differences between the space that he has to himself. He can walk out. Well, the other Japanese guy could walk out too. The dude was naked, chat. That's crazy. Raphael did all the drugs on Gaia Force to rape Christ and manipulate human genome and then make Christ a puppet, which all aliens in the galaxy can utilize to manipulate human genome. So only heroes Gamos of Raziel can occur via the hands of the puppet at 611121, along with Phanuel and Salonia straight to source God, along with all the messages just sent, etc. Wow. Which partner going through it, I think. Or maybe just very woke. Maybe describing really important stuff. I don't know. I feel like I just activated someone by reading that, though.
Sip.
He peeing? Oh, I thought.
Store. Coffee, food, and a lot of money. I'm like way ahead on checkouts still. I don't want to do anything. There's nothing to do. All that stands between me, my wife, my kids is this line right here. Lights being off, being this close to the red line, realizing I can go see my family. It's super tempting every day now. I know there's a bunch of pallets back there still that I haven't even dug into. Some glasses, ice packs. What the? Look what I just found. Instastart Quick Pack Lantern. Nice. I got 5 of them. I just lit them all up. They're on full blast right now. It definitely lights up the entire space really well. I feel like I can actually like hang out in here again.
Oh, Alex, are you here?
Yo! Another 10K?
Yeah.
Let's go, dude. It's crazy I have all this money, but there's nothing I can do with this money while I'm in here, except just look at it.
Well, you can't look at it because it's so dark in here. So I'm gonna bring some lights in.
Are you serious?
For filming purposes.
All right.
What are you gonna do for the rest of the time you're in here?
Something I definitely want to do is go ahead and just run through all these shelves with the forklift.
Oh.
You asked for this.
What is going on?
All right, time for me to not be here anymore. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here's your broom.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy cleaning.
After spending an entire day cleaning up Chris's mess, Alex took advantage of the newly opened space to set up a pool he found in the back.
Off we go.
What
I'm gonna
the
drag
fuck?
the hose out here, stick it in this pool, and sometime tomorrow we'll have a grocery swimming pool.
It's been over a week, and Chandler won't tell me what happened while I was gone.
This place looks completely different.
Oh, God. Open the doors. I got to see this. Whoa. Where did everything go?
We did a little remodeling while you were gone.
This looks like someone gave Chris a forklift.
Everything makes sense.
Dude is starting to look like shit, so you know it's not fake. You know what I mean? He's like visibly deteriorating.
No. Can you show me the pool?
Yeah, you want to get in?
Do you wear socks?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, what the fuck? Yo, sock in the water. That is the... Okay, I'm done. That is the... Dude, that is quite literally the worst thing I've ever seen Mr. Beast do. Okay? Everybody on Twitter is constantly chirping about shit that he does. This is it. This is the worst. Nothing has come near this level of depravity. Okay? This is, oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Soggy socks? That's gotta be torture.
Get him off!
What do you typically do in the pool?
I just kind of float around.
This was fun and all, but I think we should check out.
Thanks for the groceries. Enjoy your pool.
All right, I'm just gonna grab everything from the back.
I feel like that, if you don't recycle that water or put chlorine in it, isn't that just like literally a bacterial infection waiting to happen? Like that's gonna be dangerous, no?
And just put it up here.
I actually don't know
organize
how
it.
that shit works at all. I don't know how above ground pools work.
And who knows, maybe there's something fun in there.
It's no secret at this point, Alex was pretty tired. And while he was making his rounds in the forklift, something unexpected happened.
That's shitty.
Oh my God! I was trying to turn one way and it just went the opposite direction. Oh my God. My freaking money is soaked. There's a bunch of product ruined. It's like so deep right here. It's in my space. It's all over the grocery store. Dude, I'm done, man. I just want to leave.
We're going in.
Alex!
Buddy.
Why is it so wet in here?
Yeah, ill.
Yo.
Oh, Alex.
Your golden chariot awaits you.
Oh, look at you in bed.
You good, dog?
I'm all right, man.
You look like a defeated man.
Yeah, I busted the pool.
How does one bust a pool?
So I was driving by to drop off some pallets.
Oh, look at you in bed.
You good, dog?
I'm all right, man.
You look like a defeated man.
Yeah, I busted the pool.
How does one bust a pool?
So I was driving by to drop off some pallets, and I tried to turn, and it just turned the complete opposite way. And I was like, no!
Oh, so all this got wet? How many more weeks do you have left?
Weeks? I'm just kind of taking it day by day right now. It depends how much longer I can go.
So if you just see like a spider in your bed tomorrow, you're leaving?
Oh, 100%.
I don't think he has many days left. This is ending soon.
You guys want
What do you have to say the word teeth being banned in the comments? Wait, why?
to come hang out for a little bit?
What does that mean?
You're depressing.
This is what the store looked like when Alex started the challenge. And this is what it looks like now.
So,
Mr. Beast, teeth conspiracy real? What does that mean? Your comments get shadow banned if you say teeth? Wait, why? Constantly talking about his teeth probably? What is that? Why? Thumbnails of crazy teeth for more views apparently? Wait, what? There's a Mr. Beast conspiracy? He got his teeth worked on and they were crooked or something? So what? Who cares?
day 44. It's almost dark outside. Jimmy hasn't come by today. I have stuff I need to sell. I'm just gonna move this stuff to the back. Hopefully somebody brings me the $10,000 today. Maybe they just forgot or something.
They were crooked, got fixed, and then were crooked again and have been since?
It's really lonely in here. I'm just gonna, I guess, sit in my chair till they bring me some money. Yo, what? Are you serious? Are you there, Jimmy? This is the first interaction I get all day, and it's the freaking robot. Thanks for the money.
Chat is supposed to be a fucking challenge. What do you mean? Otherwise, it's not content. Yeah, of course he's going through it.
Not even Jimmy wants to come here for a minute. That's how depressing this place is now. Can't say I blame him, honestly. This sucks, man.
Chat's like, I can't believe the torture he's going through. Meanwhile, if I were to offer you 10 grand a day, you would literally lap that shit up. You would be doing that shit non-fucking stop. You would literally be like, yeah, oh, fucking, my mental health is deteriorated, but 10 grand is 10 grand, baby.
I freaking miss.
Yeah, Turkish people in the chat are like, 10 grand is what my 1 year salary, okay?
My family's so bad.
It's day 45, and Chandler, how would you say he's doing?
That is complete boredom. You're just tapping the bat on the ground.
I would feel bad for him, except he's won $450,000. And he can leave whenever he wants, so he'll be fine. Alex! Hey, we were watching on the cameras. You looked very sad.
Yeah, I'm pretty bored.
Well, here's $10,000. So you less bored?
Helps a little.
How many weeks left you got?
I don't even know if I got an hour left, Jimmy.
Oh, really? Here, let's go look at your sea of money over here. This is all the money you've made so far. 450 grand. Are you saying you're content with it? Give me 1 second. I've got a surprise that might help you decide.
What? Are you serious? Hey, babe.
What the heck?
I feel like at this point, like, the family makes it harder. He's not gonna want to fucking stay there any longer.
Okay.
Wear your
His
shoes.
wife again.
Your shirt.
To be clear, I didn't take his shoes. I don't know why he's not wearing shoes.
These are all the things that this money's gonna go toward. Isn't this crazy?
I can't even wrap my head around it.
I feel like I could do another 5 days. Do you think it's worth it?
What's the verdict?
We've weighed the options.
Make tons of money. Keep tons of money you already made.
Honestly, it's not worth staying in any longer.
Okay. Well,
She's crazy. She's not with it. She's not with it. She's not with the cause, man. There ain't no fucking way. Bro. Hello. Ugh. Hello. If I had Kaya in there with me, I could stay there for a month. Easy. For 2 months.
All right,
easy.
Alex, the second you step on the red, it's over. I can move all the money back and we can keep going. It's your decision.
All right, bring it back in.
Okay, bring it back in.
Just kidding.
Alex spent 45 days in the store and walked away with $450,000.
Can't believe this happened.
He had a pile called giveaway, by the way, which is crazy. Like, what are you doing? Hey, no. That is not a chew toy. You have all the chew toys, the best chew toys on the planet, and you're biting my fucking chair. My goddamn Herman Miller Logitech chair. That is not a chew toy, ma'am. You are not a trash baby. You are not a trash baby. You're a princess. Okay? She's crazy. Also, the giveaway pile, get the fuck out of here, bro. There ain't no fucking way.
This is free.
You should not be expected to give a dollar of that away. Come on, dude. He's like a fucking normie.
Sick!
Congratulations, Alex. Shout out to Albertsons for helping us fill the shelves. You guys were amazing. I'm gonna go find his shirt. Also, if you're wondering how we filmed this video because we blew up the Earth earlier, it was actually on the moon the entire time. Watch the Laser Maze video if that's confusing.
God, her hands are so wet. The IRS got something to say about that? Yeah, he is not looking too good, okay? He was not looking too good by the end of that shit, I'll be honest. Okay, let's watch, not this, but,
Hello, everyone. This is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Dude, I'm having a great fucking time, by the way. Doing a whole ass day, doing like silly ass reacts. Maybe some serious ones, but overall, just like silly ass reacts. Good shit. I'm digging it. I'm fucking with it. We needed a fun day, you know?
Internet. So, how is this even possible?
You're gonna click your tongue in your mouth, and then you're gonna compress your cheeks, and you'll let out a little cloud. Let me show you.
What is she doing? Oh.
Hi, how you doing?
Damn, bro. She's fucking chill like that. She's vaping. No. Kaya. No.
This mermaid had an emergency situation and needed to come up for air.
That's wild.
Oh, hopefully they don't have a ring. God!
Artificial intelligence is getting really, really good. They have programs that are able to take still images and turn them into videos.
That's pretty crazy, man. What the hell is happening? What the fuck is going on? One of these two use video games as a metaphor to criticize American policy in funny ways. It's from 2017. It's a crack.com video from 2017. Dude, those are so chill.
And I found a YouTuber that made a laser beam that can be guided using his eyes.
Wait, that's fucking terrifying, dude. That is actually fucking terrifying. A Marx's reading of Death Stranding, Kojima Politics, is a 12-minute video with 700 views from 3 years ago.
Frown and cry for me, scream in terror. What's the deal? You seem to like it. Nailed it!
So I guess this is how Russian people commute to work.
Чё, пацаны, проезд подорожал, да, в автобусе?
Dude, I think Escape from Tarkov has broken my brain in irreparable ways, where no matter what happens, if I hear random Russian guys yelling, immediately I'm thinking, oh, scavs. Like, there's scavs. And I haven't even fucking played in years at this point. Like, that was straight scav shit. Look.
Чё, пацаны, проезд подорожал, да, в автобусе?
If I hear that, I'm like, stuck.
I just found out that ice tennis exists.
What the fuck? The easiest way to break your fucking, just destroy your fucking kneecaps by
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Bye. David Blaine of Paradox? The hell is that? Why Ethiopia is preparing to invade Eritrea next. New Danny Gonzalez.
Hey guys, real quick, I have new merch, and also there's a big sale going on in my merch store right now until December 1st.
Discovering
and
the
4
fashion
random
of the
orders during the
future?
sale are going to receive one of the physical drawings that I did in the fake AI video. So if you want to check out the new merch or get some discounted merch, then head on over to DannyGonzalez.store. And
If you guys want me to watch Alan Wake 2's video game Donkey review, that's going to have spoilers in it most likely. And we're still playing it. So...
now here's the video. Fashion changes fast, like really fast. Looking at this picture of myself wearing a V-neck and cargo shorts feels like looking into an old photograph from the 1910s where like everybody in it is dead now. But believe it or not, this picture was only taken 2 weeks ago. That's how fast fashion trends change. Remember that weird t-shirt I was wearing at the beginning of this intro? I've already thrown it into a landfill. That's how fast fashion trends change. Styles change so quickly over the years, it feels impossible to predict what is going to be popular next year, let alone like 30 years from now in say 2050, which is scary to me because by then I'm gonna be old, I'm gonna be falling out of style. But luckily, some experts think they've already figured it out. I found a few
It's pretty funny because his fashion, his style is just like the most normal.
articles claiming to predict what the fashion of the future will look
You need
like.
some
And if I could
Balenci's.
just buy all that stuff now, then I
Anytime someone says Balenci, I, in my mind's eye, think about that one tweet of the dude. Where did I see it? I saw it this morning. Someone posted about how, like, yeah, my homie's not a pedophile, but he got a pedophile charge because he tried to rob a dude at the Cardi concert. He doesn't fuck with kids like that, but he was just trying to take his clothes. Like, he just wanted his chrome hearts. Fuck, I am not doing, I'm doing a disservice to the joke. Balenci. Check out Noah's last couple of videos. You just linked me his account. This is, at this point, we have reached a new low where motherfuckers go, hey, check out this. And it's youtube.com. He said, hey, you should watch all of his videos. Here's youtube.com, bro. Check it out, man. youtube.com, man. Check it out. Hey, I got something crazy for you. Google.com. That basically is the same energy as people coming in here and being like, hey, check your Twitter replies. I'm like, do you know how many fucking Twitter replies I get? See, babies, no content. This fucking goober, so much content. Yeah, dumbass baby, take the L. All right, instead of fashion, which everybody fucking despises universally. Oh, this was the tweet. My homie caught a pedo case for stripping a little hype beast kid at gunpoint outside a Cardi concert for his whole $3,000 plus fit. That's still the homie, though. Kind of a gray area situation. You know, he's not into little boys. He just wanted the chrome hearts and Balenci's off him. Registered flex offender. It's true, though. You fucking butchered that, Lamau. Yes, I am Caucasian, okay? I don't know if you've noticed.
Welcome back to the show. On this show, we spent a good amount of time chronicling the creepy little critters of the anti-woke world. Anti-wokeness,
I love anti-woke
what is it?
TikTok.
Well, it's the antithesis to woke.
I feel like this guy's going to give me woke TikToks. He's giving woke TikTok. He's got the mustache. He's got the hair. He's got the bisexual lighting behind him.
wokeness. Okay, but what is wokeness? And well, that depends on who you ask and what time in history it is. The word woke as a political term rose to prominence as part of the Black Lives Matter movement in the mid-2010s. It was used as a descriptor of someone who is aware of or awake to injustice, especially racial and social injustice. In recent years, though, this term has been co-opted by conservatives and anti-feminists to mean, in essence, stuff that we don't like. This includes everything from gay people to climate change to BLM to just really any vaguely left or liberal thing. That's all woke. It's woke. And with anything that's going on anywhere and in of the world or inside the world, this ideology, anti-wokeness, can be found on TikTok. That's what we're going to look at today, some viral anti-woke TikToks with some questions in mind. What are they saying? What do they mean? And how do these ideas relate to other stuff in the world? Okay, strap in, like the video, and close your eyes because it's time to go to sleep. Good night. This first video is titled, Spot What's Wrong with This Viral McDonald's Ad. Okay, I'll try.
This McDonald's ad has 126 million views. Spot what's wrong with it.
She then plays a McDonald's ad that features a family sitting at a table and eating McDonald's.
I'm already triggered.
They're
What the
very cute.
fuck? Ah! It's woke. I don't fully know why, but I'm mad. Anyway.
I think they're cute. Sue me, okay? And then she says this.
I know what you're thinking. There's nothing wrong. But that's sort of the point. There's no transgender dude selling you a tampon. There's no drag queen selling you rainbow apparel. There's no tuck-friendly swimsuits.
Whoa, hey, dude. What's up? What's going on? Most normal transphobe. Why would a McDonald's ad be selling tampons or swimsuits? That's a rhetorical question. They wouldn't. She just wants to. She's transphobe.
There's no tuck-friendly swimsuits. They're not going through a divorce. The dad is not depressed.
What, man? What is this?
They're just a nuclear family having wholesome fun. However, this has become incredibly rare, and we are no longer advocating for this.
We are no longer advocating for this. I mean, it sounds like you are doing actually just that right now. You and all the other 10 trillion goblins that made the same video talking about how this is the first.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, was this actually that big of a deal? Like, did people actually, like, analyze a fucking McDonald's ad? It's over. It's done. I think Samson option doesn't seem too bad. Honestly, fucking nuclear holocaust time, dude. Straight up. Like, 90% of Twitter discourse from right-wing libertarians or straight up Nazis in general is always about, like, oh, we must return. What must we return to? Oh, that's right, an ad. An ad from motherfucking 1964. And it's like, that's not what that used to look like. That's an ad. You're stupid for looking at an ad and thinking this is what we must return to. Half of the discourse is about advertisement, about what ads used to look like and how that was sick, and what ads look like now and how that's not sick. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Why is everybody always talking about fucking weird ass ads? Oh my God. Anyway.
First time you've seen a straight couple since you came out of the womb.
Someone commented and said, McDonald's single-handedly fixing the declining birth rates. Facts.
Facts. It's a fact.
Yeah, definitely, dude. I saw this McDonald's ad and I immediately nutted inside of someone. I was like, time to nut, time to fix the birth rates that are declining.
Single-handedly fixing the declining birth rates. Facts.
Facts. It's a fact that I'm getting my wife pregnant because I saw a burger commercial. Thank you.
We need some major corporations here to stand up for traditional values because guess what? We deserve.
Yeah, McDonald's needs to fucking champion the cause of declining birth rates. That's what McDonald's. Okay.
Representation too.
The target audience here is obviously people who feel like all advertising and media is woke now.
The funniest part about it is that the fucking ad itself is like anime, and that's pound for pound like the least fuckable audience. Like, the target audience there is quite literally never going to touch a woman, smell a woman, consensually be around a woman. What the fuck do you care? If you care about a McDonald's ad, or if you care about traditionalist values represented in ads, you are 100% not going to fuck ever. Okay, that was for Japan, by the way. Well, point proven. There you go. They ain't fucking.
It's refreshing for them to see an ad that has nothing wrong with it. The implication there being that there's something inherently wrong with trans influencers in ads or rainbows on clothes or whatever. She hit him with the dehumanization, Ray. You go get him, girl. The trouble with this narrative, though, is that obviously there's a big selection bias going on. Every time a commercial or a show or a movie has some form of diversity, these guys freak the fuck out very loudly. This creates an ecosystem where every occurrence of like
Leave my goat out of this.
Or a gay cartoon character or a trans inclusive ad campaign, these stories all get blown up, and then that compounds the narrative that everything is woke now. Despite the plethora of movies and shows and ads and media being released during that same amount of time that features just straight couples or white people or whatever. But you know, ultimately, the ultimate question is, who cares? Who cares? Thank you.
An issue why you're against abortion and why you're against transgenderism is because you're a misogynist, okay?
First of all, I'm not a misogynist because a misogynist is someone that puts down women. I exalt women to their rightful role. Women are supposed to be women, not men.
I exalt women to their rightful role. Okay, so, where's that role? It's below me. Huh. And I get to choose it. Right. And they don't get to. Alright, man. And also, no trans people. Yeah, cool, man. Oops.
Every time somebody says that a woman is equal to a man and does what a man could do, and you're actually abusing and denigrating women.
Hey, new type of abuse just dropped.
The fuck? Dude, why does everybody gotta use woke ass language, dude? Just say it with your fucking chest. Be like, women are bitches, okay? And they're lower and they're servile and they need to be in the kitchen. Like, what is this fucking new age, like, right-wing nonsense where they're just like, actually, I'm going to denigrate women, but in a woke way. Like, what the fuck? Everybody knows what you're saying, dumbass. Like, everybody knows what you're saying. What is this, like, you are literally a reactionary fucking moron, okay? Why do you have to use, like, social justice-ass language to fucking talk about it that way? Just say it. It's so stupid. I hate that. I hate it so much. It makes me so mad that people straight up do this thing where they are engaging in lib behavior. It's like when Nazis say they want races to be proud. Yeah, it's like, we know what you mean, man. What's this pussy shit? Like, what the fuck?
Equality, equal rights. That's a classic Darvo tactic.
You're putting down women by saying that. So you're actually anti-women. I'm pro-woman.
Ooh. Got him. Hit him with that Umo reverse card. Sometimes the real misogyny was the friends we made along the way. Now, I wouldn't consider myself authoritarian by any means, but I think gender content street interviewers should all be rounded up and put into a hole. A big hole in the dirt in the woods. Put them all there. Toss in some handheld mics and ring lights and let them duke it out. Let them discover how to ask questions in the most annoying way that's humanly possible. And then study it as a warning of the apocalypse. Whoa. Stop right there. Before we continue the video, we need to talk about today's sponsor, which is Lilo. Some people say no nut November. To me personally, I say Nut November. Sex is fun and good, and nuts are great too.
Wait, I can't show this. Oh my god, oh my god.
Video, bye.
Who's to say that?
I literally fucking skipped it at the perfect time because he just popped out a fucking vibrator straight up. Ethical reacts, can't do it. Can't do an ethical dildo react. Sorry, Noah. Can't show the fucking commercial because that's a terms of service violation. All right, moving on.
Get back to this damn video. Bye.
Who's to say that God has a gender?
God doesn't have big biceps and facial hair. The only reason we say he is because we don't have a personal neuter pronoun.
God does not have big, strong arms and a coarse, bushy beard, tall, broad shoulders, and a wide, muscular, hairy chest. He literally does not have any of those things. Literally doesn't.
God is not an it.
It's not a dildo. It's an anal massager. Okay, well, you know, thank you for clarifying. Can't show it
personal
regardless.
being who loves.
So God is a person?
Personal being who loves you. It's pretty good news, isn't it?
Well, some people would disagree with you. But
why would someone say, shoot, God loves me? I hate that.
I love the
dude, fucking own, dude. Fucking own. Again, sea of contradictions. We have fucking annoying ass, like, Christian content creators, I guess, behaving like r/edit Reddit atheists. Like, that is such a Reddit atheist ass argument. He loves you. God loves you. I guess you think it's bad that this mystical being loves you. Fucking owned. I owned you. I fucking owned you so hard. You don't like God's love? Lame. As an atheist, I can admit I've been bested by this man.
The idea that this woman is woke for disagreeing with this guy in the most polite way a human possibly can. She's like, well, you know, I disagree with you.
Well, some people would disagree with you.
Woke. Triggered SJW. Get it owned. Fellas, is it woke to ask a question? Love that bit at the end as well where he's like, who could possibly deny God's gracious love? Listen to this lady.
Why would someone say, ah, shoot, God loves me, I hate that?
And it's like, well, people who don't believe in God, right? That's not very important necessarily. How did that get laughs from the audience? I don't know. They're inside of a large church. Who knows?
Phobia is rooted in racism, so you are a racist.
If you work out strictly for appearance-based reasons, you are fatphobic.
This is what I'm talking about.
People's obsession with David Goggin is actually borderline mental illness. I'll say it. I'll say it before anybody else does, okay? Like, I don't really understand it. I don't get it. He's just the guy who works out to like a mentally ill degree in a way in which like most professional, like people who are medical professionals would say like, that's not a good way to do this, nor is it smart to do this at all. Especially because like he literally will be like, I'm not working out for muscle mass or cardio. I'm doing it because I want to push my brain. I'm like torturing myself specifically. In my opinion, he's no different than the guy who wants to extend his life, right? The billionaire guy who wants to extend his life. So he talks about how like his dick age is like 18 now or whatever. Like to me, I respect Sam Sulek. Okay. I don't respect Brian Johnson, and I think David Goggins is weird. Why? Because David Goggins and Brian Johnson, or whatever the fuck his name is, okay, the billionaire guy, they both do the same thing where they just like live a life not worth living. They do like whatever the fuck his name is, okay, the billionaire guy. They both do the same thing where they just like live a life not worth living. They like torture themselves non-fucking stop. Sam Sulek, on the other hand, is doing something wonderful and brilliant, okay? He is destroying himself, but he's having fun along the way, and he's doing it for us, okay? Sam Sulek is the GOAT. David Goggins and the Brian Johnson guy, like, they do not live a life worth living. That's my take, at least, on the matter. So for a lot of people who like look at his like painful regimen, I don't really get it. I don't really understand it. I don't know how I don't really understand how people find that to even be like remotely positive. Like people watch it and they get inspired. Like I don't know what's inspirational.
About when I've mentioned the weird overlap that sometimes occurs between conservatism and fitness content. I don't know what this Goggins guy's politics are, and frankly, I don't really care. No offense, Gogman. His presence on the internet, though, is primarily that of a motivational workout guru. The point of this post is to show clips of him working out looking all buff and runny. However, for a certain audience, this TikTok is made more compelling if they're able to construct an enemy. If we start the clip out with some overzealous, on the verge of crying 19-year-old activist saying that fat phobia is racist, those workout clips might hit just a little bit harder. There's drama there, right? Really? You're really saying that this is racist? How could it be? He's merely getting all pumped up. The question here, though, is this claim that fat phobia is racist, ergo fat phobes are racist, is it a position taken seriously by political actors who are...
My nephew's obsessed with David Goggins and refused any bad information about him. I just don't understand, like, idolatry. Like, I don't get it. Like, as a meme, like, the whole stay hard, who's going to carry the most? Like, fine, okay. But there is, like, an incredible cult-like fandom that he's cultivated. And, like, fuck you mean? Don't you have fans? Bro, not to the fucking same degree. What do you mean? Someone said, ask Cutie. But, like, even with Taylor Swift, there's a level of, like, music is very personal. Music can touch people's souls, okay? It's not for me, but I still understand it. This guy's just yelling at you about how hard he's working out. How are people... I am not Hassan's fan. I hate watch him. Got it. Thank you. I don't understand why people fall in love and turn into a cult with a man who just like yells about working out. Like, he just works out hard. Okay, sick, man. I got it. Like, fine.
Are versed in these ideas. And, well, no. There is a discussion to be had about the racist roots of changing perceptions of fat bodies, which is a matter of historical fact. However, that nuance is hardly captured by just telling someone that they're fat phobic and therefore they are racist. This is a little bit unhelpful to do it this way if you're trying to get people to understand what you're talking about. With all that said, though, there's a reason that this viral video has yet another character of a yelling young person, and that's because they're just easier targets to call woke cringe. All right, next video.
If your chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary? We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of people.
They're women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men. You are not a man.
Damn, that 5th grade teacher reveal is wild. That's a fucking downer, dude. Obviously, we know that people like this exist at every level of society, but there's something about this one just feels bad, bro. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't really feel like sitting here and arguing for the validity of trans people's existence. That to me is an argument that doesn't really need to be entertained. Either you're cool and normal, or you're like this guy. And with guys like this, I think personally that we just need to wait for them to die out. Okay, next video.
What is this?
I have no idea what's going on in this one. But it's on.
What are they activists for? Like, I don't get it. Are they just like activists for being cringe in public? Like, they're just like, we have to be cringe in public. You don't understand.
Honestly, I like it. It's fun to watch for me. What are they doing? What are the noises? Is it crying? Is it moaning? Why are they in animal costumes? Feel free to fill me in if anyone knows. I couldn't find what this clip was originally from, but I am genuinely curious. But this is another instance of woke being a generalized caricature of the left. I know quite a few people that I consider to be on the left. I've never seen him do anything like this before, not even remotely. Is this style of protest reflected in any serious leftist political thought? Did Lenin put out a pamphlet teaching workers how to roll around and groan and cry like baby elephants? No. No, he didn't, but maybe he should have. Not really sure how effective this protest was. Even still, this does look like a form of protest, right? Perhaps for animal rights or something. And protesting is still a political act, you know, that should be respected regardless of how silly it looks. And yes, this does look pretty silly to me. That doesn't mean they're wrong, though, or the point that they're trying to prove is invalid. It just means they look a little silly while they do it, in my opinion. Okay. Wow, I feel good. I knew that I would now. I feel good.
What? I'm so confused. Like, wait, Madonna? What the fuck? You think Madonna is woke? Wokeism did this, brother. Meanwhile, the dude that's making this video, their starting point and their end point, it both looks like dog shit. You know what I mean? So what the fuck do you mean? Fuck do you mean, brother? What are you saying?
Whoever made this one is tipping the scales a bit here, right? The before examples are professional red carpet photos, all done up and pimped out and whatnot. And the after wokeism, whatever that means, they're low quality, unprepared paparazzi photos or weird angles. You're cheating. Okay, that's cheating. You're doing a cheating. This kind of aesthetic political posturing is always very interesting to me because it could just be boiled down to these. I don't like these people how they look. They are ugly. To me, I don't think they're hot. That's my politics in a nutshell. Okay, looking back on it, this video is not politics. It's just it's saying ugly. That's not a real thought out political stance. It's just people.
I mean, that's like 90% of online politics.
Saying this is woke and weird.
There's a reason why my haters don't fucking post an actual photo of myself and instead like draw a soy jack of me when they're like, ha, look at how ugly I drew him in this soy jack. Please don't Google him. Don't look him up. Don't look up what he looks like. Don't do it. Don't look up what he looks like. Don't do that. Let's just keep looking at the soy jack. I drew him ugly. Okay? Don't do it. Don't Google what he left. Come on. Come on. It's like 90% of online politics is literally like, I've drawn myself as an attractive man, and I've drawn you in your position as an ugly person. Owned.
Weird. And I don't know why I dove so deep into this, but here we are.
I hate woke people
Why?
because they're embarrassing and stupid, and it's clown world. I don't like clown world shit.
Okay, all right. Can't argue with that logic.
Because it's not real. We're not in a real world, okay? Let's be real here. woke people are dumb.
This is like watching Chomsky in his prime. I'm compelled.
So don't be afraid
And everyone agrees with me too. So let's not even fucking start right now because everyone agrees with me. I have so many people who would think that, oh, maybe I'm woke, but they're not. And they DM me all the time like, oh my God, I so fucking agree with you, but I like can't say it because I'm like afraid.
Who's this person? I don't even know what's happening with her. Didn't iDubbbz produce this show? Did he? I don't know. Clown World equals 4chan group of shit? Oh my God. Please, I'm begging you, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, for the love of Allah, for the love of every other religious deity, please, for 1 second, don't try to fucking be so brain broken in online politics. No, she's just fucking saying Clown World because people just say that, okay? People just say Clown World. As a thing people say. It doesn't have to be like a weird code for 4chan, okay? This is HRH collection. Like, you're watching someone who most likely is a virulent racist and a fucking idiot. You don't have to literally go, I guess this is a Nazi dog whistle. Like, you Twitch chatters in the Hasanabi community will see a person saying the N-word and then will laser in on fucking, like, someone also throwing this up. You know what I mean? Oh, that's A-okay with me. Like, simultaneously. They just, like, do that, and people go, that's the dog whistle. I caught him.
Afraid. Look, everyone agrees with me, so don't even fucking start, but let's go.
The silent majority thing is my favorite thing that weird people do. Everyone agrees with me, okay? There's just so much woke cancel culture that they keep it in the DMs. They don't tell anyone because they're scared. Not like me. I'm not scared, but they are. This is a totally vacuous video. I don't even know why I included it. I just thought it was kind of embarrassing. I think I wanted to annoy myself and others because 'tis the season to give and receive.
You know what's funny right now is watching the hardcore...
That lady is legit horrible though. That's fine. I can tell. I can see that with my own two fucking eyes. I hear it with my own two fucking ears. You don't have to hit the. You don't have to hit the QAnon talking points. Be like, I don't know. Clown World equals 4chan was a Mike from PA take. No, it's not. It's just too much. You don't have to always look for symbolism. Okay, you don't.
Left walking away from their hardcoreness, you know, after they fucking took out so many innocent people. Now they're doing their new thing is like, nobody got canceled. What are you talking about?
When he says that the left killed all those innocent people, is he talking about Stalinism? That's like usually what people say when they say that. Soviet Union, communism, 1,000 billion people dead. It's true, Mark said to do it. He said it.
Wait, what is he talking about? I don't think he's not like...
You know what's funny right now is...
I wanted to annoy myself and others because 'tis the season to give and receive.
You know what's funny right now is watching the hardcore left walking away from their hardcoreness, you know, after they fucking took out so many innocent people. Now they're doing their new thing is like, nobody got canceled.
No, he's not even talking about Stalin. He's literally fucking talking about like, he's talking about cancel culture or whatever. Or like, I think this was about Me Too, right? He's talking about rad libs and like people getting fired and shit. No, he's not talking about Stalin.
What are you talking about?
When he says that the left killed all those innocent people, is he talking about Stalinism? That's like usually what people say when they say that. Soviet Union, communism, 1,000 billion people dead. It's true, Mark said to do it. He said it in the first page of Capital. Go read it.
Oh God, another old person saying we can't even say this. It's like, no, you did do that. You did do that, you fucking cuss. Right?
Hey, swear word. Very naughty, Bill.
That is what happened. That is what happened. Right?
Yeah, no, he's literally hitting the both side argument where he's saying like, it's like when people say, oh, you can't even say this no more. Well, except people do say it, and the people do actually unironically cancel those people, and then they say, oh, we haven't really canceled them. That's what he's saying.
It'd be nice if he could be specific about who actually was really canceled. The biggest example I can think of what he's talking about, of big internet backlash to stand-up specials, is Dave Chappelle. And we all know just how...
No, I think what old Bilbo Baggins is talking about is not necessarily about Dave Chappelle. I think he would probably even joke about how Dave Chappelle was not really canceled. Old Billy Bitch Tits. He would he probably means like fucking whenever like a random person, like it's probably like Shane Gillis, you know what I mean? Or whenever whenever people get together and go, all right, this is a fucking, people do get ahead of themselves every now and then and go, that's really fucked up. But as an old Bostonian man, I think he's too heavy-handed on this. As an old Bostonian man, I think he's going a little too heavy-handed on the cancel culture, which is something that he's actually railed against a lot. So It's I think his position is more nuanced than that. Defending Bill dick riding? No, I will always defend him. I've also seen that special. It's like an older video of his. Important follow-up question: is anyone talented to be canceled? No. Yeah. Bilbo Baggins is the fucking man. I will defend him all day, every day. Also, if you want to know what is like another version of the Radlib shit that's being weaponized cynically, I'll tell you what. It's the fucking Stop Anti-Semitism Twitter account, okay? It's real. That shit is very real. They literally go and find every fucking Palestinian person and unironically, quote-unquote, cancel them. And none of these motherfuckers, maybe Bilbo has talked about it, I don't know, but none of these motherfuckers talk about that shit. Every single one of these motherfucking cancel culture ass pieces of shit, garbage ass fucking comedians, with the, of course, exception of Bilbo Baggins. I do love Bill Burr. Okay, he's cool. He's awesome. Where are they at? Where's the smoke from the intellectual dark web? I haven't heard a single one of these motherfuckers that cut their goddamn stand-up specials, that fucking constantly and consistently talk about how, like, cancel culture is real, why there's no free speech on college campuses. Where are they at? Why aren't they defending random fucking Palestinians and shit for unironically getting doxxed every goddamn day? Where are they at for Melissa Barrera? That's a famous person. If you only talk about, if you want to talk about famous people, she got booted from Scream 7. For what? For anti-Semitism. You look at what she actually said, okay? You look at what she actually fucking said, and it's like insane that she got fired, okay? What she did, her crime of anti-Semitism, was unironically posting Raz Segal, a Jewish Israeli genocide scholar's article on the Jewish Currents magazine about how Israel's actions in Gaza have the makings of genocide. Think about that. How fucking insane is that shit? Where are the cancel culture warriors now? They don't got the smoke because they don't give a fuck about cancel culture. They just want racist motherfuckers to actually go unpunished.
How canceled he was. Him and his $20 shagillion Netflix deal. Chris D'Elia, maybe? Is that who he's talking about? People figured out that he was sexting minors as a 42-year-old and they stopped having him on their podcast.
I don't think Dave would defend either of these motherfuckers.
Don't let it get you. Also, he's still touring.
Or not Dave, sorry. Bill Burr would defend either of them. Like, I know Bill Burr loves Dave Chappelle, but I don't think he would defend the cancel culture shit for him.
His active podcast has 600,000 subscribers. Gansel Golger.
We all told people they had to get vaccinated.
Bill, careful now.
And liberal left people flipped out if you didn't say they.
Oh.
And they tried to fucking end you. That's what they did. That is what they did. Now they're like, what are you talking about? Like your parents, right? When you go home for Christmas. And you're like, every day you called me a dumb cunt. And it really affected my self-esteem. And they're always like, what? I never said that. You're crazy. Jesus Christ, just have some casserole.
Dude, this clip is just kind of embarrassing. Listen how quiet the crowd is. Pity laughs for a 20-year-long career comedian. It's sad, Don't know what to say about it other than they just keep doing it. The comics keep doing the cancel culture thing. And man, it's been like 4 years of it. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. This guy's a funny guy. I've seen some of his specials that are pretty funny.
No, Bill Burr is the GOAT. I will defend him unironically and unconditionally. Stop saying Bill Burr fell off. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Bro, you fucking see one goddamn fucking attempted humor in a sea of commentary, in a sea of comedy, and you immediately make up your mind, holy fuck, I hate this goddamn community sometimes. Jesus Christ. Please, man. How many times do we have to fucking rewire your brains in the community? It's like, please, okay? Please. Comedians attempt to make people laugh, okay? That is their job. Their job is to try and make people laugh. Bill Burr, time and time again, has talked about how fucking cancel culture is greatly overblown. You see one fucking clip, one goddamn clip, completely fucking devoid of any nuance or context, and you're like, that's it, dude. No jokes. Yeah, he had bad take. He had a bad take. Whatever. Fucking Christ. You know what this is? You don't see my ass constantly fucking yelling about people listening to music, okay? I openly say, I don't listen to music, and I shut the fuck up. But so many motherfuckers have to have a take on comedy when they don't like it. You just don't like comedy. It's fine. You don't understand it. You don't appreciate it. You don't like it. And that's perfectly normal. You don't have to literally look at it and go, well, this is political commentary, actually. This is a fucking person who is unironically trying to lead masses into doing pogroms against those who are vaccinated or some shit. It's not that serious. Fuck. Oh, my God. It doesn't matter. It is so nonsensical. If I spent every goddamn day being like, oh, God, music listeners are fucking, they suck. They're bad people. You'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't listen to music. Just, it's fine. No jokes.
To me. So how does this happen?
Yeah, here you go. Here. Now you can love Bill. Now you can fucking love Bill Burr again. Here.
And Kevin Costner, I know they did another one together. And
Here. So Chad can like him again because he has the good opinion here.
I didn't realize that, but you really can do it.
Thank you.
No, we've never met, and you know, I've always enjoyed you. I think you're a great comic, but I thought tonight maybe we would like sort of share a cry together because I think we have something in common, which is that we think political correctness may be ruining comedy, or at least threatening it. Because I know you've had your problems with that, and you did a routine recently about how women like it rough, and then, of course, the internet police got all over you.
Well, I gotta be honest with you, I didn't notice if that happened because I don't pay attention to it. I don't read comments.
Happened. Yeah, they hated you.
Yeah, but who did?
The haters.
This is my thing. Who? Like
The
20
haters.
people? Like 20 people with a hashtag can get like a news story going now, and I just don't think. There's no problem.
Why do you
Like,
choose the most nonsensical celebrities to defend? Why don't you fucking actually analyze something? Maybe I know more about this person's entire fucking brand of comedy. Why? Why do you have to literally immediately write off a motherfucker from like a 30-second clip that you saw? Why? Here he is defending, unironically, your perspective.
At times somebody
Shut the
tells a
fuck up.
joke and they'll say that there's a controversy at a comedy club. That's funny is they'll show the clip on the news and like you hear the crowd laughing. So the comic is basically guilty of telling a joke that worked.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then if you put it on the news, yeah, it's going to be a completely different context. But I mean, I don't go on stage and worry about what people are thinking. I mean, if you can choose to take a comedian seriously, but that doesn't mean that I now meant the joke and you can start saying that there's statements, you know?
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yeah. But I mean, you're not the first comedian to undergo that. I mean, Chris Rock says he won't play colleges anymore because they're too politically correct. Daniel.
You just ignore them. It's like 3 days. They flip out for 3 days. They try to bully you into an apology.
Well, you can't ignore them when they're right in the audience and you're playing to them.
You tell them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, believe me.
It's a comedy
you know what?
show. That's all you do. It's like
Sweetheart, I do it here every week.
It's
you don't have to tell me.
manufactured strategic outrage. Like I had somebody recently start to say that I did a rape joke in my because they wanted to make a point about it.
Bringing up.
Okay,
yes.
but I didn't. I used the word rape. But if you use the word rape, that doesn't mean you're doing a rape joke. And the person basically took my act, already had their mind made up, and then they just made my jokes make their point. And
you don't understand. Most people don't understand this shit because they don't know what it takes to be able to build a fucking entire set, okay? When robbed of its context, it's over. Like, when you rob something of its context when it comes to comedy, and then you also literally fucking pull it out and then heighten the seriousness of what this person is trying to say, then yeah, of course, dude. Of course. Oh, what a bad guy. What a bad fucking guy. Come on, dude. This is a guy who's literally spent his entire fucking life doing comedy. And his politics are very good, too. I get very annoyed, and people go, why are you defending him? I already made up my mind about him. You must have some other secret reason why you're defending him. Maybe you just, like, really like him, and that's why you're defending him. Maybe you've just lost touch with your sensibilities, I guess, for Bill Burr. And it's like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. How is Bill agreeing with us? He spends 2 minutes agreeing with the clip with Bill fucking Maher here. He's doubling down on the jokes he made in the clip. No, this is not the same clip, dumbass. He's saying it doesn't matter. Cancel culture is not real. You're fucking making a big deal about it on your own.
And,
all right,
you know,
well,
so, I mean, I guess you can do that, but I mean, it doesn't mean that's what I was saying.
Well, then forget it. Let's not have a good cry.
You're defending him because he's white, lol? Oh, my God. Yes, that is it. You've actually analyzed. Once again, you're doing the thing that I'm literally complaining about. You analyzed 10 hours of commentary over the course of the past 5 years to find out that I'm a secret white supremacist who defends white people unconditionally. Thank you. Thank you. You got it. You did it. You arrived at it. I am such a bad white supremacist that I literally want to fucking fight on expert difficulty, okay? I'm always literally fucking trying to teach people not to be racist, okay? And educating people on anti-racism so that other people can be less racist, so that it's harder for me to be secretly racist in the future, because that's my kink, okay? You caught me. I've even gone so far amongst the memes to just like hide my white supremacy that I got banned for anti-white racism on this very same platform that you're watching.
Cry together. But as long as
not what you wanted out of that?
As long as we're on the subject.
He goes out. Is that what you wanted out of that? You didn't get what you wanted out of that.
I'm just going to say this about it, because I have been through the same thing. You know, I used to do a joke about Sarah Palin, and they said it was about her child, and it really wasn't. It was about how she was stupid. But my point was, even if it was, I don't give a fuck, because here's the deal. You didn't come to my show. The people who didn't come to the show, the court does not recognize your right to comment on my show. When you perform before an audience, especially a live audience, that is your community. How many dates do you do a year?
A couple hundred.
Couple of hundred?
Yeah.
Wow, you are really on the road a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's another reason why I don't really offend people, because I don't have a TV show, and I don't have advertisers that you can then bully into making somebody apologize. But you also, you know, you're on a network. Right. You're somebody that somebody can attach themselves to, and it can get a story going. I'm just some jackass telling a joke in a strip mall, so they're not going to waste their time getting offended by me, and I could say something way worse, you know, air quote, way worse than you did. So it's a really weird time where people are just bringing this up all the time like this is a major problem. I'm not experiencing it. I think it's like a half a dozen stories, and like usual, they're trying to act like, you know, the sky is falling. It isn't. It's a fun time. Come out to a comedy club. You know, you'll have a good time. It's all jokes.
Bill is actually such an out-of-touch, unfunny, useless old prick. I can't stand him. Oh, fuck. You mean Bill Maher? He is. He is the worst. Anyway. Yeah, Bill Maher is, actually. Anyway, look. No disrespect to Noah, too. I love Noah. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like, from time to time, he's going to say some shit that's not that funny, okay? You have to look at the entire body of work of a person, or, I don't know, watch one fucking random podcast, and you will probably very quickly recognize that this is not a person that's like a bad guy in any capacity, okay? Like, I'll tell it to you like this. You are a profoundly sheltered person if you think Bill Burr is like a reactionary, okay? He has his weak spots. Nobody's perfect, okay? You know? But if you unironically think a dude, a Bostonian motherfucker at his age, at his level of wealth, if you listen to what he has to say across the board and you come across one aspect that you don't appreciate with and you immediately write him off, you are so goddamn sheltered that you cannot exist in the real world at all, okay? It's crazy.
You just get old. I don't know. In the last week, people have been roasting this guy, Matt Rife, a comedian who just dropped a new special for it just being kind of bad. I'll play one of the most heavily criticized jokes, which was also the opener to the stand-up set.
There, and the hostess who like seats you at the restaurant had a black eye. A full black eye. And it wasn't like, what happened? Yeah, it was pretty obvious what happened. And we couldn't get over the fact that we're like, this is the face of the company? Like, this is who you have greeting people? And my boy who I was with was like, pretty obvious what happened. And we couldn't get over the fact that we're like, this is the face of the company? Like, this is who you have greeting people? And my boy who I was with was like, yeah, I feel bad for her, man. I feel like they should, you know, put her in the kitchen or something.
Like, even this joke, I think, is the worst. The worst aspect of this joke is not that it's a fucking domestic abuse, like, meme. Is that it's a hacky-ass bit from the 50s. It's just played out. That's it. That is the most offensive aspect of this. Because, like, I don't know, I can analyze something as not, like, 100% serious. Like, this person is not, like, pro-domestic violence. You know what I mean? He's trying to farm, and the farm is open, okay? And you will, if you get mad at what he has to say, if you get mad at what Handsome Squidward, thank you, has to say, in this circumstance, you're basically leaned into it, And all of a sudden he's going on Jordan B. Peterson to be like, oh man, fucking cancel culture, am I right? Hey, he's just a fucking idiot. He's not, and the worst part is he's not actually funny. Like it's the hackiest shit.
Where nobody has to see her face, you know? And I was like, yeah, but I feel like if she could cook, she wouldn't have that black eye.
The problem with this bit is not that the subject matter is too dangerous. Oh, it's just, again, it's just not funny. This is a joke you'd hear in the back of the bus driving to 6th grade. It's unoriginal, and it's not funny to anyone who's lived on this earth for more than 12 years. Okay, editor Noah here. Watching this back, there's actually even more reasons why I think this joke sucks, and I kind of want to be a hater for a sec, because it's really annoying to me. First of all, his audience laughing at the setup line that she has a black eye.
The hostess who, like, seats you at the restaurant had a black eye. A full black eye.
As if that's like self-evidently funny. That's just kind of embarrassing. The first time he mentions how they need to put her back in the kitchen, immediately obvious what's gonna happen next. Come on, man, come on. You could do a better setup. You could set this up better. I'm not gonna give my 2 cents on how, because I'm not a comedian, but I am a hater. And the last thing, probably the worst of it all, is the assumption that the reason she has a black eye is because she can't cook, even when obviously you can have a black eye for a myriad of other reasons.
If she could cook, she wouldn't have that black eye.
I'm really not here trying to say that this is somehow some promotion of domestic violence or whatever. I think you can joke about dark topics, but I just don't think it's funny, personally. All right, now back to the real time Noah. Anti-wokeness is a brand. It's a genre. But I still have yet to see a critique of wokeness or an anti-woke bit that is actually fun.
Rive just stole the should have told her twice, but most played out joke of all time. Exactly. It's like a my bitch wife doesn't know how to cook joke. That's it. Like, that's why I hit her. That's it. It's like he's hot, I guess. So a lot of women like him, and that he's trying to shed that, and he's trying to rebrand as like a male comic that appeals to males.
Funny. If you know of one, let me know, because I'm always happy to have a giggle and a laugh and take criticism in stride as I will.
Like for Shane Gillis is the best example of this. Okay, Shane Gillis is a very funny dude. Okay, and I'm saying this as like someone who is positioned to not like him. Like he fucking hangs out with people that despise me. Okay, I think he's funny. I think he's a funny guy. I think his specials are pretty funny. There are a bunch of jokes in his specials that aren't that good. Okay, but I understand it. It's not like I was talking about this with Fashion earlier, but it's similar to like liking an artist, liking some of the songs that an artist has, and then not liking others in the same album. It happens. You're not ever going to find something that's 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? Every single fucking joke is 10 out of 10. I've never gotten a 10 out of 10 at the top of the hour, for example. When I serve you top of the hour ad breaks, it's rarely ever 10 out of 10. Never 10 out of 10. It just doesn't happen. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Well, yeah, Cardi don't miss. Okay. There's a 3-minute ad break now.
Wokest myself. All right, everybody, that's it for this video. There's another kind of short fun one. We got some real ones coming up. Just had to take care of business. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Thanks again to Lilo for sponsoring the video. Check out my Patreon, patreon.com/SAMSEN. Thank you so much for patrons for support. You get early ad-free access to videos. You get your name in the credits, and you get to say hello, and I say hello, and you get to go in the Discord. Okay, bye.
Anyway, good video overall. I mean, I don't agree with the Bill Burr thing, but who cares? You know what I mean? I like Bill Burr. I think that Bill Burr is great. I think he's funny. I think he has a lot of good takes beyond his comedy, and that's it. How do Japanese see the
アメリカに
US
行っ
in
てみて、
2023?
なんかカルチャーショックはありましたか？
行くためにアメリカのノースカロライナに行きました。
When I tell Japanese people I'm from the USA, usually people are like,
Hey guys, hi there, I'm Takashi from Japan. So today I'm going to interview Japanese people. How do Japanese see the United States? And at the end of this video, I'm gonna give my opinion towards the United States Americans. So please watch until the end. Okay, let's get started. アメリカは好きですか？
好きです。
なんで？どうして？
よく好きで映画とか、アメリカの映画とか、アメリカのアーティストの曲とかよく聞くんで。
This is something that's really important to understand. A lot of people will look to those fucking wait, there's another one? No, we already watched this, man. I watched this already on Twitter when it first came out. A lot of people will look to those like polls about what country, like what are your approval ratings for America? And it's like really high, right? And people would just like look at that and go, oh, everybody loves America. Shut the fuck up. And what they don't realize is the reason why a lot of people, quote unquote, love America is because American culture is so fucking prominent. It's cultural imperialism for the most part. It's because the rest of the world is eating our hot garbage all day, every day. Okay? Yeah. They don't love America. They don't love American imperialism. They don't love American foreign policy. They like rap music and Star Wars. Exactly. It's the American culture that is our profoundly important export that people actually appreciate consuming. Okay? That's it. And most people don't really understand that. Most people think like, oh no, they like that America is invading Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, no, it's the media, man.
好きです。
好きなアメリカの映画は
まあウルフ・オブ・ウォール・ストリート。
好きなアーティストアメリカの。
フューチャー。ヒップホップ。
フューチャー。
フューチャー。
ヒップホップ聞
きますね。
はい。なるほど。じゃあアメリカ人に対してどういう風なイメージありますか？普通のアメリカ人、映画とか音楽とかじゃない普通のアメリカ人に対してどういうイメージがありますか？
あんまり周りの目を気にしないイメージがありますね。日本人って何か行動するときに周りの目の判断基準に入れたり、だから周りの目っていうよりかは自分がどう思うかでやっぱ行動選択をしてるイメージがあるんで。
アメリカに行くとしたらどこ行きたいですか？
ロサンゼルス行きたいですね。ロサンゼルス行きたいです。ハリウッド映画好きなんでハリウッド行っていろいろ街見て。
I think I'm one of the greatest fucking examples of what I just told you guys, by the way, which is that I grew up on loving American culture and despising American foreign policy. Okay? I grew up on American garbage. I ate it all day. That's why I don't have a fucking accent. You know what I mean? Half of the fucking community that is watching me from outside of the United States of America feel the exact same way. Why the fuck do they watch me? They like the American culture. They like the American politics by like watching it, but they also fucking despise America's foreign policy actions. They probably also don't really like the fact that Americans are usually very rude. Words are still kind of hard though, huh, champ? So we're waking up now. I heard earlier there was supposed to be some gaming taking place. I love consuming poverty. What?
自分サーフィンやるんで、サーフィンやってベニスビーチとか行っていろいろまあカリフォルニアで合法なものを吸ってみたりしていろいろ遊びたいですね。
なるほど。これアメリカ人いっぱい見てるんですけど。アメリカ人何か言いたいことありますか？
I love you. I love American.
You love America.
I love American. You love American?
アメリカのどういうイメージありますか？アメリカは。
なんかおおらかな人が多い。明るい人が多い。ね、自由そう。
自由そう。
楽しそう。前にしてました。
アメリカに行くとしたら、なんか何したいとか、どこに行ってみたいとか。
ディズニーランド行きたいです。一番はマーベルヒーローとかが好きなので。
なるほど。
そうなんですよ。
自由の女神で。
ニューヨークとか。アメリカ人で有名な人、誰か知ってますか？
それもトランプ。
あまり出てこない。
出てる人だとは思うんですけど、アメリカの人なのかが分かんない。
わかるわかる。
多分あれですよね。日本人はアメリカ人かどうかっていうよりも、なんか欧米人かどうか、なんか白人かどうかとか、そこで確かに。
出身は分かんない。
じゃあアメリカ人が分からない人言ってみてください。
イーロン・マスク。
分かんないじゃん。
イーロン・マスクって、is イーロン・マスクアメリカン？あ、違う。南アフリカだ。
トム・ホランド？
誰？
トム・ホランド。
トム・ホランド。スパイダーマン。
彼はイギリス人ですね。確かに。アメリカの
That's it. That's it. It's like Chris Hemsworth. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's American. Tom Holland. Yeah.
ネガティブなイメージありますか？
医療費が高いイメージ。なんか救急車とかあんまり呼べないって聞くので。
I know Chris Hemsworth is Australian. That's why I said it.
もしかしたら差別されるかもしれないかなって。
アジア人差別みたいな。それはどうしてそう思いますか？なんかメディアとかで見てるとか、なんか話を聞いたとか、どうしてそう？
なんか高校の時の担任が留学経験があって、そういう差別を受けたっていう話を聞いたんで、やっぱりあるんやみたいな思って。
なるほど、なるほど。まあ確かにそれはアジア人の僕たちからしたら、アメリカじゃなくて、もう欧米どこの国に行ってもそういう不安はあるですね。アメリカどういう国だと思いますか？
でも結構面白い。
Bro, look at their fits. Look at these Shibuya fuckboys. I have the same fucking chain. I don't know where it is. But yeah, he's got the Carhartt on. Like they love that shit. Okay? It's the culture. It's the fits. It's the McDonald's burger.
白そうで結構みんなウェルカムに迎えてくれそうなんですけど、ちょっと怖いっていう印象もあります。
Maybe he took it when I was in
友
Japan.
達とかから聞く話で、なんか物盗まれやすいよとかたまに聞くんで、そうなるとちょっと日本より怖い国なのかなって思っちゃいます。なんかスケボーのビデオとか見ててもアメリカの人の方がうまいな。
Asking random idiots on street like this should never be counted as anything else but humor. I mean, yeah, it is. It's also edited in a certain way too, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying to explain something larger here about the way people view America, because a lot of Americans unironically fucking act like the rest of the world loves America, but they love the fucking cultural export.
なって感じるし、やっぱかっこよさが日本人と違ってそこに惹かれますね。
アメリカ人にはどういう印象を持ってますか？どういう人が多いと思いますか？日本人と比べて。
なんか笑顔で迎えてくれてて、結構日本人はちょっと厳しい人とかも多い感じのイメージを持ってるけど、
アメリカについてどういうイメージがありますか？
自由。自由の自由。
自由
自分の意見とかはちゃんと主張できるか、そこが日本人とは違うところのイメージが。
自分の意見を言うのは難しいと思いますか？日本だと。
When they say free, you have to remember they're talking about like cultural expression, and Japan certainly is very conservative when it comes to things that deviate from the norm in public. Public demonstrations of expression that deviate from the norm is like very or social expressions that deviate from like a very rigid, very structured life is always going to be completely fucking limited, and actually will be looked at like you're a psycho.
難しくはないと思います。
難しくはない。
難しくはないと思うけど、多分言わない人の方が多いと思います。
なるほど。自分たちは言うタイプですか？それとも言わないタイプですか？
私は言います。私は多分顔色伺っちゃうタイプ。
Also, why their fucking porn is so weird, in my opinion. It's like repressed shit.
なるほど。国としてどうですか？自分のアメリカに対してのあれは好きですか？好き？
好きです。ロスとハワイに行ったことがあって、めっちゃ楽しかったっていう。
アメリカに行ってみて、なんかカルチャーショックはありましたか？
チップかな。いくら渡せばいいか全然わからないし、ジャスティンの奥さんがめっちゃ好きで。
Weird that no one associates the U.S. with U.S. with military occupation of Japan. People get used to that shit. Go to Okinawa and you'll hear very different perspectives. However, I'll say it like this. I mean, it's no different than like Vietnam, like Vietnamese perspectives on the United States. Like they love America, and it's like America fucking destroyed them. You know what I mean?
それだけじゃなくて、でもなんか人柄が好き、向こうの人の。なんか自由な感じで、なんか人生楽しんでる感じがめっちゃ好きです。
なんかジャスティンとヘイリー・ビーバーよく東京来てる。めっちゃ来てるですよね。
会いたかったです。
You hate it when the countries we attack love us? I don't hate it. I understand where it comes from. But also the countries that we attack don't necessarily love us. Once again, they love our culture. They love our export. They love Hollywood. They love burgers. The other countries that we've attacked, like Japan, also got they got rewired almost entirely with an American Constitution and a partnership with the United States of America. It's just like part of it.
アメリカに行くとしたらどこ行きたいですか？次行くとしたらどこ次行きたいですか？
私はでもハリウッドに行きたい。
なんでロサンゼルスが好きですか？ニューヨークより。
The shittiest.
行ってみたいと思いますか？どうして？
行ってる人多いじゃないですか、ロサンゼルスって。あ、いいな。
I mean, it's low-key the same as me fucking loving Japan, dude. Think about it. Think about why I love Japan so much. I love anime. I love the Japanese cultural export. But as far as like Japanese politics goes, it's fucking nutty. I've talked about it already. I've talked about it so much. You know what I mean? Like Japanese war crime denial, for example. Really shitty.
いいなとか思うんで。
なるほど。
次はニューヨーク行ってみたい。多分真逆だと思っていて、ロスとニューヨークって自由な感じとはまた真逆のバリバリ働いてる人とかめちゃめちゃおしゃれな人とかいるのかな、ニューヨークのイメージ。
確かに。アメリカについてどう思いますか？
アメリカについて、すごいいろんな人がいる国だなって思います。一回ニューヨーク行ったことあるんですけど、いろんなカフェにもういろんな人種の人がいて、多種多様な国かな。私大学で英文専攻してたんですけど、 特になんか本当にアメリカに憧れを持ってる子がすごい多かったかなって。アメリカイコールかっこいいみたいな、そういう生まれ込まれちゃってるからみたいなので憧れを持ってる子が多いのかなって思います。
それは自分は持ってないです。それとも自分も持ってるか、アメリカに対して。
アメリカに対してはないですね。
どうして他の周りの女性、女の子たちが持ってるけど自分は持ってないと思うんですか？
If you talked about the Japanese news host mentioning you for real this time, no fucking Japanese news host has mentioned me for real. It's fake. Don't act like that's a real thing. This never happened.
私がそもそも育った環境が結構なんか中国なんだけど、中国の国際学校で別に海外がいいみたいな、アメリカがかっこいいみたいな感覚はなくて、それぞれ国にいいところも悪いところもあるから、それで全然私は憧れも持ってていいと思うんですけど、私は大丈夫って感じ。
アメリカのこと好きですか？それ大好き？
大好き。
なんで大好き？行ったことありますか？
あります。
どこに？
どこ？ニューヨーク、LA、ハワイとか？
私はサンディエゴ、サンフランシスコ。
どうして好きですか？アメリカ。
San Diego? Why the fuck would you go to San Diego, dog?
シンプルに。どういう分？人が好きなのか、文化が好きなのかとか、なんかいろいろあるじゃないですか。
地域によってもあると思うんですけど、地域によっては人もすごい素敵だなって思うし、なんかオープンなそのカルチャーがいいと思います。
なるほど。
私もなんか自由に生きてる感じが、日本人はなんか恥ずかしがったりとか日本人するじゃないですか。でもそれがないから大好き。映画とかの舞台になるのがアメリカとかが多いから、日本人からしたら憧れの国みたいな。
For real, dog, I can't fucking stand for the San Diego slander. Dude, San Diego is literally like boneless LA. San Diego is like if Los Angeles was just one big military base. Okay? San Diego is just like convention center and a military base and boneless Los Angeles. Okay? It's crazy. It's just... Actually, you know what? Someone said in the chat, they said it better. San Diego is all bone LA. If there was no skin, no fucking fat, no meat, and just bone. And I say this as someone who also, I mean, loves LA, but recognizes that it sucks at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, LA is shit, but it's my shit. You know what I mean? It's my dookie. Sometimes it's literally dookie on the street.
例えばどの映画好きですか？アメリカの。
スパイダーマン。
なるほど。僕も大好きですね。
アメリカ人が日本に多いと思うし、国としてのつながりもアメリカってすごい近いので、
Yeah, I wonder why.
行きやすい、情報も多いみたいなところ。
アメリカの都市の中ではどこが一番好きでした？
サンディエゴ。
私はニューヨーク。
東京とニューヨーク両方ともビッグシティじゃないですか。何が違うと思います？
規模が一番。
ニューヨークの方が大きかった。
ビルの高さだったりとか。
確かに日本はあれ作れないですもんね。細長いペンシルタワーみたいな自信があるから多分。アメリカ好きってことなんですけど、じゃあアメリカに住めますか？自分は。
住みたい。
住
みたい。私たちはもうずっと住みたい。
本当。逆になんで住まないですか？今は仕事とかそういうのですか？
いやすごい現実的にお金とか花粉がない。
確かに。
天候とかも全部含めてやっぱり。
観光とかだったらニューヨークが好きだけど、私も住むならサンディエゴの西海岸かハワイ。やっぱ住みやすい。日本人も多いし。
一番好きなアメリカ人教えてください。セレブリティでも歌手でも何でも大丈夫です。
ハンナモンタナ。
マイリーサイラス。
ハンナモンタナ、マイリーサイラス。
ハンナモンタナ。
なんすか？
マイリーサイラス。
役名なんかディズニーチャンネルの
テレナゴメスで。
Before we continue interviews, this video is sponsored by Tokyo Treat and Sakurako. Sakurako is a subscription service where you receive a monthly box filled with traditional, authentic, and artisan Japanese snacks. Sakurako helps in partnering with...
What is this? Planning nerd? Shit, Tokyo proper is almost exactly the same size as Manhattan, 2x, but they always almost have exactly the same population. That's why Tokyo feels like there's so much more room in the city. Damn. Thank you, Planning
Wonderland, Hokkaido. And Sakurako also has Japanese tableware every month. This month, I got Indigo Yuzen dish. This is Baumkuchen. It's expertly crafted with eggs and locally milled Japanese flour. This is milk mochi. What's special about this?
I literally had that you can eat the wrapper.
is that it's all conveniently wrapped in an edible oblate wrapper. And Tokyo Tree is packed with latest seasonal sweets. You can feel a modern life in Japan with Tokyo Tree. This month's theme is Snacktacular Christmas. I'm enjoying this month box because Christmas is actually a big thing in Japan too, and I'm glad that I'm spending holidays with these snacks. This is pure potato chip and rock salt. Unwrapped holiday
I had that one
cheer
too. It was
with
pretty
these
good.
luxuriously thick cut potato chips. This is premium Ghana chocolate caramel. These creamy chocolate squares are the perfect of cacao and caramel. And each snack is explained so that you can see where it was produced. And you can also check allergic information. This will give you more places to go when you come to Japan. It will be the perfect gift during this gifting season. Click the link in the description below. Okay, let's get back to interviews. アメリカに留学して
I
た。
miss Japan so
そうです
much.
ね。アメリカのノースカロライナ州にだいたい9ヶ月ぐらい交換留学してました。
どうして最初にアメリカに留学しようと思いました？
アントレプレナーシップ、日本語で言う起業家精神を学びに行くために、アメリカのノースカロライナに行きました。で、アメリカって、スタートアップとかユニコーン
Oh
の数
God,
が、
oh no,
世
he's a
界で一
fucking lame ass. He's a lame ass entrepreneur, dog. Oh hell
番多
no.
かったりとか、あと、ノースカロライナはなんか第二のシリコンバレーって呼ばれる地域があって、なんかアメリカでどうやって、スタートアップの企業が成立していくのかみたいなところを学びに行くためにアメリカに行きました。
行く前のイメージと行った後のイメージ、カルチャーショックとか含めてどうでした？
そうですね。もちろんなんかアメリカ人って、なんか僕たちってそうですね、明るいイメージとかめっちゃ持ってると思うんですけど、なんかそうですね、想像以上に、フレンドリーだったり、なんか全員がポジティブだったり、なんかそういう面でめちゃめちゃ僕自身もなんかよりポジティブになったり。
Yeah, he says the second Silicon Valley is in North Carolina. Bro, y'all don't know about the second Silicon Valley, okay? Mr. Beast.
とかよりフレンドリーになったなっていう感覚がめちゃめちゃありますね。
なるほど。じゃあ逆にネガティブな部分は？想像してなかったネガティブな部分。
やっぱり安全、日本に比べるとかなり、ちょっとデンジャラス、ちょっと危険かなとは思いましたね。
それは個人的に何か経験したっていうことですか？
個人単位で言うとあまりそういう経験をしてないんですけど、やっぱり周りで銃撃事件があったとか、やっぱり殺人事件があったとか、夜中とか一人でやっぱアメリカ出歩けないんですけど、でも日本にいたら夜中一人で歩くと結構普通じゃない。
Bro, in Japan, like, although there is a lot of like sexual harassment and stuff on trains and shit, I don't know if they touch like foreign women that much. I'm sure if you live there, like, you'll experience it. But as a woman, you can literally walk by yourself in the middle of the motherfucking night. If you're in Tokyo and many places, you can literally walk by yourself as a woman at like 5 a.m. and it's just, you will not feel unsafe.
じゃないですか。思ったより治安みたいなところは思ったより悪かったのかなと思います。経済格差みたいなところは思ったより大きいかなとは思います。
5 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever the fuck you want.
アメリカって、世界一の経済大国ですし、めちゃめちゃお金を持ってる人もやっぱ多いんですけど、普通のそこら辺のストリート見てみると、いっぱいホームレスの方がいたりとか、あんまり経済的に豊かじゃない人の差は、日本より格段に大きいなと思いましたね。
どうして？
Bro, people literally fucking sleep on the street, dude. They just pass out in the middle of the street, drunk as fuck.
日本人がアメリカのことが好きなのかっていう、それは思ってるんですけど、それについてはどう思いますか？アメリカ好きですか？
もちろん僕はアメリカに留学するぐらいアメリカ大好きですね。そうですね、アメリカを好きな人はめちゃめちゃ多いと思いますね。実際、なんかアメリカのカルチャーがもう日本に結構浸透してるっていうのは大きいのかなと思ってて、例えば日本の映画館に行くと、多分半分かもしかしたらそれ以上ぐらいアメリカの映画だと思うんですよね。
For the record, that's not unique at all. That is very normal. The unique part of it is it's only half. And the only reason why it's only half is because Japan has its own major cultural export. And that's precisely the reason why. Like, in most other countries, in some of the countries, 100% of the movies in the movie theater at any given moment will be American movies. Just wrap your fucking head around that. In Turkey, for example, we have a Turkish film industry, right? We have a massively successful television industry, for example. Like we make a shit ton, an absolute unimaginable shit ton amount of soap operas. We pump it out like crazy, okay? And it's actually very successful globally, as a matter of fact. The Turkish soap operas are. However, when I was growing up, as far as Turkish movies goes, they were much more rare than American movies. Now imagine that. Not growing up in the United States of America, try to understand what kind of cultural impact that has. Where, like, you go to your movie theater, and the overwhelming majority of movies that are being played in your movie theater almost always are American. And that's the same globally, okay? Think about that. Tell me about it. My mom watches your weird 1,000 episode shit. Okay, well, you watch me, and that's also weird.
かも、まあ、僕自身も洋楽、アメリカの音楽めちゃめちゃ聴きますし、でアメリカ人の英語はすんなり聞き取れるんですけど、例えば、まあ、ブリティッシュアクセントのイギリス人とか、オーストラリア人の方とか、他、まあ、インドとか、結構聞き取りづらいなっていう感じることがあって、まあ、その多分理由としては、まあ、僕らがアメリカの音楽、映画とかばっかりを見て育ってきてるので、学校教育でも基本的にアメリカの発音をベースに教育されると思うので、そういう意味でアメリカのカルチャーに自分自身染まってたんだなっていうのは自覚しましたね。
アメリカにもう一回住みたいとかってのは思いますか？それとも日本がいいとか？
めちゃめちゃ難しい質問なんですけど、染まってたんだなっていうのは自覚しましたね。
アメリカにもう一回住みたいとかってのは思いますか？それとも日本がいいとか？
めちゃめちゃ難しい質問なんですけど、まあ日本かなっていうのが正直なところです。めちゃめちゃアメリカ好きで住むのも楽しかったんですけど、便利さとか安全性の面で言うと、例えば東京だとどこに行くにも、まあ電車を使えば別に車がなくてもどこにも行けますし、そこ。
Damn, bro, public transit. God damn, walkability and public transit is that important, huh? That's crazy. It's almost like if you grow up in an environment where you have that readily accessible, fucking experience this mind-boggling culture shock when you come to America and you're like, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck is going on here? How good is public transit in Ankara? I mean, it's better than America, and it's still dog shit, but infinitely better than the United States of America because it exists in most places in America. You just don't even have it. New York City is the only place in the United States of America where a higher density of commuters actually utilize public transit. That's it. One place. One fucking place in the entire country. One place in the entire nation. Do you understand? Not Chicago. No, not San Francisco. New York City is the only place where a higher density of the population. No, they have public transit in San Francisco. They have public transit in Chicago. New York City, they have it in DC. They have it in fucking Philadelphia, right? New York City is the only place in the country where the population density utilizing public transit is higher than car traffic. How nuts is that? Think about how fucking insane that is. Yeah, they have public transit in all the places that I mentioned. DC, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Chicago. New York City is the only place in the United States of America, the only city in the United States of America where the public transit commuter density is higher than individual car use. That is fucking crazy. If you don't have a car in Florida, they hit you with their cars. Yeah.
ここら辺にコンビニエンスストアもありますし、あと、まあ、安全性で言うと日本ってやっぱ世界一安全な国の一つだと思うので、まあ、そういう意味でやっぱ日本は素晴らしい国だなと思いますけど、やっぱアメリカも大好きです。
たまに旅行とか行ったりとかして。
そうですね、旅行で行くとか、まあ、例えば1年の留学とか、割と短期間の滞在とかはめちゃめちゃ楽しめるんじゃないかなと。
じゃあアメリカ旅行一周回ったみたいな、どこが
Is the only 4 counties in the U.S. with less than 40% ownership. Car ownership, you mean, right? There's only 4 counties in the entire United States with less than 50% car ownership. Is that what you're saying? It's important for you guys to understand. Boston quite literally ranks number 1 best place to not have a car. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is still factually correct. There's only one city in the United States of America. There's only one city in the United States of America where the public transit commuter density is higher than car travel. That's it. How fucking nuts. How insane is that? It's just like, yeah, see, look, New York City, 56%. It's the only place in the country, dog. Number 2 is Jersey City with 47%. Number 3 is Washington, D.C. with 37%. Boston with 33. San Francisco with 33. Massachusetts, Cambridge, 28. Chicago, 27. Philadelphia, as I also mentioned, 26. Please show me LA. I don't think LA is on the Los Angeles, California. 10.6% public transit commuters. 10.6% at number 35. These are, by the way, cities with 100,000 plus inhabitants with the 50 highest rates of public transit commuting to work. Look up San Diego, coward. I don't think San Diego is on this list. Does San Diego even exist? Yeah, sorry, San Diego chatters. It is not on this list. Anyway, only coastal cities low, absolutely zero. Oh, dude, yeah. The other thing is, like, we're not even looking at the middle of the country where a shit ton of people live, where there is absolutely no infrastructure. Like, none whatsoever. Bro, you just river to the sea, San Diego? San Diego is better known for being the place between Los Angeles and Tijuana. Yeah, Jersey City, number 2, is literally because Jersey City is for commuters into New York who can't live in New York City because it's way too expensive, by the way. That's the only reason why that population, public transit commuter population density is higher, population percentage is higher. Now, why is this interesting? Well, if you look at other fucking countries, that's the norm. New York City is the norm. New York is the motherfucking norm. It's normal for the majority of the public to be using public transit in almost every single big city. That doesn't mean that there aren't cars there, okay? But it's the norm because that is the makings of a city, okay? If you're in a fucking city, you're supposed to walk. You're supposed to take public transit. That's like, it's supposed to be a fucking option. Every other country, no matter how bad their public transit is, this is still the norm. In San Diego, 3.5% of residents commute via public transportation, a smaller share of the national public transit ridership of 5.2. On average, those who take the public transit in San Diego take 25 minutes longer to get into work than those who drive. Yeah, top transit agencies by ridership. New York MTA, 2.8 billion trips. Los Angeles Metro at number 2, 280 million trips. Think about that. The number 2 most traveled metro system is not even real. Not even a real thing. Doesn't even exist.
まあ難しいんですけど、ラスベガスですかね。なんかもう人が無理やり作り上げた街みたいな。ラスベガスってめっちゃ周り砂漠じゃないですか。なのに、ラスベガス着いた瞬間、めちゃめちゃ大きい建物とか、カジノとかホテルとか、もう人が頑張って集まって、無理やり街を作り上げたっていう感じが、人の力すげえなって感じましたね。
Okay, thank you for your time. Could you introduce your background?
My name's Max. I'm from the United States, North Carolina. My mom's Japanese, and
Bro, where the fuck did this big homie found 2 North Carolinas in Japan? How is this happening? North Carolina is on the come up big
I've been
time.
living in Japan for almost 10 years.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you about how Japanese people see United States, Americans, how Americans see Japan, in general. So when you say you're from the States, like, or when you say you're half American to the Japanese people, how do they react? What's their impression?
When I tell Japanese people I'm from the USA, usually people are like, oh, America, nice. Like, Japanese people's general impression of America is very free. The country's too free. Yeah, there's a lot of problems, but in general, the entertainment industry, of course, everyone watches American movies, everyone watches American TV shows. So in general, young to old, I think the general impression of America is pretty good, and it's a fun place to be.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, especially when I go abroad, outside of Japan, let's say Europe. The impression towards the United States from the people in Europe or from the people in Japan are completely different, That was my culture shock when I went to Europe, Not everyone loves the States.
I always say, like, everything goes back to either the Edo period or the war, like World War II. So in this case, I think it goes back to World War II. Japan lost the war. Obviously, I think people probably didn't like America at the time, but...
Damn, bro, big homie's here flexing on him. He's like, and I'm here to flex on you haters. He's here flexing. Look at his face.
After that, America, like, over decades, kind of helped Japan come back and build up. Right. American culture spread worldwide, and Japan gets all of this culture, and they like it. I mean, it's pretty fun, like entertainment, sports. basketball is huge because of the United States and Japan. I think the reason maybe why Europeans don't like America as much as like Japanese people is because Europeans actually can speak English on a more general level. The news that they might see, the cool side of America, is only shown to Japan.
Oh, that's
but Europeans can like see the cool side and be like, there's all this like really dumb stuff America does. Their education's bad. So I think Europeans, just in general, because they can speak English, they can kind of see all the bad parts of America better than a Japanese person.
So what are the similarities and differences between Japan and the States?
I like that. He's right. He's right. He's so right. If you look at those polling, if you look at the polls of like popularity of the United States of America and other countries, America consistently is performing fairly poorly in Europe. And the more they speak English, the more they speak English, the worse they perform usually. He's not wrong.
So one thing that's very similar to me is the perspective people.
If I fucking click on this link comparing public transport networks in Europe to America, I will perish. You don't want me to click on this and die with an aneurysm on camera because I will get banned.
People have Japanese people's perspective of American culture is it's like a movie, it's like a Hollywood movie, it's like a TV show. Americans' current perspective, younger Americans, look at Japan like it's an anime, you live in an anime world, and I just want to say both are correct. Japan is an anime and America is a movie. So I think the similarities is like,
he's right.
You know, I'm joking here, but the similarities are in, you know, anime. The similarities between American movies and American culture is there. So pretty same like that.
Okay,
He's
thanks
right.
for watching so far. How was it? That was interesting. Me personally, I do like the United States. I was supposed to study abroad in Los Angeles, but you know, something happened in the world. I couldn't make it. I studied English and American literature, wrote final thesis about 20th century's America's history. Of course, there are some good points and bad points of the country. I'm going there in January. I'm going to San Francisco, Texas, Chicago, Miami, New York,
Not Los
Baltimore,
Angeles?
I don't
What
know,
the fuck?
Philadelphia, or maybe around East Coast around there.
Bro, Takashi, come to fucking LA, dude. I'll show you around, okay? This dude is the GOAT.
So if you have any recommendation to do there, please let me know in the comments. Okay, anyway,
I'll set you up, dude. I'll set you up. Come to LA. LA sucks, bro. No, man. This guy's awesome. Bay Area stays winning. Here you go. This is what I was referencing. International public opinion of the U.S. remains positive. Look at Poland. Oh, my God. The dick riding, dude. Poland needs to fucking chill. Poland's dick riding is crazy, dog. Poland needs to fucking chill with it. Okay? Poland, oh, my God. That's like an entire nation blowing bubbles on it? What the fuck? I've never seen dick riding like this. I've never seen dick riding like this. Poland needs to chill out. More than Israel? Like, that's insane. You know what I mean? No, South Korea, oh my God. Expected. Like, if you're South Korea, I get it. If you're Israel, I get it. If you're Polish, I don't get it. It's too much. It's kind of funny, though. These countries, the favorability ratings, like, they rarely ever look at countries that America has, like, eviscerated for the most part. Where is it? Most say there's a strong partisan conflict in the U.S. Many favorable on U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yes, say the withdrawal was poorly handled. Netherlands, wrong. The U.K., wrong. Very wrong. They should have stayed there forever. Yeah, so the reason why I was talking about what I was talking about is because, like, this entire thing, look, it's like Sweden, UK, Germany. These are, like, the countries that have the least favorable opinion. Greece being like a 48-48 split. Respect to Greece, by the way, straight up. But you have to understand, this favorability is almost entirely a consequence of American culture being a very, very important export. It sounds like you don't get being Polish. No, I don't. I don't get it. And that's not a bad thing, I think. That's a good thing, I think. Poland is what you get when you fucking hate the Nazis and then you really hate the socialists. So, like, there's a lot of military bases in Poland from the U.S. too. Are they wrong if you think about it from the perspective of the question? Nearly 9 in 10 also have a positive view of the U.S. and South Korea. 12 percentage point increase in 2021 and the largest uptick in positive ratings since the previous year. Positive opinions increase in only 2 other countries, Sweden and Australia. Views of the U.S. has stayed about the same in roughly half the countries surveyed. Like Malaysia. Respect to Malaysia. Publics in Singapore and Greece are roughly split in their views. Malaysia is the only country surveyed where a majority has a negative opinion of the U.S. Bro, my mom came to America on a foreign exchange program. They showed her a brochure of California, but they sent her to Jersey, and she's never forgiven anyone for it. I low-key kind of feel the same way about my grandfather. Like, he could have he came to the United States of America and went to New Jersey. It's like, what the fuck were you thinking? New York is right there, dog. You literally went to New Jersey and you were like, that's it, I'm good here. Like, it blows my fucking mind. Like, what were you thinking, dude? What the fuck were you thinking? New York was so goddamn close. It was so fucking close. And you were just like, nah, this is good. You could have been anywhere in the country and you were like, nah, I'll stay here. I like it. Anyway, key allies say the U.S. is a reliable partner of their country, except for Malaysia. I don't really... I mean, like I said, there's not a lot in this study that like looks at any interesting countries overall. But no matter which country you look at, Hollywood is impossible to avoid. You know what I mean? Like the top of the hour ad break, which is my last of the day today. Tired. So fun stuff overall today. Fun day overall. I believe if I can swing it, I'm going to be playing with a massive lobby tomorrow. We're going to be doing some gaming tomorrow. Massive lobby. Playing Lethal Company with a bunch of friends and drinking as well after I shoot the podcast. So tomorrow will be another fun day, Sunday fun day. Oh yeah. So that's it. Once again, the weekends are a lot of fun for me. I end up playing video games sometimes. Other times I end up doing fun YouTube meme reacts and shit like that. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I'll see you tomorrow, a little bit later than I usually am on. Like probably around 2 p.m. Pacific. Peace, everybody.